Saratoga Racecourse in Saratoga Springs, New York. Final Saturday of the meet, and it's a good one. Rattle and Roll is here. Exciting closer, one of the best older horses in the country, and favorite in the storied Jockey Club Gold Cup. Now, he's trained by Kenny McPeak. He's been waiting for this, waiting to see what Rattle and Roll can do at the 1.25 mile distance. Plus, the race for a Saratoga training title. Chad Brown, 32 wins. Linda Rice, 30 wins. Gonna be an exciting final 3 days at Saratoga. Great to have you with us on Saratoga Live here on Fox Sports 2. As always, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. The September place to be. Where did the summer go? Could have used more of this weather. Stellar conditions for thoroughbred racing. Good crowd as we wind down another season. But first, one more Saturday at the Spa. Just outside the paddock, welcome everyone. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. So much going on this final Saturday of the meet. Horses in the paddock for the first of 11 races. You're going to see 4 stakes races, 3 of the graded variety. Of course, the headline event is Grade 1 Jockey Club Gold Cup Breeders' Cup Challenge event. Win and you're in for the Breeders' Cup Classic. Here's the field, 1.25 miles, and that's a big part of the story. Rattle and Roll is the favorite. 9-5, number 4, Rattle and Roll. Field of 8. That'll come up later on this afternoon as I welcome in my co-host, Andy Serling, Paul LaDuca, Hall of Fame jockey Gary Stevens. Gary, wanted to start with the jockey of the favorite in the Gold Cup in Brian Hernandez. You've been in this situation, riding the big horse on the road, so to speak. What do you remember most about these situations?
Well, first of all, Brian Hernandez is one of the best and best kept secrets in American racing. He shows up, he gets the job done, he rides in Kentucky. This isn't going to bother him. I remember a horse named Fort Leonard in 2012, winning the Breeders' Cup Classic for Ian Wilkes. He shows up, he's a money rider, pays attention, does his homework. I'm sure he's going to be ready for today.
Won that Breeders' Cup Classic on his birthday, did Brian Hernandez. As for the horse, Paulie, in Rattle and Roll, 9-5 favorite for the Jockey Club Gold Cup. What are you expecting from him?
Well, you know, he's been a horse that kind of was like, one of those horses that as a 3-year-old was a little bit below getting to the Kentucky Derby, right? He was running in the Ohio Derby, he was running in the Oklahoma Derby. But since he's turned 4, he's really turned the corner. And you got to give Kenny a lot of credit, and Brian Hernandez. Flavian Pratt rode him to win the Pimlico Special. You know, when he won the Blame at Churchill Downs, and here's him running second, and he just missed against West Willpower. West Willpower got loose on the front end. This has been a different racehorse, and it seems like he runs the same race every time. It's a darn good one, and he's got $1.6 million in the bank, and he's kind of relentless. He's going to keep on coming at you.
Exciting stretch runner, the Gold Cup favorite, Andy. He's making his New York debut, as is Proxy, the second choice, a multimillionaire, a Grade 1 winner. What are you expecting from Proxy today?
I don't know, because he's a bit of an in-and-outer, to be honest with you. And the thing he has on Rattle and Roll, is that his fastest figures are faster than Rattle and Roll. But what Rattle and Roll has on him is his consistency. Rattle and Roll shows up and runs his race pretty much every time. And he's also a horse, Rattle and Roll, that I think we're all more confident will handle the 1.25 miles. I don't think Proxy will have a major problem with it, but we know that Rattle and Roll relishes the distance, whereas Proxy, a bit of an in-and-outer. Now, this looks like a softer field, but looking at the horses he beat in the Monmouth Cup, a race that was sort of a return to form after his poor performance in the Stephen Foster, they came back and run well since then, so it does flatter the race that he ran. They're the 2 horses to beat, though I'm thinking that Tyson, a new shooter for Josie Carroll, could very well be an interesting player in the dirt for the first time.
Plenty of time between now and the Jockey Club Gold Cup race number 11, post time around 6:18, 11 of 12 this final Saturday of the meet. Today's race is brought to you by Claiborne Farm, the 4 stakes races. First, the Flower Bowl. It's early, race 3, about hour later, Prioress, race at number 5. Race 8, the Harvey Pack. Much more on that later in the broadcast. And finally, Grade 1, Jockey Club Gold Cup. John Deere weather track condition report. Main track is fast. Turf courses are firm. Temperature around 77 degrees. 3 days left. Better late than never, right? Get signed up. NyraBets.com. When you do so, use that promo code SPA200. Earn up to a $200 deposit match after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now, NyraBets.com, to earn your $200 deposit match. Field for the opener. We start with 2-year-old fillies. Maiden special weight. 5.5 furlong turf sprint field updated odds at 5-2 by RA. I know I said that wrong. I was just told how to say it, and I know I said it wrong.
Daughter of Midshipman is her name. Get with the program.
We'll get to see her in the post parade, starting with Lyrical Pardon, easier to say, edge and experience, 2 starts turf debut.
I refuse to make fun of any Tom Amoss horses, but this horse does not have an abundance
Since
of
when?
turf pedigree. It's closing weekend. I'm going to be nice for 5 minutes.
I'd still take the under. Tammy Lynn, Spendthrift first-time starter.
A horse taking a little bit of money here and has a nice little pedigree and a nice work out of the gate. 3 back 2 here for Al Stall.
Dylan Davis aboard, Spendthrift colors. Beraye, I think, defeated favorite in her Keeneland debut this spring.
Dam's a multiple winner in the turf. She ran into a buzzsaw first time out in the dirt. These are the kind of races Wesley Ward excels in, but I think you're taking the worst of it in the price.
Echo Babe, first-time starting Irish filly.
Yeah, Jose Lascano and Jeremiah Engelhardt. You know, this horse has got pedigree to go about 2 miles, so I don't think there's going to be an issue going the distance.
Luz Davina, stud TNT, debuting homebred, a 7, Natty Patty, third start, turf debut.
Yeah, Natty Patty, 7 Natty Patty should be showing speed coming out of those, last couple races on the dirt.
Z-Train, debuting Irish filly by Churchill.
The second generation is very strong from European turf, and this horse, I think, is a player for Tony Dutrow.
5-1 on the board, number 8, Sugar and Spice, 4 starts, most experienced.
Yeah, hasn't shown much, though, in those 4 starts, but it has shown speed.
Life's an Audible, there she is. Powerhouse Connections, Arad Ortiz, 5-1.
Yeah, taking money because Irad is riding. I know they wanted to be on the turf, but that was long first time out. I would look elsewhere.
And Housefly, Deuce Great House, Irish debuting filly.
Kendrick Carmouche and Mike Maker team up. They're about 12% together this year, and this is a filly that's been working steady in the morning. You really know what you're going to get because this horse was actually working at Turfway Park before coming up here to upstate New York.
Early pick 5 starts here. 2-year-old fillies, turf sprint, post time 2 minutes. They are 2-year-old fillies, so you're going to want to hear from Maggie Wolfendale. She's standing by in the winner's circle. Maggie, what can you tell us about these freshman fillies, starting with the filly whose name I cannot pronounce for the life of me?
Well, I'm glad you said it, Lafitte, because I was concerned about saying it myself. As by RA, she is one coming in off a little bit of a layoff for Wesley Ward and trying the turf for the first time. And look, she looks as though she should handle it. I've said it once, I'll say it again. I really do like the progeny of Midshipman on the turf, especially sprinting. The Dam, she went 3 for 9 on the turf, and know this pedigree given my affiliation with Patricia Mosley, the breeder here. But she's very classy acting. She's incredibly fit coming off that layoff since April, and she looks as though she should take to this surface quite nicely, as she is also, as we'll move on to first-time starters, including number 2, Tammy Lynn for Al Stall. Now, she had been working with the horse that ran yesterday for Al, who was bet off the board and showed speed, bobbled a bit in the stretch, and he's a big horse, so maybe he didn't necessarily handle the going that well, but this is her. Now, she's lugging in significantly. So the rider, we kind of cut it off before, but you can watch it on OBS yourself. He is asking her quite a bit with that inside crop. She can move, don't get me wrong, but I just think it's disappointing and maybe a reason to be cautious in taking her because her stablemate that she's been working with did not fire yesterday, but she's a good-looking type. She's probably about 95% fit, but the fact of the matter is she doesn't have that much turf pedigree, and she doesn't, not an abundance I should say, and physically she doesn't strike you as one that has a turf hoof or even that much of a turf kind of physical frame to her. As number 4, Echo Babe, she sold for $115,000 at the Fasig-Tipton Timonium sale. She worked 10 and 3, but this is a turf-bred filly trying to get over the dirt, so I was more than willing to forgive her for that. Now, I've kind of thought this throughout with these Jeremiah Engelhardt first-time starters, that they just don't look quite as fit, but yet they're showing up, they're running well, and some of them are winning. She really looks heavy though, and she got hot, and that's usually a telltale sign that a horse just needs a race. She's definitely well spotted here in a turf sprint. This is what she wants to do, but she just gives me the impression that a start is going to move her forward. Now we'll move on to the horse that I am most interested in. That's number 7, Z Train in here, sold at Goff's as a yearling for the equivalent of $163,000, and she's a daughter of Churchill. Maybe eventually she'll want to go a bit further than this, but I don't mind her starting out here going the 5.5. She's petite. She's incredibly athletic, though, has this big overstriding walk to her. And for the firsters, she by far looks the most fit in here. And then just a little bit of a wild card, number 8, Sugar and Spice, getting on the turf for the first time after doing no running, basically, in 4 previous efforts. I like her getting to the turf. She's by Adios Charlie, who's good with his turf sprinters. Now, the dam, she was a very good multiple stakes winning New York bred dirt sprinter, but the full Stone Silent ran a very good second in here a few weeks ago, Lafitte, in the Galway, and did win in a turf sprint before, and she looks as though she should like the switch of surfaces.
The experience, see what she does in her turf debut. Sugar and Spice, number 10 is Housefly, exiting a sale where many turf stars have surfaced here in North America. Tattersall's Graduates, Housefly, purchased at the 2022 October yearling sale. Housefly, Deuce Gracehouse owned, but she is cold on the board, 19-1. They are filing into the gate.
Did Deuce buy you dinner last night? That's 2 Deuce Greyhouses in the last minute of your appearance here.
See, I knew you couldn't go over
jealous.
5 minutes.
I'm jealous.
5 minutes of being kind to everybody on this final Saturday of the meet. I took the under, and I cashed. There she
Where
is.
is Deuce?
There is. Watching his filly that was purchased at Tattersall's, man. Beraye. I think I got it. The favorite at post time, 2-1. Frank Miramati with the call. First of 12, final Saturday of the summer at Saratoga.
Great start to the show. Luz Divina going in. Here's Housefly to the outside. They're in the gate. And they're off. It was a smooth start for Baraye, who's going out for the early lead. Sugar and Spice is up close in the early going, and Echo Babe is in between those two. 7 Natty Patty makes it 4 virtually across the course. They're followed by Lyrical Pardon racing inside of Tammy Lynn. Another 2 back to Life's Inaudible, 6 lengths off the pace. Z Train is next. Another 3 to Housefly and Luz Divina at the back of the field. It's Baraye around the far turn, leading it and pressed by Echo Babe. These two on even terms now. Tammy Lynn 2 off them, trying to rally in third, making a bid now. They're followed by 7 Natty Patty in fourth, then Lyrical Pardon and Tammy Lynn top of the stretch. Baraye and Echo Babe continue to do battle. 3 lengths back to Lyrical Pardon in third. Tammy Lynn, Luz Divina is closing very nicely in the center of the race course. 16th to go. Baraye a length on the outside. Tammy Lynn, and here comes Life's Inaudible. What a stretch kick from Life's Inaudible, and she's handridden late to score decisively. Tammy Lynn was second, Luz Divina third, then Z Train.
Turning it on late with the leading rider, Arad Ortiz. Life's Inaudible strikes for Mike Rapoli, Todd Pletcher in the first of 12 at Saratoga.
Yeah, and Todd called an audible here. She's made her first start going a mile. It was an off-the-turf race. She was beaten 21 lengths. Shifts back to the turf today, where she was meant to be in the first place. I see why he ran her long, but she ran just fine going 5.5 furlongs today. Wide sweeping move, and she was getting it the last part.
Yeah, I think the data link on the bottom side really helped here. But you know what? When the 5 made that sweeping move on the outside.
She was the wide one.
Yeah, and what happened was I think the 9 kind of saw her and rebroke again. I mean, both of these horses ran well, and even the 2,
She had
one
the
horse
2 had a
experience.
perfect trip.
Yeah,
2
the
had the
5
trip.
was giant here at 21-1.
Yeah.
Too.
They were moving up front, to be fair. That's a very fast first quarter. I think it just ultimately took a big toll on both the daughter of midshipman and Echo Baby, the number 4. And so no surprise they came apart. That 5 made a crazy move in the turn, but Irad was able to save a lot of ground in here. And, you get post 9. He ends up too wide in the turn, splitting horses. you know, I think sometimes we take for granted not only how good all the riders are here, but even Irad Ortiz. You know, he rides the best horses. He rides it. I mean, this is the kind of ride that wins these races. I think if you compare, and I'm not going to beat up on Junior, he just had the trip he had, but was the 9 best, or did the 9 just get a slightly better trip in the 5? It really circled the field.
She got a great trip, and that's what...
She's a great rider.
That's what you get paid for.
Yeah.
Almost a victim of his own success when the bar is raised that high.
And we haven't seen Audibles have success, particularly on the turf, but this one, it's a nice performance. Good setup or not, nice performance.
And you don't get, look at, we're Saratoga, Irad Ortiz, it's Todd Pletcher, and you're looking at a 17 some odd dollar winner in the first race. Like, that just doesn't happen very often.
No, well played. Well played there. Run the mile. He didn't take her off. She got probably got a lot of fitness out of that race. At least got all the experience of going through the paddock and the post parade and everything. She knew what she was doing today.
Cold on the board, 5-1 on the morning line, 7-1 at post time, and that acceleration she found another year late. And for 14-time Saratoga champion trainer Todd Pletcher, he strikes in the opener. Life's an audible. Mike Rapoli, Irad Ortiz, 9-2-5-4 results. When we come back, just getting started, closing weekend from Saratoga here on Saratoga Live.
A Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf, War of Will became a classic winner with this victory in the Preakness Stakes. He added turf credentials to his resume with a determined victory in the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile. Now his progeny are bringing top dollar in the sales ring.
650,000, 380,000, $320,000.
A dual surface classic winning son of Warfront, War of Will, standing at Claiborne Farm.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Just getting started on Saratoga Live. Gorgeous day upstate New York. As always, coverage brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years doing the usual, unusually well. Omaha, daughter of Audible, Life's an Audible. Todd Pletcher, Mike Rapoli, winning rider Irad Ortiz, 1640. Standing by with Maggie in the winner's circle.
Yeah, here with Irad Ortiz Jr. And Irad, you were aboard this filly first time out, intended for the turf, but Todd opted to cut her back. Talk a little bit about how you thought she would work out a trip today.
She was quick that day, maybe a little longer than when she wants to go, but we know that probably after the race, and we learned from her. He cut her back. He know she was turf, much better on the turf, so I was positive. I know it's going to be some pace in front of her, so rather with confidence, let him break, let him be forward. And she was very professional going to the quarter pole, split some horses, hit the clear, and she took off.
When you're riding a turf sprint, how quickly do you have to make those decisions? Because you knew you had pace, but you knew you had horse. When do you make your move?
I think when you are sure of where you're going, if you make your decision before that, I mean, and you call and the horse is there for you, and then you have to take another hold, like sit back again after you call him, then you confuse the horse. That's what I think can probably help if you just make one call and the horse can go forward and just keep going. It helps. Sometimes you still check and you have much the best and you still get there, but it's not going to happen every day. So you have to try to make the right decision at the right time.
Especially with the young horses. But speaking of making the right decision, a lot of decisions when it's a short field and you're the favorite, which you will be with McCulloch in the Flower Bowl. What's the game plan there?
It's a small field. Sometimes these kind of races are more difficult than when you have 6, 7, 8 horses because it's only 4 horses, so everybody knows where everybody is. But she's nice. She run so good last time. I think she really liked the distance, so let's see.
Good luck and congratulations here. What a way to start the day.
Thank you, Maggie.
All right, sporting those Rapoli colors. He's very used to that. Winning so many races up here at the spa for Todd and Mike Rapoli. Life's an Audible adds to the tally, Lafitte.
He'll be in the Seth Klarman white and red a little bit later on with McCulloch. They were just discussing, Gary, when it is that small of a field, the Flower Bowl, only 4 horses for a rider. How hard is it like not to overthink things and in some cases almost start riding everybody else's horse in the race?
Listening to his interview, you can tell he's very, very intelligent. He thinks things out and horses just react for him and he reacts. And these short fields, he's hit the nail on the head. He didn't show his hand there. These guys are in the jocks room right now listening to his interview, watching us, and he's not going to show his hand. The best thing in those small fields is to not have a plan. You've got to play it as it lays and call audibles.
Well, I hit Omaha, and Life's an audible, Paulie. That's a filly with a future, and her first start on grass, and she looked good this afternoon.
No, she did. She looked really good, and especially it just shows you a guy like Todd Pletcher just knows exactly what's going on here. They wanted to get this filly on the turf course. They didn't. They cut her back sprinting, and maybe they thought maybe they couldn't find a race going long for her, so like, oh, let's try her on the turf sprinting. We got to get her on the turf. Right decision.
And her long going first time out. I was just watching the race again. That was a fabulous ride by Irad. The field spread a little bit because the pace was faster, but Irad got her right over towards the inside and just moved smoothly up in the 2 path. In fact, was kind of following the number 2 horse who got a good trip as well, but Irad did it from the 9 post. And these turf sprints, you can get in trouble from the outside post. The faster pace helped, but Irad made every right move on that horse.
That's what he does,
yep.
And that's why the jockey standings look like this, Andy. But just unbelievable. He hit him early and often those first couple of weeks of the meet and never looked back. 56 wins to lead in the standings, brought to you by Game of Silks.
Yeah, no, there's been a lot of great riding here, and he obviously gets great mounts. And Steve Russ and his agent has both he and his brother Jose first and second. An incredible achievement that keeps to repeating itself. Tyler's done a great job. Manny's had an amazing second half of the meet. And let's also give a little shout out to Luis Saez, right?
Absolutely.
I mean, Luis Saez got hurt a while ago, and he still has 30 wins, and he's still 5th. And he hasn't ridden in, what, a week and a half?
Only jockey not named Ortiz to win a Saratoga title in about a decade or so, Luis Saez. As we turn the page, race 2, start of the early pick 4, Allowance, a mile, Wilson, shoot. Accretive, 6-5 with about 19 minutes to post. When we return, you will meet the runners in the Jockey Club Gold Cup. Proxy has that wild look in his eye, but he's classy, he's talented, and the favorite, Rattle and Roll. We did the barnstorming so you would not have to. That's next on Saratoga Live.
And they're off. Power is pretty close up in the early stages as the field approaches the quarter pole, and it's Gunite trying to fend off Elite Power, who's motoring like a big chestnut tank on the outside, and Elite Power and Gunite. Elite Power got him right on the money in 109.22 seconds.
Herman, the classic sire. Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
And Echo Zulu puts her away. Echo Zulu, most impressive in the ballerina. And Gunite is maintaining the lead, and he will defeat Elite Power in the forego.
Gunrunner. Breed true.
Want to know a secret? The Massachusetts breeding program pays huge bonuses for finishing first, second, or third at any racetrack in the country. You didn't know that, did you? Massbreds get paid up to an additional 25% of their purse earnings for the owner, and breeder, and stallion owner, and developer. It's the best kept secret in racing, till now. Tell all your friends, and to learn more, visit massbreds.com.
You're watching Saratoga Live. Time to go by the numbers of the famed Jockey Club Gold Cup. First number 1919, inaugural running. All those years, who was fastest? Skip Away in 97, blazing the mile and a quarter, 158 and 4. Most wins, that record will stand forever. Kelso, 5-time Jockey Club Gold Cup winner. Most wins by an owner, the number is 5. Yes, good things happen when you own horses like Man of War. Most wins by a trainer, legend Sonny Jim Fitzsimmons, 6-time Gold Cup winning trainer. Most by a jockey, it's just mind-boggling. The master, Eddie Arcaro, 11-time Gold Cup winning rider. From the Gold Cup to the Breeders' Cup Classic, only 3 have done it. Cigar right in the middle of that 16-race winning streak. Speaking of the number, 16 Gold Cup winners, crowned champion Curlin twice back-to-back in 07 and 08. Gold Cup winners named Horse of the Year, 7 total included the mighty Forgo. And finally, Gold Cup winners in the Hall of Fame, 24, Chuvie, the mare who beat up the boys in 7-1, the Jockey Club Gold Cup by the numbers. Please roll the animation. America's Best Racing's Race of the Week. After all that, better be the Jockey Club Gold Cup. Here's the field, Grade 1, Breeders' Cup Challenge event. Win and you're in for the Breeders' Cup Classic, $1.25 million purse. Let's meet the field in post position order. Number 1 is Proxy, Godolphin's Grade 1 winner, multi-millionaire.
Yeah, and Proxy, he's got a couple things in his corner that are really, really good. Mike Stidham, one of the best horsemen I ever had the pleasure to ride for. He spots this horse as well. When this horse is at his best form, he's the fastest horse in here. He likes to be forwardly placed, and he had a legitimate excuse when he got beaten with Stephen Foster.
Unbridled Bomber, just like Arcangelo, $35,000 purchase.
Distance is his friend, and he's got some pretty good races, just not at this level. I wonder, though, if he's a horse that's run his best races when he's been able to use Lasix.
No Lasix today. Number 3, Warrior Johnny. It's Rigby Racing. It's Phil Bauer, but a tough spot for a graded stakes debut.
The one plus for this horse is the best career race was here at Saratoga. It was a long time ago. The minus is, can this horse, or does this horse really want to go 1.25 miles?
Junior Alvarado, looking to go back-to-back, won last year with Olympiad. Number 4, Rattle and Rolled, among the best older horses in the nation.
Yeah, and the thing he's got going for him is his consistency. He runs the same race every time. He shows up every time. And if anything, he's getting better the more he races. He's had 19 starts, and he continues to be on a roll.
Kenny McPeak, can't wait to see what he does at 1.25 miles. He is a Grade 1 winner. Clapton, now with trainer Chad Summers, second to Charge It in the Suburban.
Private purchase in his last race from a 19% trainer to an 8% trainer, and I prefer the guitarist.
Third to Rattle and Roll in the Pimlico Special. Number 6, Tyson, exclusively raced north of the border, exclusively raced on synthetic tracks.
Yeah, the wild card horse in here, a son of Tappet, a trainer that a lot of people may not know, Josie Carroll, has a couple in here. She's won a Queen's Plate which is now the Kings Plate, with a filly. She's a darn good trainer, and you know, they have a training track there that has dirt at Woodbine. I have a sneaky feeling he's been over it.
Duke of Love, also trained by Josie Carroll, the West Virginia Derby winner.
Yeah, and she pulled it off with Duke of Love. Josie Carroll did. He had raced exclusively on the turf and the synthetics. The Tapeta up there at Woodbine, moved to Mountaineer, and got the best speed figure of his career.
And finally, Bright Future, world-class connections, just his second start in a graded stakes event.
Yeah, but if you want the now horse, maybe it's Bright Future, a race over the track at 1 mile and 1/8, a 100 buyer, which puts him right in competition with the favorites in this race. I don't love his chances, but maybe he's the right horse at the right time.
This isn't the deepest Jockey Club Gold Cup we've seen. White Barrio training up to the Breeders' Cup Classic. Andy, so for those running, what does this opportunity represent?
It's an opportunity to win one of the most important Grade 1s we run in America. Frankly, it's a race that has incredible history. We're talking about Gary winning it yesterday with Pleasant Tap, who is a remarkably good racehorse. But you think about Seattle Slews lost to Exceller, one of the great races of all time. Affirmed being spectacular bid, with Coastal finishing third. It has an incredible history, this race, of being one of the most important races in the country. And the reality is the Breeders' Cup has had a deleterious effect on big races in this country, along with people running their horses less often. But people just don't value these races the way they did in the past. And this race is second to none as an important race in this country for a long, long time.
It's the first week of September, Paulie, but for horses like Rattle and Roll and Proxy, should they run well today, this would be a final prep. Their next start would be in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
Yeah, and a lot of people will probably think, okay, is this the second wave with the great 3-year-old crop we got one right now for the Breeders' Cup Classic? We'll see. I think Proxy and Rattle and Roll will tell you today.
That's this evening, race number 11, post time 6:18. It is the Grade 1 Jockey Club Gold Cup with an automatic berth for the Breeders' Cup Classic on the line. When we come back, that Saratoga training title, Chad Brown, current leader, first runner of the day, Accretive, Linda Rice. They're saddling side by side in hot pursuit. Rice 2 wins back, counters with a pair, Tonal Impact and Guntown.
Spun to Run. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more, and he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Now, this multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, and Breeders' Cup champion is passing his remarkable talent along to his progeny.
95, 5, 200, 200 down, 2, in the back, Patrick, 200,000, thank you.
Spun to Run, standing at Gainesway.
Reach for the unreachable. Race to new horizons. The artisan's quest for beauty burns in the heart of Japan, forging strength like no other, with love and honed to perfection. Noble, authentic, and only here. The legacy of strength.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live here on Fox Sports. Second race going out to the track. Allowance race going a mile. And we'll start with the horse who could be the speed in here from the inside. And that's number 2, Uncle Moonlight. He just looks fantastic for Michelle Nevin, coming off a bit of a freshening. It feels like Kendrick Carmouche exploits this horse's best talent and feature, and that is his early speed, and ensures that he gets there each and every time he rides him, making him potentially dangerous. But today he's facing 2 horses stretching out, which does include Long Shot Ram, but also a horse that I've been waiting to see go a longer distance in number 5, Accretive, as he's your favorite coming off the back of a win here at Saratoga. And I've always said he looks like he wants to go a mile. Well, he gets it here. He draws outside of the other speed horses, which should do him some favors, and he looks fantastic. For a practical joke, he's very big, very leggy as well. So his physical prototype lends itself well to this mile configuration. Lafitte.
This mile distance out of the Wilson Chute, 6-5, Accretive. Andy, trustworthy, question mark?
Well, it's a funny situation, and I think if you look at figures, compare his final time to a final time of the 2 horses that come out of the same race in race number 7 today, and you'll see that they kind of bumped this figure up, and I understand why they did it given the talent of the horses, but it was not a fast race in his return. Now, to his credit, looked like he was going to be last top of the stretch, and he somehow re-rallied, and he's also a horse in his second career start, almost beat Gunite. So we know in there is an extraordinarily talented horse.
Post-parade, Tonal Impact victory would pull Linda Rice within 1.
I just wonder if this grinder is going to get enough pace to close into here, and I think that could be his Achilles heel.
Uncle Moonlight representing speed, Kendrick Carmouche.
Maybe once in a while, he runs a big one, this 6-year-old by Uncle Mo. He is 4 for 13 lifetime.
Mystic Knight, popular at the claim box.
Yeah, but he has a similar running style to Total Impact, and he's not as good.
Ram, 2 years ago, he ran in the Preakness. Happy birthday, D. Wayne Lucas.
Yeah, 88 years young and still going strong. Joel Rosario aboard. This horse actually ran a decent race last time. Literally in the 9 path.
He has not been in his right condition for a long time.
Accretive, 6-5.
He's probably going to stalk the number 2 in this race, and we'll see. Maggie's confident he'll stretch out, and I'm confident in Maggie's opinions.
Guntown, Linda Rice trains the bookends.
You know, this is a horse that gets a huge post draw, because this horse got the 1 hole and the 2 hole going 7 furlongs, but the 1 hole in the Wilson Chute could be tough. Now gets the outside draw. I think the main threat, at least in my opinion, to the 5 at 6-5, even though you think the 5 is getting overbet.
Accretive, 6-5. The story within the story. The final 3 days at Saratoga. Accretive, trained by Chad Brown for everything he's accomplished at Saratoga. 5-time Saratoga champion trainer Gary Brown, trying to hold on to this very slim lead in the standings.
I like Accretive in here just for the fact he's the lightest race horse in here. He's won 2 of his 4 starts. He's improving with every race. Doesn't need the lead. He'll be forwardly placed, and it's a short field. That's where you want to be.
And if Accretive wins, Chad Brown will have 33 wins, and 20 of them will be for Klarovich Stables.
That's amazing.
And then he's got McCulloch in the next race. And if Creative wins and then McCulloch wins... McCulloch, excuse me, that'll be a natural hat trick for Irad.
He has some live mounts this afternoon. Linda Rice has 2 in here, Tonal Impact and Guntown. Tonal Impact. Take a look at his last win, mid-June, Belmont, same mile distance. Gary, Uncle Moonlight in front under pressure. Tonal Impact on the attack from off the pace.
Yeah, and you know, he's going to get a good setup in here, I believe. That 1 post position with the short field. He should be just off at the pace and got a chance of running him down late. They got brave and ran him in the Suburban, going 1.25 miles. Didn't show up. He was without Lasix that day, back on the Lasix today, so see if that makes a difference.
I disagree that he's going to get a good setup. I think that's his Achilles heel, because Uncle Moonlight's going to go, and Accretive probably stalking, and we just don't see the kind of fast paces here. And this is an interesting horse, because he's a bit of a grinder, and if you get him too close, he won't produce his kick at the end. And in a slow-paced race, he becomes sort of a jockey's nightmare, I think. While I think he's talented enough to win, I just wonder if he's going to get the kind of race dynamics that he needs to run his best race.
Tonal Impact Linda Rice, who's captured the last 4 New York Racing Association training titles, already a Saratoga champion trainer, 2009, and poised for another maybe. Paulie, the tail of the tape. It's Brown v. Rice, both well-armed for the final 3 days. And as fans, we get to see several races just like this second race at Saratoga where they're both represented, going head-to-head essentially.
Yeah, Linda obviously won in here. She's got the another one in 4th, the 6th, the 8th, and the 10th. We told you about Chad having some as well. He has one here, the 3rd and the 4th. So, and a couple more later today. And he's got a couple favorites. So he's got a chance to win 3 or 4 on this card. I think Linda's got a chance to win maybe 1 or 2 in this card.
It's funny with Linda Rice. People were critical of her when she went to Churchill 2 years ago and claimed horses and they didn't do well. They said it was foolish. Then she went this year and claimed a lot of horses and did well, and they said it was unfair.
In the end,
we like to result in horse racing a little too much, don't we?
Winning breeds contempt in this sport that it's so hard to win. Accretive. Gary, his long-awaited return, first start since last summer's Alan Jerkins. Accretive. You can see he's in between horses. He's big, and he's back.
Yeah, and it's nice to see him back. His comeback race here. We're talking about Accretive, correct?
Yep.
Yes.
In between horses, yep.
Yeah. And, I mean, look at the size of him. I think that he's going to enjoy this mile distance here. You know, he's got that big, long stride. Doesn't really quicken up, just methodical.
Yeah, he was like in between horses, and then almost like that other horse lapped on him, Gary. He took off again when he saw that horse to the outside.
Absolutely.
No, it was strange because he was backing up between horses at that point. I'm going to try to wire the field with Uncle Moonlight. I get the 5 can be faster, but I think Uncle Moonlight at 7-1 isn't the worst bet in the world to try to wire this field. We'll see.
We check in with Maggie.
Yeah, I like Uncle Moonlight in here too, but I just couldn't resist Accretive doing something that I've been waiting for him to do for quite a while now and try this mile distance. But let's talk about the 2-headed monster that Linda Rice brings in here. And I think the board is correct, and at least looking at the 2 on the track and back in the paddock, that total impact is the stronger half of the duo uncoupled here today. He just came in very energetic, and it was interesting, you know, Jose Ortiz had been riding him for his past 4 starts, and he did something interesting with him, as Manny Franco will climb aboard today, and that was really warm him up, continuously keep him moving prior to his starts, which in turn kept him closer to the pace. He was a horse that would come from out of the clouds in a lot of his earlier form. And he came into the paddock on this occasion very sharp. He was actually pretty bad to saddle. And you'd have to think that this is a horse that probably needs Lasix to be competitive. He's very bright, which I think is a good thing. And given the fact that he hasn't run yet this meet, and it's been, you know, nearly 2 months since we've seen him, that's probably the case in going back to the Suburban. So I think he could be interesting here if there's a bit of pace that comes apart. Look for him to be pouncing, or the first one to pounce. Lafitte.
Tonal impact, Maggie. Live look. Linda Rice still trying to figure out how she had that winner in the nightcap yesterday. You talk about snatching
a lot of people
victory
late.
from the jaws of defeat.
I agree. A tough beat if you had the 9 in there, the favorite. Listen, I obviously, personally, I want to see Accretive run well in here, but I think 4 to 5 is a big underlay on this horse. And, you know, I respect that Maggie's confident he'll get the distance, but he's got to do it, and he's got to show that his last race, that figure is more legitimate because the final time wasn't fast. And I just think 4 to 5 is a lot of Chad Brown and Irad Ortiz money that's not necessarily completely deserved.
I think Gunite and Jack Christopher in the PPs has a lot to do with it.
Listen, he runs his second race. He's going to win this race. I mean, I'm not, you know, but we'll see. You know, he's a lightly raced horse. His return race was okay, but let's not get carried away.
4 to 5. Field is 6 out of the Wilson chute. Uncle Moonlight and his speed. Gary, how much of a threat is he to wire this field?
Who?
Uncle Moonlight.
He'll be in front. I believe he'll be in front, uncontested. But is he going to be able to hang on? with the big stride that Accretive has. We'll find out in a
Big
moment.
number there, yeah, 7-1. Filing in, Mystic Knight. First leg of the early pick 4. There are the Seth Klarman colors. Accretive. Red Ortiz looking to sweep the early double. Victory for Chad Brown would mean a 3-win lead over Linda Rice. Rice has Total Impact the 1 and Guntown number 6. A victory should be 1 shy in the trainer standings. This is Frank Mirmati.
Guntown takes up his spot. They're in the gate. And they're off. A fast start for Accretive, who takes command at once. Uncle Moonlight has some speed. Ram in between and Gundown. So suddenly 4 abreast as Ram drops off this pace battle. A gap of 4 back to Mystic Knight and Tonal Impact. It is Uncle Moonlight to set the pace and leads by a length now over the favorite Accretive as they straighten up for the run down the backstretch. Guntown is 3 wide, 2 off the pace. And they're followed by Ram 4th. The opening quarter went in 24 1/5 seconds. Tonal Impact is in between horses, and Mystic Knight inches up outside of him. No more than 4 lengths covers the entire field. They're heading to the half-mile pole, and it's Uncle Moonlight aggressive on the front end with Accretive in pursuit, a length back second. Guntown third, the half in 47 2. Ram pushed along, asked for a bit more along the inside, 4th. He's followed by Mystic Knight and Tonal Impact. Uncle Moonlight the leader. Accretive comes to him. They're head and head approaching the quarter pole. Accretive on the outside and Uncle Moonlight. These two are 3 clear of Guntown as they reach the top of the stretch. Accretive floats wide. Uncle Moonlight fighting hard along the inside. 4 lengths back to Ram in 3rd, and they're followed by Guntown in 4th. They're inside the final 1/8 of a mile, and it's Accretive resting a narrow lead away from Uncle Moonlight, who will fight him, but Accretive is just a little too strong. And Accretive gives Arad Ortiz Jr. both halves of the double. Uncle Moonlight valiant in defeat. Photo for 3rd among Mystic Knight, Tonal Impact, and Ram.
Leading owner, leading rider, leading trainer. Klarman, Ortiz, Brown, Accretive. Odds on delivers Chad Brown. Now Gary Stevens, 3 clear in the trainer standing.
Yeah, and Irad rode another good race here. Just let Uncle Moonlight do his thing up there. He never left side of him. He was hooked on him at 3/4 of a length off of him the entire trip. Start gearing up for the drive. It was a great horse race, but he was best, and he proved he could get the mile today.
Good pick by you, Andy, because, you know, sometimes, you know, the 5 was the best here, but the 2 literally battle back. And it just shows you a horse that likes to win races, always in the money, honest horse, and off the layoff is to be able to battle back. He gave Accretive all he could handle here.
And I understand the common wisdom that a sprinter like Accretive is naturally faster, or even a Ram is. I've watched too many races around here to know that they just don't run that fast early. It's not like when Gary Stevens was riding out in California, and those horses with a lot of speed, they were flying up front. It's just a different situation, but the reality is, as you said it, Accretive is a better horse. And even if he wasn't going to be in front, he wasn't going to be far off. So he had an advantage, and this was a race where they say pace makes the race. Good performances, best horse winning regardless, but the horse like the 1, Tonal Impact, he's a good horse. He just had no shot the way this race was run.
Uncle Moonlight, Gary, just credit for him to continue to battle and dig and scrap and claw. In the end, just too much Accretive. And for Chad Brown, a little breathing room here.
Yeah, I mean, he's a 4-year-old right now, and he's lightly raced. He's going to get better with time under Chad Brown. And like I said before the race, and when we showed that paint of his last race, when he was in between horses, he's just a horse that's very methodical about the way he does business.
And how many wins did Ramon Dominguez have?
68.
Holds the record for a single 68, is it?
I got to make a $50 donation to a favorite horse charity of yours. I think he's going to cover that 58.5, or maybe.
Well, here's the thing, because
I'll be happy to do it.
McCulloch's going to be 1 to what?
1 to what? 2 to 5.
2 to 5, and then
like
Frat Pack. He's got a chance to get the Golden Sombrero. He's to sweep the first 4 races.
The first 4 on the program. Red Ortiz doesn't even have to change.
What do you think about the guy for the Orioles, the rookie, who Gunnar Henderson, who could have gotten the cycle in his last hit,
well,
and he didn't stop at first and went and got 2 doubles. You gotta love that, Paulie.
That's called playing the game. He hit a legit double, and all of his buddies were saying you're supposed to stay at first base. But when it's
I knew this would work.
Here's how it works. When it's going to be a stand-up double, you have to go. If it was going to be one of those ones you slide, you act like you tweaked your hamstring a little bit.
Would you have tripped coming around first,
Oh, 100%. I would have got shot by the sniper up top.
If you had, we'd be discussing Gunnar Henderson after the second race at Saratoga on your bingo card. You're a winner.
He's good.
He is good. Oh, there she is. McCulloch on her way over. She knows the way. This is where she first raced. This is where she first won. McCulloch, the one to beat in the Flower Bowl, first of 4 stakes races on the final Saturday of the season at Saratoga.
I just happened to be up on the 3rd floor of the grandstand at Saratoga, so I saw a horse load up in the gate and just decided to clock it. Went like 11 and 22 and 33, 44 and change. It was one of the fastest gate works I've ever seen.
Nashville, first time out, much the best.
Spice Down was a super fast horse, certainly no surprise when he has an offspring like Nashville.
Never asked for a thing, track record.
Nashville for the best sprint time of the Fairgrounds meet.
Like my old boss Wayne Lucas always said, you can't coach speed.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence. Whether you use handicapping insights, like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. Start earning your $200 sign-up bonus when you sign up with offer code GET200.
It's 1,000 words fighting back, coming down to the finish. If a picture is worth 1,000 words, this is one stunning picture.
1,000 words just in front. 1,000 words wins the Robert B. Lewis.
Honorary P is full out now, second on the outside. They're coming down to the line, and 1,000 words has done it.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime with your Naira Bets account. And we just saw a horse trying a new distance for the first time, but gets the job done. Second win in a row here at the meet for Chad Brown, the meet's leading trainer as well. And Chad, a creative, a son of Practical Joke. We typically see his progeny be a little bit more prefer shorter distances, but this guy's so big and leggy.
Yeah, good observation. He sees out a street sense mare, and good thing about Practical Joke, he'll breed a bit to the mare too, we've learned. So he gets you a nice route horse if you breed him right. They all seem to be honest and love to train, and he's a beautiful horse, and I was excited to get him out to a mile.
Absolutely. And McCulloch, who you'll be going back to the paddock to saddle here for the Flower Bowl as the favorite. I know she's near and dear to your heart. How much would another Graded Stakes win here at Saratoga mean to you?
Oh, it'd mean a lot. She's obviously named after Mary McCulloch, one of my close friends and first partner, first employee in the company. So she's been a great horse for us. She owes us nothing. She's a great career thus far, but I'd love to see it keep going.
Chad, you're well represented on a Sunday as well in the Spinaway Ways and Means, one of the most exciting horses that we've seen debut here. Talk a little bit about the task at hand in the Grade 1 event.
Another Practical Joke, so there you go. I think getting her out to 7 furlongs will be just fine. It's a homebred for us, actually, so I trained the mom and the dad, so showing my age a little bit, I guess. But
brothers and sisters, too.
Yes, yeah, the whole family I have. So it's been a great mare for us. And in this horse in particular, I mean, probably the best debut I've had of a 2-year-old filly in my career, on dirt or turf, really. I mean, this was amazing performance. I hope that she doesn't react the wrong way off it. Her morning training would indicate she's going to be fine and actually move forward, but you don't know until you put them in the gate.
Wishing you the best of luck with both the upcoming girls that you have in stakes races, but congratulations here with the Credo.
Thanks always for having me. Thank you.
All right, Chad Brown looking to win another one coming up very shortly for Clarvich Stables. Lippy?
McCulloch on her way over, accretive. I'm a huge Ways and Means fan. I do have to bring up, as you look at the results, race 2, very similar scenario a few years back with a filly named Separation of Powers.
Correct.
Owned by Seth Klarman, trained by Chad Brown, 11 length, debut winner.
88 buyer, I think.
Really fast, really impressive. Came back in the spinaway, 3-5, and she was defeated.
And that's what I was alluding to a little bit when we've been talking about how horses, and I think Chad's talking about it a bit as well, how these 2-year-olds come back. And Andy Beyer had said, and he was talking to myself and Seth Klarman about this, saying that they sometimes see it, especially with the fillies, that they'll run these big numbers first time out, and just inexplicably they don't run as well. We saw it with the Gary Contessa horse that won the Schuylerville impressively in her debut, how poorly she ran the Adirondack. Listen, some horses will come back and do it, but sometimes they won't, and you don't know that they hit the track. So obviously it's a concern. If Ways and Means runs back to her first race, she's the one to beat, but she's also got a real rival in that Adirondack winner outside of her.
No,
that's a very strong field. And Sugar High, and Gary was talking about her yesterday, she's no bum either.
You can't concede anything at Saratoga here, and same can be said for the upcoming Flower Bowl. This is a Breeders' Cup Challenge event. Win and you're in for the Maker's Mark Filly Mare Turf. Just a field of 4. We were hoping to see Warlike Goddess. She came down with a temperature, so she's obviously not here. McCulloch at 1-5, Gary, and she's done some of her best work here at Saratoga and a rising star in this long-distance female turf division.
Yeah, I mean, Irad's well aware it's a short field. Everybody knows where everybody's at. I don't think he's going to ride defensive. He's going to ride like she's the best filly in here. If she works out her trip like she should, she deserves to be the price that she is right now.
Biggest pitfall for McCulloch. Do you have any concerns, Paulie?
No, I kind of don't. And you know, Andy made a good point yesterday that a kind of horse. You know, Irad might. I know McCulloch doesn't want to go to the front end or anything, but Irad might be aggressive with this horse and just try not to take.
She is the hunted today. She was the hunter last time.
And Mary McCulloch, the influence and a bookkeeper of Chad's, and you heard him discussing with Maggie a moment ago and how much she meant to him, their relationship, and how important it is that the namesake has turned out to be this good. McCulloch, named after Mary McCulloch.
You go back to her debut when she beat Consumer Spending, who probably should have won the Boston Spa. It was a multiple grade stakes horse, and they were an entry. And I remember Chad said to me, you know, how important it was to him that this filly run well, because he said how much Mary meant to him and how important she was in his career as a friend and a co-worker as well. And he just said to me, I really hope I named the right horse after her. Well, he did.
I think we can say he did. In fact, when she won her first grade 1, the Belmont Oaks, she's by Frankel. It was on the late, great Bobby Frankel's birthday.
And how appropriate that she is a Frankel, right?
Just perfect. She's getting closer. McCulloch marching towards the paddock. Already a 2-time winner here. Won the Glens Falls last month. What will she do in the Flower Bowl? Stay tuned. Post time, 20 minutes.
Game Winner first got started and ran a very, very impressive maiden race to Del Mar. Came back in the Del Mar Futurity and again won very impressively at 7 furlongs, and then just continued that unbelievable 2-year-old year. Went on to win the American Pharoah Stakes at Santa Anita and then the Breeders' Cup Juvenile, and then was obviously crowned 2-year-old champion. Got the precocity to do that, plus the stamina and everything that his whole family indicates.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
she ranges up alongside. C. Khaleesi is third. It is Lady Eli. Centio Italia tries to dig in on the inside, but she's gonna do it. Lady Eli has won the Flower Bowl.
I don't know what was better, Gary, the filly or the story. Lady Eli winning that Flower Bowl after nearly succumbing to laminitis.
They equal each other because horses don't survive laminitis very often. And if not for the care that she received from Chad Brown and Cherie DeVoe, the whole team, night and day, she survived it. And to come back and perform like she did afterwards is it's incredible. Really incredible.
Cherie about lived with her practically, Lady Eli. She won the Belmont Oak. She stepped on a nail a few minutes after the win at Belmont Park. And then the laminitis, and that she could come back, win a Flower Bowl, and nearly a Breeders' Cup Filly Mare Turf.
Got beaten a nose by a horse that got an absolutely perfect trip, and a nice European horse at that in the Breeders' Cup. She was a miracle, frankly. And she came back here and she ended up losing the Boston Spa, her first loss, but it wasn't a loss. It was a win, just getting her back to the races. And to watch it all unfold, it was an incredible story. And the fact that Chad and Cherie were able to basically save her, and as Gary said correctly, they helped a lot of other people as well. Nothing short of a miracle. And she's a great story, a great horse and a great story.
Lady Eli, so popular, and what a talent, and one of several wins in the Flower Bowl for trainer Chad Brown. There's the rundown. Two of those mares would capture the Breeders' Cup Filly Mare Turf, Sister Charlie and Stephanie's Kitten. Seeking in 8th is Chad Brown. Live look at Brown in the paddock, trying for that Flower Bowl win today. McCulloch is, she's there. There's Chad Brown, owned by Seth Klarman. Would be a first Flower Bowl win for him, for Seth Klarman. The Flower Bowl, first of 4 stakes races today. 3 graded, along with the Prioris 3-year-old filly sprinters in Grade 1 Jockey Club Gold Cup. Race 8 is the Harvey Pack. Paulie, for that Harvey Pack coming up later today. Andy, for someone who's never heard of Harvey Pack, it used to be the Lucky Coin, now the Harvey Pack. What do they need to know about Harvey Pack?
I'm not sure I can distill it into a short period of time, but in a lot of ways, Harvey's the father of a lot of the simulcasts you see in racing, bringing people on the air. In the 70s, he had people on between races at Belmont and Aqueduct on the weekends to handicap the races. He saw the father of the Prattle, the nightly recap show, which he started in the early 80s, was just legendary. There's a very young John Embriano as well. Yeah, and he had great guests on the show. Inside Racing was the weekly show and the recaps. Those great shows with P.G. Johnson talking the Breeders' Cup. Harvey was a brilliant guy, absolutely. An incredible sense of humor. As Andy Beyer said today, he brought being a curmudgeon to the highest level. And he was just such a great representative of the horse players, and incredibly popular. And naming a race for Harvey is not only giving the due to a man who deserves it, who did so much for racing, but it's also a thanks to the horse players, because he was one of us. He loved the game. He was incredibly acerbic, but he was also incredibly smart as well. And there I was doing a piece with Harvey. Harvey came out to Belmont with me to do this a few years ago, and Harvey was a great supporter of mine. He was the host of the seminars, DRF seminars at Ciro's that I did with him for many years, and every day I walked over and said to myself, this will be the most fun you'll ever have working. He was just a brilliant, fun guy to be with, and he was so representative of horse players and New York as well. But also he was on those early Breeders' Cup shows with Pete Axthelm, some legendary stuff, and the two of them together, Pack at the Track, where he recreated the calls of races. He was horse racing, and he was a great friend of the game, and it's really, really great that we have a race named for him. And I think a lot of people see that race being named for Harvey, but them as well, because of how much he represented all the horse players, all the people that keep us in jobs.
May the horse be with you. Very fitting with the Harvey Pack this afternoon here at Saratoga. He will have family here. His children will be in the winner's circle presenting after the race. There you see the field for the Harvey Pack. Start of the late pick 5. Pack would love that. Used to be the Lucky Coin. Number 3, Thin White Duke won last year's Lucky Coin. Number 4, Big Invasion. 7-5 morning line favorite.
And if Thin White Duke were to repeat and win today, his part owner Steve Christ, who was such a regular, the king of the pick 6 on Harvey's shows, I would have to think there may be a little divine intervention involved in that.
That's the field, the Harvey Pack coming up later today. The 8th race on the program, 4 of them in the first of 4 stakes races. The Flower Bowl. Maggie's in the paddock. Maggie, what are you seeing from the odds-on favorite, McCulloch?
that she looks as though she's up and ready for a challenge, because this is actually one of the most bright and animated I've seen McCulloch in the paddock prior to a start, at least as of late. She used to be a filly going way back that got kind of really on her toes and a little bit over the top, and more recently she's been very laid back, but today she's looks as though she's breathing fire, she's chomping the bit. So I suppose, and I think I interpret that as a good thing from her. Incredibly fit here, but to be honest, and she'll probably win, I have no problems with her really, I've always liked Amazing Grace, and maybe I'm a little partial to the name because I have my own Amazing Grace, but last time in the Glens Falls, she was out the back early, and then Tyler Gaffalione decided to make a move going up the backside, up the inside to kind of be more in contention. And then as they went into the turn, if you watch the head-on, she got checked and bumped around right as the race quickened up. So as the race is quickening up, she's having to steady backwards. And that's a crucial moment of the race. And I think she rallied well while having to stay on the inside of horses too. So I wonder if she is one that actually might prefer running on the inside of horses on top of all that. But she's just so beautiful. She's big, she's lanky. She just fits that physical prototype for these kind of marathon turf races, as her pedigree would make her appear that way. But I'd be willing to give her another shot here. Don't know if she turns the tables on McCulloch today, but certainly might make things a little closer. Lafitte?
It's a tall order facing McCulloch. Gary, let's revisit the Glen Falls a little farther, mile and a half. This was not More Like Goddess's day. It would be McCulloch's.
Yeah, McCulloch had first run on her, and I think she's probably going to have first run on her again today. She flat out wasn't good enough last time out. She is just 2 to 1 second choice. We talked about these short fields can be so tricky to ride. People say, how do you get in trouble in 4-horse races? Well, very simply. Very simply.
One thing I'll say, and I do think McCulloch's a very likely winner here, big deal, is that it happened behind a bush, so it's hard to tell how severe it was, but Amazing Grace did steady behind her as they were getting ready to rally around 3/8 before the wire. So how much it affected her, maybe that can help her have a chance to beat McCulloch, and she is, once again, the hunted, as opposed to like the hunter last time trying to beat More Like Goddess, if you're looking for something there. And Glens Falls, for people who don't know, it's about 15 miles north of here, kind of between Saratoga and Lake George, and
I think you make a good point about her checking, because with these marathon horses, once you get them wound up, get them running, if you have to stop them, it's tough to get that motor running again. It takes a while.
Yeah, I think that is, I'm not saying it makes them uneven playing field, because McCulloch has shown time and time again to be better, but I think it does make it a bit closer.
Behind the grassy knoll, I didn't see it, didn't happen. We check in with Maggie.
Here with Jack Sisterson, who will send out an import, and that is Tamarama, coming in off a disappointing performance, Jack, at Royal Ascot. But talk a little bit about what she's shown you since shipping here.
She's very forward, Maggie, and I assume she'll show speed this afternoon. You know, the race at Ascot, it was round the bend, it wasn't the flat mile, and Frankie had no choice, she was drawn wide, but to make the lead, they went quick enough up front, and rightly so, she got a bit tight. I don't think there's much speed in the race today, so I think we'll be forwardly placed.
Oh, I like it. So are we going to the lead?
I think that's what Javier, I said slow down, see if we can get a 52 for the half, and hopefully we can finish third.
I love it. Get a little black type, but still, is she kind of a work in progress type of thing?
No, I mean, we had her in the 1X allowance yesterday when the racing officer said there was only 3 entries in the Flower Bowl. There's a great group of owners that own the filly, and it's worth a shot today, I think. Moving forward, she will be a black type sort of filly, if not this afternoon. So she's a pleasure to be around, Maggie, and we're looking forward to it.
Well, Jack, wishing you the best of luck. As always, thank you for your time.
Thanks, Maggie.
All right, Tamarama making her stateside debut here. Lafitte?
52 for the half, maybe.
Oh, I love Jack.
52.
Sisterson.
I'll take the over.
Parnack
for a lot.
French filly Dylan Davis at 6 to 1.
Yeah, listen, she could, if the 3 doesn't go, she'll be in front in here, and maybe that'll help her overachieve.
The favorite, McCulloch, and Arad Ortiz looking for a 3rd straight.
Yeah, not only is she the filly to beat, she's made more money here than almost everybody in this field besides the 4 at Saratoga alone.
1 to 2. Then Tamarama, you just heard from Jack Sisterson, 6 to 1 for the English filly.
And her last 2 wins have been on synthetic. She might be better on that surface than she is on the turf.
last race at the Royal Meeting, stateside debut. Then Amazing Grace, German mare, the Orchid winner, third in the Glens Falls.
Yeah, the main danger, obviously, to the favorite in here. And I would think that Joel Rosario will be laying in last of this field of four, and he's going to try to follow McCulloch and try to draft and see if he can go by.
It's a good chance she'll be following her the entire way around.
Yeah, 100%.
But she is the other horse.
Yeah.
Very compact field of 5 and the Grade 2 Flower Bowl. What exactly is at stake with the Breeders' Cup Challenge event? There's a lot on the line. It's an automatic berth into the Maker's Mark Filly Mare Turf. Entry fees paid, the nominator, and of course for the winner, the travel allowance as well. All included for the winner of this Breeders' Cup Challenge event for the Filly Mare Turf this fall at Santa Anita. McCulloch, Red Ortiz, Gary, and not only the 3-time winner of the Flower Bowl off to a red-hot start. And this is what he does from time to time. He gets in the zone. He does not miss and starts winning races in bunches.
Yeah, and he had to set out a 3-day suspension, and he came back like he hadn't missed a beat. Actually came back even stronger after he had the suspension, but he started out this meet on fire. He hasn't looked back. And listen, the day he could have today.
It's a nice card there, huh?
Yeah.
I need to ask you this question, okay, Gary. Riding 12 in a day, okay? What's the most you've ever rode in a day? And riding 12 in a day, I mean, do you go home and ice and go to bed at like 8:30? My goodness.
You go home, go to bed, and you get up and do it all again tomorrow when you're like these kids and like I was when I was young. I think that the most I ever rode in one day, there was quarter horse trials going on, and trials started at 10 o'clock in the morning. Then they had the regular card. The trials went into that, and so I think I rode 18 or 19 races.
Oh my God. For athletes, some do get stronger as the game goes on. Some running backs, they're stronger in their 27th carry than they are their 5th carry. Gary, is fatigue ever a concern on a day like this, and maybe the biggest race at the end of the day? He is riding a long shot. Clapton, Ortiz is in the Jockey Club Gold Cup. Is fatigue at the end of the day ever a concern?
No, this is the best start that you could have on a day like this when you're riding the card. Start off on fire. He's won 3 in a row already, and are going for 3 in a row right now. Look, he's in a zone, and he's not going to get tired. Your adrenaline's running. You know you're loaded all day long on the card. Every one of them has a chance. They feel it. They sense it. And I'm talking about the horse senses it. And if you're on a horse, it's 6-1 or whatever. You feel like you could make a difference. That you will make the difference. And I think that carries over to the horse that you're riding.
Catching that second game of a doubleheader, Paulie.
Yeah, it depends where you're at. Florida, you might faint. We're in Chicago, you'll be okay. You freeze over till the game 2, yeah.
As I get tired just watching a doubleheader on the couch, so.
McCulloch 1-2, and for Parnack here and Dylan Davis in the saddle. What if she's going to be a factor, Andy? What needs to happen in order for her to be a contender here?
Other than McCulloch and Amazing Grace not keeping their riders, I don't know. Listen, you take a shot, and you feel like if you're Christophe Clement, if I get third in a Grade 2, it's a $500,000 purse. That's $60,000, I believe. I think it's 12%, 10, 12%. It's great. It's big black type in an important race, the Flower Bowl. So that's what you're hoping. You're hoping for a third-place finish, and you hope something goes well, and maybe one of the fillies doesn't show up and run a race. But she's never run a race that makes her even remotely competitive with McCulloch or her uncoupled stablemate, Amazing Grace. They're just better horses than she is. And listen, but the reality is that he's running, and a lot of people aren't. And you sort of wonder why there wasn't much more people running their horses, entering their horses in this race, trying to get that third money. Third money is good.
Of course.
For breeding purposes and for financial purposes. That pays all their breeding, all their bills for 1 year, and then some.
Tamarama. Maggie, you spoke with Jack Sisterson. Look, he's pulled off a big upset here in the past. You remember Vexatious defeating Midnight Bijou years ago.
And I believe that was Jack's first grade 1 as well. He had a sensational year up here, just a span of kind of 2 years of a channel cat as well, winning 2. I can't remember if it was that year or the year after. They all run together, I think, back at Belmont. But Tamarama, as you heard Jack say, they're going to be aggressive with her, and that's certainly what Javier Castellano seems to be prepping her for with regards to this warm-up, as he, until just now, has kept her moving out on the racetrack. And Jack told me a funny story in that two back when she won at Kempton, albeit on the all-weather going a mile, and Frankie, you know, is Frankie Dettori, and he's kind of on his farewell tour, supposedly, and kind of showed up late and didn't think the filly had much chance, stuck her on the lead, said, let's see what I got, and she just kept going. So Jack was like, I think we got to try that here. And as he said, just looking to get some black type and get this filly started, and nobody else really wanting to show up in this spot, and we applaud those who showed up. Livy?
Look, we were hoping to see Warlike Goddess. Came down with a temperature. Had a situation a couple of weeks back in the grade 2. You'll remind me of the Ballston Spa. The Cantamasi brothers with Evie Jets. They're not going. They're going to go. They're going to compete regardless of how many and how good the Chad Brown trainees are in these long-distance grass races for turf females. And they wound up winning with a $60 horse.
I mean, look at Mark Cassie. He was the only one
In
that
the
took
Diana.
on Chad's four-headed monster in the Diana, and he came within about 3/4 lengths of winning it. He looked like he was going to win at the 8th pole. I mean, you can't win if you're not in the race. And Mark, you know, doesn't mind trying. Brennan Walsh almost pulled him an upset in the New York last year against a bunch of Chad Brown horses. Yeah, they say it's tough to beat him. Well, I know you can't do it if they're in the barn.
Just 4 of them here. And this Breeders' Cup Challenge event, when you're in for the Filly Mare Turf. McCulloch, Gary, what are we looking for early on in terms of a Rad Ortiz situational? Where would you want to be in the early stages of this Flower Bowl?
Well, depending on what your 2 long shots are going to do, that's the big question here, is who's going to be on the lead between the 2. They're going to be forwardly placed. I'll be laying 3rd, and know where my competition is behind me.
Don't
at
you
all
also
times.
worry that she could get rank? I mean, that's if you're watching.
If she gets rank, I'd let her go. I wouldn't worry about those other horses. I would pretend as if they're not in the race. I would probably ride this like it's a match race.
McCulloch odds on 2-5. Frank Mirmati with the call. Post time, grade 2 Flower Bowl.
Here's Amazing Grace taking up her spot. They're in the gate, and they're off in the Flower Bowl. And as expected, Parnack goes straight to the front. Tamarama has some early gas, and she will come right after Parnack in the opening furlong. Those two have sped 5 clear of McCulloch. Now 6 or 7 in front. McCulloch will sit patiently, and another 2 back to Amazing Grace. Parnack's a little bit too quick in the early going, as Tamarama will back off and is now a length and a half behind. McCulloch gets a little bit closer, just 3.5 lengths off the lead while under a nice hold, and Amazing Grace. So they're in single file by the stands at Saratoga Racecourse for the first time. And it's Parnack leading the Flower Bowl field by a length and a half under Dylan Davis. Tamarama and Javier Castellano galloping comfortably in second, and McCulloch is right on the hedge, and now she's starting to get a little keen, coming a little closer to the pacemaking Parnack as they move into the clubhouse turn. Amazing Grace has been at the back throughout. The half went in 51 seconds flat for Parnack, uncontested, 2-length advantage. Tamarama second the entire journey. McCulloch biding her time in 3rd, as is Amazing Grace. They run down the back stretch with Parnack the target, a length and a half still over Tamarama. There's been no change whatsoever. Rad Ortiz Jr. and McCulloch about 5 lengths off the pace heading to the half-mile pole. And Amazing Grace yet to do her best running as well. Into the far turn. Parnack by 2. 3/4. Very slow. Parnack all the way thus far. Maintains a 2.5 length lead. They're starting to run now. Tamarama second. McCulloch within 3 lengths of the lead. And 2 more Amazing Graces called on now. They're at the top of the stretch. And Parnack has been having her fun, and she's still there by 2.5. McCulloch still with 4 to find. Tamarama is still in second. They're inside the final eighth of a mile, and Parnak still strong. A 2-length advantage. McCulloch is fully extended, and she is a lot of work to do late, and she's not going to catch Parnak and Dylan Davis all the way in the Flower Bowl. McCulloch and Amazing Grace, followed by Tamarama.
A theft in a $500,000 Grade 2 event, the Flower Bowl, and an upset. Parnak, West Point Thoroughbreds, Dylan Davis, wire to wire. Wow.
No target on him. No target on Dylan Davis. Listen, he did this. That was a piece of art that he just painted right there. He got away with it. He was loaded when he started into the turn, and he fired the gun when it needed to be fired, and the race was over with coming into the stretch. He had so much horse. They went that 3/4 in 1:18. That is what you call walking the dog.
A mile in 1:44. You have maiden claimers that go a mile in 1:44. This was a masterful ride by Dylan Davis, and everybody else, you talk about it putting everybody else to sleep, everybody else fell asleep on their horse.
Listen, I couldn't imagine it happening, so I can't say that they got overconfident seeing her on the front end, because I'd have been overconfident too, that even with a slow pace, she wasn't going to be able to win. She had never run a particularly competitive race against horses like this, but crazy things happen in slow pace races, and she's able to get it done. And all the credit to Dylan Davis and Christophe Clement for running her, frankly. And I wonder if there's some people sitting in the backstretch thinking, gee, I might have had a horse in here that might have done okay in
This
there.
was a repeat of last year. Virginia Joy went 1:18 for 6 furlongs.
When you saw
and
51,
won the race.
you said, what am I looking at? Virginia Joy?
That's
Again?
exactly what happened.
Very, very similar. Maggie?
What's that?
Well, this used to be a grade 1. It was about to be Dylan Davis's first grade 1, but unfortunately it's a grade 2 for him. But when you saw Parnak get to the lead from that inside post position, she had her ears pricked nearly the entire time away there until Dylan had to find more gears and get home. She just looked so comfortable out there on the front end, and well done, Dylan. Congratulations. Could not be happier for him. This is going to be a big winner circle celebration here with West Point, guys.
Real big celebration. You can't concede anything in this game, not up here. Parnak, a good call on Virginia Joy. That's
well,
exactly
the thing
what
is
looking at.
the beginning of this race, the 1 and 3 busted out of there. You're like, oh my God, these horses are going to go after each other. Then Javier Castellano took back and said, okay, let's back off a little bit. We're going a little bit too quick. And then Dylan just dropped anchor. And then everybody just said, okay, let's just go into the slow gallop. And like I said, almost 1:44 for a mile. That is unheard of, especially grade 2, now grade 2, grade 1 type horses. That's unbelievable.
How about trainer Christophe Clement? The stakes wins last weekend, the Smart and Fancy. He had 3 New York Showcase Day, and now a grade 2 Flower Bowl with Parnak going wire to wire. The barn going real strong at the end of the meet here.
No question about it. I mean, you know, we spend so much time talking about the leading trainers. We haven't really paid any attention to what a good meet they've had, and they picked it up a little later. Yeah, but it's a big win for them, and good for them for running the horse. And, you know, that's there's a lot of people just ducking. If Parnak can win this race, whatever the circumstances, there's barn horses in the backstretch that probably should have been in this race.
Miguel Clement, Parnak, Dylan Davis steals this grade 2 Flower Bowl, defeating McCulloch. Those West Point colors. Dylan Davis, Parnak in the Flower Bowl. Results, reaction when we come back.
Catholic Boy, a grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf, including this romp in the Run Happy Travers Stakes.
He's so impressive today, the others didn't even have a prayer.
This 6-time graded stakes winner was the fastest 3-year-old of his crop over 10 furlongs. Now his first runners are hitting the track. Dual surface grade 1 winner Catholic Boy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Maximum Security proves he's the real deal with a gate-to-wire win in the Florida Derby.
Champion 3-year-old.
Maximum Security has won the TVG.com Haskell Invitational.
11 triple-digit buyers.
Maximum Security. He smoked them in the Cigar Mile.
Grade 1 winning 4-year-old.
Maximum Security takes them all the way in the TVG Pacific Classic.
Maximum Security.
Just 1 year after expanding their global footprint to Kentucky in 2013, Liliana Soleri and Carlos Heller's Don Alberto purchased the dam of leading Eclipse candidate Arcangelo, who captured the Belmont and Travers Stakes against the best of his generation. This September at Keeneland, we are proud to offer 50 outstanding yearlings by the world's leading stallions, hailing from some of the best pedigrees in the stud book today. Don Alberto at Keeneland.
The West Point Colors and a Breeders' Cup Challenge victory. Winning you're in for the Maker's Mark Philly Mare Turf. Unexpected. Harnack, Gary Stevens, and Dylan Davis. Winner Circle lead-in brought to you by the 102nd Fasig-Tipton Saratoga sale. A selected yearlings on August said that is old. Where will you be? We'll get that updated as soon as possible. Harnack, 1840 over McCulloch and Amazing Grace. Dylan Davis with Maggie in the winner's circle.
Yeah, here with Dylan, an excited winner's circle and your first graded stakes win here at the spot. Dylan, Harnack, what a beautiful ride you gave her today.
Thanks, Maggie. She put on a great performance today. Small field, didn't see much pacing here other than the 3 Hobby's horse, and was able to break well, take the lead, slow it down a little bit. She got real comfortable up front. And then what I've learned, I haven't been on her with the Clements. They said that she's a kind of a grinder type. So right before I hit that last turn, I started picking her up before they could get to her and get her run going and let them do the chasing behind me. And then I found myself finishing on top here. It was a great feeling.
Before you had to pick her up, like you said, her ears were up the entire way around there. She was having fun.
Yeah, she's once she got to the front, she was able to get those steady fractions, but she was doing it comfortably and easy, nice rhythmic fashion. And after that, she was there for me, turn for home.
Dylan, we've seen you really pick it up throughout the meet here, riding well. Is this icing on the cake, getting this win here in this Flower Bowl?
Oh, of course. Any winner. This sets me as my personal best, 19 for the meet, and that's even better. It's a win and you're in, and you know, I always do my best out there, and it's just great. Any winner is great out here.
Dylan, congratulations here. Beautiful ride aboard Harnack today.
Thanks, Maggie.
All right, Dylan Davis, first graded stakes win here at the spot in this Grade 2 Flower Bowl. Liffey?
Dylan Davis, go ahead.
Never ask a jockey how many wins he has or what his batting average is for a player. They know exactly how many wins they have at the meet, and you know exactly. After I went over 4, I'm now down to 289.
Dylan knows.
Dylan knows.
He
We're at
knows.
293.
That winner's circle lead-in brought to you by the Fasig-Tipton November sale, world's premier breeding stock event. Nominate now to the sale where stars are sold. Gary, and look, winning a graded stakes race specifically here, we know how much it means for the connections, but especially when it's unexpected like this one was.
Yeah, one thing I liked about Dylan from the word go, when he started riding, he's been humble, very, very humble about the success that he's having, and he's going to stay humble. His dad was like that as a rider. He's a chip off the old block, believe it or not. You can tell very little between his style and his father's style up until about, I would say probably 5 months ago. And I actually, his dad was a great finisher on a horse, very strong. I actually think Dylan is even stronger than his father was. No offense, Robbie.
we praise Arad Ortiz. He is a world-class rider. We know that, and this isn't about being critical. I'm just asking you, Gary, and hindsight's always 20/20. Is there anything different that he could have done with McCulloch?
Well, I said that I would have ridden this race as if it was a match race. But in saying that, Dylan was intent on going to the lead. He got his horse switched off on the lead. She was very comfortable. So if you move early, if you move midway down the backside and say, I'm going too slow, the winner, she was going to pick up with him. And now it's almost like you're between a rock and a hard spot. You're actually thinking about what the trainer is seeing while this is going on. and you're 50-50. Do I move or do I sit? He chose to sit, and I probably, quite possibly, would have done the same thing because I would have been worried if I went and engaged one of these two long shots, and I set it up for Amazing Grace, then I'm in trouble either way. Either way.
Right, we were an idiot for going after that long shot that couldn't win the race.
These are things that are going through, especially in these marathon races. You get a lot of time to think out there, especially in a 4-horse field. It would have been a much different race if there were 6 horses in the race.
I also wonder if the 3 hadn't been so aggressive right away when they kind of spurted away. If it wouldn't have spread the field as much and they were closer, Irad would have stayed a little closer. When they spread then, they kind of stayed spread.
Yeah.
I think the other part of this, too, is the 1 has gotten better since she's gotten longer.
I guess.
She's gotten longer.
She had in her previous races.
As soon as my father joined the show, weird things have been happening.
But the talent level of the Pinkai family got much higher.
Shake his head a
By
little.
the way, one of the best tweets I saw all weekend, somebody said, who's your favorite sire or the best sire in all of horse racing? And the guy put Robbie Davis. You got to give it to him.
That was
Get a
good.
shout out to the gentleman that brought you that bobblehead.
Paul from Michigan, who dropped off this bobblehead.
Pristine
in the
bobblehead.
box. It was bubble wrap. This thing is 22 years old.
Hollywood Park, 2001.
That's right.
Wasn't the date on it?
Yep.
Looking good.
Those are the colors he was in when he rode Irish Nip for Richard Mandela, surpassing Bill Shoemaker for most North American all-time wins. Do not drink Jobu's rum. Paul, stay away from it. Do not drink Jobu's rum. What about this filly? Seth Flarman owned, Chad Brown, Ways and Means. She looks special. In her debut, what will she do tomorrow in the Spinaway, the most prestigious race for 2-year-old fillies at Saratoga?
In Italian to win it. And here is domestic spending. And Pearl with plenty left in the tank.
Program trading. Ocean Road.
It will be McCulloch. Victoria Road down to the line. Will be State of Rest. Around the far turn, it's Golden Attraction. Golden Attraction is the leader. There goes Flat Fleet, feet on the inside to collar her as they come to the quarter pole. As the field turns for home, it's Flat Fleet, feet on the inside with a short lead. Golden Attraction on the outside. Z-Lady is winning in third. Western Dreamer now beginning to pick him up fourth on the outside. Then Z-Lady down toward the inside. They're coming down to the final furlong. And it's Flat Fleet, Fleet with a short lead. Flat Fleet beat by a head. On the outside, Golden Attraction is very brave and continuing to do battle. Western Dreamer third. They're coming down to the finish. And Golden Attraction comes again. Golden Attraction lost the lead to Flat Fleet, Fleet, but got it at the end.
It's her trainer's birthday. Her jockey sitting right next to me. Golden Attraction, Dwayne Lucas, Gary Stevens in the 9-5 spin away.
Yeah, and you know what? She ran 8 times as a 2-year-old. Was only defeated on her 1 time, and that was in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. She ran a 99 buyer in the Matron, the race before. It was the same month. She raced the first week of October, came back, raced the same month in the Breeders' Cup, and as we like to say, with that 99 buyer, she came back and she bounced like a tennis ball. She finished third. Then she came back her 3-year-old year, only ran 3 times as a 3-year-old, but she was some kind of tough filly.
That's what this race. Go ahead.
Lost on My Flag in the Breeders' Cup that year, actually, a daughter of Personal Ensign.
And Cara Raffaella leading the Exacta, that juvenile fillies on a wet track at Belmont Park in 95. Tomorrow's spin away. As good as she was in her debut, she didn't scare anybody off. Ways and Means 7-5, but 9 other freshman fillies, Paulie, lining up to take her on, despite what she did in her debut right from the start. Ways and Means, Gary, what happened getting out of the blocks?
Well, she broke pretty good. She put herself in a great position, but Flavian Pratt, he rode her like a filly that was looking to do bigger and better things. He sat back and took her to the outside. He moved his hands, nudged on her a couple of times right here. She hit another gear, and she really didn't have to run. She ran about 3/16 of a mile, and he starts gearing her down as they're approaching. He's not asking her to run. He's, matter of fact, holding her back a little bit, saving for another day. And it's the most impressive 2-year-old race I've seen of this season here.
Yeah, she had gotten away, I think, and worked extremely fast a couple of weeks earlier. And Chad and I have been talking about this horse since June, at least, as being very, very good. A homebred, trained the dam. The dam is the dam of highly motivated, as well as the very talented surge capacity. These are 3 pretty good foals. She looks like the best of them, but you don't know till hit the racetrack how they're going to run. And she's also got a real rival to her outside.
Paulie, Chad Brown told Flavian before this, like, don't let her do too much. Like it was a foregone conclusion she was going to win, but don't let her do too much.
The thing that's so impressive about it, when you see a horse win like this first time out, most of the time they just go to the front end, count the fractions, and then they're gone by like 15. This horse broke on top. Flavian could have went to the front end if he wanted to, or didn't break on top, but could have went to the front end. He decided to take back and then just go around. So she took some dirt. She got a little bit of a lesson, and then she just jogged home. So she's going to be tough.
Slow-paced race, too. She ran down the wire.
Tomorrow's Grade 1 spin away, the most prestigious race for 2-year-old fillies here at Saratoga. So, yeah, she's only raced once, Ways and Means, but she has the racing world buzzing. She's owned by Seth Klarman, trained by Chad Brown, ridden by Flavian Pratt. You know the major players, but there's much more to this team if we take you behind the scenes of Ways and Means.
And I'm exercise rider for Chad Brown, and I'm riding Ways and Means. I love to wake up in the morning and come and enjoy my time with my people and amazing horses like Practical Joe, Beach Patrol, Jack Christopher, Domestic Spending, Cloud Computing. I have a lot of horses. And now my girl, Ways and Means, I ride the mom and I ride the dad. The mom was very good. She don't run for a long time, but the dad, he won the Champagne and then the Alan Jerkin, 2 great ones. Ways and Means, she's very special from the day one. I told Chad, like, I like this feeling. And he said, okay, you can ride her. She showed me a lot of character, and then we started breathing, and she always showed so much talent. Even Chad get mad at me one day. I breathed her because I went too fast. But I don't even know how fast I went. And he said, in my 20 years, I never see a filly breathe like she breathes. When people come here, they asking me, which one you like? And I say, I have one and everyone laughing at me. And when she wins, they say, oh, you was right, you was right.
In a dazzling debut, 7, 8, it's going to be double digits.
I never see that. By 2-year-old, I never see that. I think she's gonna be one of the biggest stars.
Nobody's laughing now. Ways and means. Can't wait to see what she does in tomorrow's spin away, trained by Chad Brown, as is that colt in the background there, Frat Pack. Maggie standing by with this race for Paddock Report.
Yeah, we'll check in with Frat Pack coming out of the Chad Brown barn. And he's third off of a layoff. And last time he was kind of sent for early speed, but he's just not naturally quite as quick from the gate. Well, he's going to have to be even more quick with the presence of such horses like Defusky Island, where he was battling with Ever So Mischievous, who was the favorite that day, adding blinkers for the first time. Now, I honestly have never seen Frat Pack before, despite running at NYRA 3 times prior. But he's a good-looking horse. Kind of got like a long coat to him, and I know the mornings and the evenings have been a little bit chillier here, but that's just not something I necessarily see from these Chad Brown runners. Just would have liked to be a little bit more wowed by him, but I can see where he could be effective here, whereas the horse that outfinished him last time is your favorite in Cape Trafalgar for Safi Joseph, and he looks amazing. I mean, he's the horse who really took my eye. He's taken all the money too on the board right now. He's big, he's good looking, he looks resplendent in his coat, he looks like a happy, very alert, inquisitive horse here. And like I said, I think Ever So Mischievous was the best horse, but Cape Trafalgar made it quite quick, or quite close at the end. We'll see how he does, shortening up a bit here in distance to the 6.5, but again, I think he should be very effective in this spot. Another horse I'm really interested in is number 3, Awesome Native, who's kind of second off a layoff. They experimented with the turf, and I believe they wanted to get him on it 2-back when he ran that really fast race, but last time was in a field of pretty talented turf sprinters, and Sosua Summer and Super Quest, but didn't necessarily take to it. And you can see it here physically with him. He doesn't look necessarily like a turf horse, but he got that tightener, and turf can be a more forgiving surface. He looks sensational here for Jorge Abreu. He's sharp, as he typically can be, going postward. He was saddled outside with the pony. That's typical for him too. But I think this horse, getting back to his preferred surface, could be very dangerous in this spot, Lafitte.
Would be a second offspring of Practical Joke to strike on the afternoon. Accretive earlier, Awesome Native, Andy's top selection in this 4th race. He didn't go with my boy, Lafitte's Fleet.
Hate the name.
Spelled wrong. Still spelled wrong. Was hoping they would have corrected it. Let's see what he does in the 4th. Post time 7 minutes. We'll be right back.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe.
None above the law to win. Spandarella could not have been more impressive.
The sun shines bright on this value sire. Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
On a perfect day, there is no finer place in all of sports.
Nerves, excitement, and anticipation.
Than beautiful, truly stunning. For the Breeders' Cup World Championships.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live. As always, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. You could come visit us next summer. You could swim in that lake. Thanks to ABR, Naira Bets, My Racehorse, and Old Smoke. That's why you want to enter this contest. Win a Summer at Saratoga trip contest. Scan the QR code. There it is on your screen, and you're good to go. Hopefully, we'll see you next summer. When are you bringing your boat again, Gary? I know there was a lot of rain. It's not going to rain as much next year. You bring the boat. It's going to be awesome.
Don't have a boat anymore. I might have to buy one next year.
He has a boat. Don't let him lie to you, Andy. He has a boat.
You're really firing all cylinders today.
It's the bobblehead. Post parade, Lafitte's Fleet 7-1. Ruben Silvera, pedal to the metal, Ruben.
Once again, the complimentary closer to his speedy stablemate in here.
Who has the speed? Yeah, Defusky Island, gelding, third start at the meet.
Yeah, he just got outrun. He was wide against the gold rail, and Durante put the heat on him. We'll see if he's ahead of Ludwig today.
Cape Trafalgar just missed it 13-1. More on him in a moment. There is Awesome Native, Andy's top selection in the race.
Yeah, he's back on the right surface. He overcame some trouble to win two back.
Chileno, trained by Linda Rice.
Yeah, in very good form. The worry is this is going to be the third race since August 12th.
Frat Pack, trained by Chad Brown, 3-win lead.
We'll find out if he can be competitive without the lead. He set a soft pace last time, didn't run badly, but it's going to be a quicker pace today.
Bourbon Bash for the birthday boy, Dwayne Lucas.
You know, this horse was wide most of the way last time. If he can get back to his effort two back, it puts him somewhat in the mix.
Ludwig, Rigney Racing, Phil Bauer just graduated in the mud.
I thought he took advantage of a speed-friendly track last time in an easier field, but he should be forwardly placed. Can he take a step forward? Big price.
Ocean's Reserve is rattled off two straight.
Yeah, for a horse that at one time was 1 for 10, you're right, it's rattled off a couple in a row and seems like is getting better and better. Now New York bred taking open company.
And the gray on the far outside, Baytown Bear, make the rider Katie Davis.
Yeah, I mean, obviously would have to improve immeasurably. It's maybe even more than Parnack had to win the Flower Bowl.
Fourth race, 2 minutes out. Another look at Cape Trafalgar, who is 5-2. His most recent, early August, same level. He's 13-1, Gary. And Cape Trafalgar just keeps grinding away, can't get by the leader.
And got the hot riding Dylan Davis aboard
there
as well. No, this horse, he's just solid. He is a grinder. Just keeps coming at you. And, you know, I think that he's going to get a decent setup in here. He doesn't have to have the lead and still runs well. You know, he's got plenty of speed to run out in here, in my eyes.
Well, you're confident there'll be pace. I never am, but there wasn't last time, and he still ran well despite the slow pace, and he couldn't beat the favorite.
Andy,
ever so mischievous.
We're all in trouble. This is the first thing that we've agreed upon this entire meet. So one of us, I mean, I don't want to stick a fork in.
Only took till September.
We probably picked the same horse occasionally. I thought that Awesome Native ran very well in his last dirt race. He didn't break that sharply. He kind of steadied off horses just a little bit down the backside, and it was a fair pace, but not a blistering one. We never see them, and he got caught between horse and the stretch, and tough to get a rallier to sort of when the horse is kind of leaning on your flank, and he had to force his way for room to get through, and he got up in a fast figure. And now the 95 buyer doesn't hold up greatly to scrutiny, and Andy Beyer was with me earlier, and he even said that's a figure they thought could be a little high, but maybe 5 points. But even if it is, and it's a 90, it still makes him competitive here, and I'm hoping there's a little bit of pace. There do appear to be some speeds in here, but I'm always reticent to expect there will be.
Fast Pack has speed. Ludwig has speed.
Fast Pack's not going. He's not going because he's not fast enough
like
to
I
keep
said,
up with
we haven't agreed on anything
Ludwig.
the entire meet, Andy.
I guarantee he's not one of the first two here. It won't happen.
Maggie, how's my boy look?
P.S. I agree with Andy. I just don't think Frat Pack's naturally as fast as some of these other ones in here. But Lafitte, I'm so sad that this horse isn't named for you. He's named for Jean Lafitte, the famous pirate. And if you're ever in New Orleans, which I know you have been, Lafitte's Black Shop. Deadly purple drinks, and they do the happy hour where they throw the paper napkins in the air and have a great party, that's for sure. Lafitte's Fleet, cool horse, though. I like him. He's an inside runner. I always want to point that out, that he likes to run up on the inside on the rail. So this is a perfect post position for him, right? As number 4, Chileno is making its 4th start of the meet here for Linda Rice. Now, he's also turning back for the first time ever, I think. Maybe sprinted before that, but he doesn't look like a horse that wants to sprint. Honestly, maybe he gets lucky with the pace coming back to him here, but with his 4th start of the meet, he's a little bit more calm and subdued than what I've seen from him in previous outings, Lafitte.
She's right about Lafitte's Blacksmith Shop, like the oldest functioning bar in the country in New Orleans. So cool. I have a T-shirt. Maybe I should just change the way I spell my name.
Couldn't hurt.
He's in the gate, 2-1. Cape Trafalgar, the favorite. Frank Mirmati with the call. Post-time race for Saratoga.
Keep it the way it is. Comes from a great source. Ocean's Reserve goes in. Frat Pack. And the last one to load will be Baytown Bear. All in. A little bit of movement inside from Cape Trafalgar. And they're off. And it's the Fusky Island, the quickest out of the gate. On the outside, Baytown Bear is up close. There's Ludwig in the red colors now, up to take the lead pretty easily away from Fusky Island. They're followed by Cape Trafalgar, who's down on the inside of rivals. Frat Pack is in between them. And then it's Bourbon Bash 4 lengths off the lead. Another couple back to Awesome Native, who is followed at the rail by Lafitte's Fleet. Outside of them comes Chileno through a quarter in a lively 21 4/5 seconds. Ocean's Reserve is at the back of the field. They round the far turn, and it's Ludwig on the outside and Lafitte's Fleet doing battle. Stalked by Baytown Bear, who moves up 3 deep in 3rd. They are followed then by Bourbon Bash. Green Cap with a 4 wide bid at the quarter pole. Frat Pack is next, 44 2 for the half. They turn for home, and it's Lafitte's Fleet to Fusky Island, rather. To Fusky Island is the leader. On the outside, here comes Bourbon Bash, and in between horses, closing stoutly, is Frat Pack along with Ludwig. 4 of them across the track, coming to the 16th pole, and looking for room just behind them. A very unlucky Awesome Native. Photo finish, it's tight. It is very close between Frat Pack and Ludwig, and there were others involved late, including Bourbon Bash and Chileno.
See those finishes on grass. A cavalry charge here. 5 of them at the wire, and maybe Frat Pack in the Peter Brandt colors, maybe?
And that would be Peter's first win of the meet. Irad looks like he probably got his 3rd, and he lost on the one that was the likeliest winner. That's Ludwig with his head in front there. He's front there. There's a 5 in front there. Ooh. That's close.
I don't know.
That's very close. Horse on
that 7 might have got it.
And they got
some win.
The cameraman has got it on the 7 as of right now. The 4 in the middle of the racetrack is the complete outside. Chileno started rolling late. He made it close. I think he ran 4th and loses this race by a neck, Gary, but this turns into a head bob here. You can see the 3 was trying
to... Well, he couldn't get outside. He might have won if he got outside, to be honest with you.
Gary?
Ooh!
I don't know. I do not know.
I mean,
without a slow-mo, I don't know.
I think the 5 won the race. I think the 5 wins this race, or it's a dead heat. But it looked like the 7 made a lunge late, but physically, I don't think ever got in front of the 5. I'm calling 5-7, Lafitte.
Yeah, because your reputation rides on this. You don't miss photos.
1:15 and 4. They ran home. They ran home.
Yeah, the track's very quick, and the big run-up in the 6.5 furlong races, 21 and 4 is not slow, but it's not as fast as it would be at 6 furlongs or even 7.
Who was in between? 5-7, 6-4?
I don't know. I honestly do not know. The 1A, I think, was down the inside. The pace really held together here reasonably well. It was an honestly run race. It wasn't a slow pace. It was an honest, fair race.
Could be a heater, you're saying, Gary?
Yep.
Look at everybody. Just
As long
this
as they're-
cavalry
as long
charge
as they're
here.
taken, I'm going to go with the heater.
Green colors, frat pack.
Great race.
3 just couldn't get outside.
It was the 6.
Number 4.
By the way, should mention that the 8-horse Javier Castellano, rain broke the inside rain. That's why you saw him standing up. Maggie reported that to us. Correct? Yes.
Bang, bang finish, frat pack, Ludwig.
You wonder if this long's a dead heat, right?
I'm calling 5, 7, 6.
I already said
4.
Awaiting the results of the photo. A thriller here. Like I said, you see those finishes in grass races, not so much in dirt races. That many horses hitting the wire side together.
No, you don't. And the 3 was the one that got shut off. The 4 was grinding away on the way outside. And like I said, the 4 runs 4th in here by, what, ahead? 7 won the race.
7 got it.
And the 3 was massively unlucky there.
Yeah,
massively.
The 7.
Could not get
Bob
outside.
of all Bobs, huh?
That was some Bob.
Ludwig over frat pack. Thumbs up. Junior Alvarado. Mike Venezia, award winner, Memorial Award winner. 7, 5, 6, 4 at 10-1 in a driving finish. Ludwig over frat pack. And for Peter Brandt and all the success he's had over the years, Andy, especially here in Saratoga, big wins, grade 1 wins. It's just one of those summers, and that close to getting his first win of the meet, denied by millimeters in Ludwig.
You saw it yesterday. Rossi de Paz, who's close to 1 for 40 and has had a boatload of seconds and thirds. He had that maiden looked home, and Jeremiah Engelhart's, of course, came out of the clouds to nail him in the money. And Peter Brandt, obviously a tough beat with an Italian. Other than that, it's not like he's run a boatload of heavy favorites. But when things don't go well, it seems like you lose tough photos like that. But the winner was able to hang around the whole way, despite the fact that he was on the front end. But it was a fairly run race, but the 2 speeds were noses apart at the wire.
The big part about it is Ludwig's put on blinkers. And you didn't know if that last race was phony because it was on a muddy racetrack. Well, I know it was a blanket finish, but he proved today that the blinkers have moved him up.
Rigney Racing, Phil Bauer, the success they've had here the last couple of summers in a thriller in race number 4 here, Saratoga. We'll have those results in just a moment. Yesterday's feature not quite as close because Carl Spackler, Gary Stevens, is just that good in the Saranac. One of the best, if not the best, 3-year-old turf star in the country.
Yeah, and he put on another strong performance yesterday. It was expected. He delivered. He's got a lightning bolt move to him. Made 2 moves in this race. One to coming off of the turn, and listen, he wasn't even asked until inside of the last 150 yards, and he accelerated and won in hand at the end.
Another dominant performance.
He's good. They're talking about going to Keeneland, maybe taking on the older horses in the, I don't know what they call that turf stake now. Is it still the Shadwell?
Was the Shadwell Turf Mile. Is it the
Keeneland Turf Mile, maybe?
Turf Mile. And
it's a big race regardless, and it would be older horses. Who's he afraid of? I don't know. I mean, Cascary's not running anyway, but, I mean, Annapolis, these are nice horses, but this is not, these are not the lures of the world.
No.
And I can't blame them for wanting to take a shot.
We don't, the 3-year-olds, when you're talking about potential Breeders' Cup preps, you go back to like an Artie Schuller, who was actually favored in that 04 Breeders' Cup in Dallas. He won it the following year as a 4-year-old. But for the Americans and 3-year-olds to compete with some of the best Europeans, you don't see it often. Paulie, does Carl Spackler have that kind of talent and upside moving forward?
I think he has the talent and he has the upside. It's just you don't whenever the European contingent comes over, you just never know what you're going to get. And sometimes those horses are just overpowering. We've closed the gap a little bit here and there, but I compare it to soccer, which they call football. Okay, so, we here in America, our horses concentrate a lot on dirt. We have a little bit more gone towards turf breeding, but they concentrate on turf breeding more than anything else. So their horses they come over here and sometimes they school us. I think we're getting a little bit better. We saw yesterday the tatter sales. A lot of our guys going over there, and it obviously started with Chad and Seth going over there and buying horses, and now more and more people are going over there now. And you're seeing better and better turf horses that are going to start to compete, hopefully, with the European horses coming over.
Okay, Peter Brandt was the one I went over first,
Yeah,
to give parent credit to Peter. Seth tagged along because Chad was going with Peter Brandt, but to be fair, we should give Peter the credit on that. We're not getting better. We're just buying more European horses. That's why we're getting better. I mean, we've always had some desires, and I love that Oscar Performance is off to a good start, and credit to them for having him. But no, we do not breed turf horses because the big money spent here is to try to win the Derby. Now, that could change at some point, but it hasn't changed here. And, yeah, it depends on the Europeans coming, because I do think that Carl Spackler could compete with our best turf horses. But if decent Europeans come over and some of their Group 1 winners, they're not gonna beat those horses. They're just better.
It's always the question, the strength of the Europeans in terms of who is sent for the Breeders' Cup in Southern California, Santa Anita this fall. Carl Spackler onward and upward, a second graded stakes win this summer here at Saratoga, the Hall of Fame. And yesterday, Saranac, Gary, in this wild finish in the fourth race just moments ago. 5 of them at the wire, frat pack right there, but Ludwig and Junior Alvarado in between horses digs deep and finds more.
Yeah, I mean, Junior's had a heck of a meet here. Strong rider, extremely strong finisher. This is as close as it gets to not being a dead heat there. Great finish and a great competitive race we just watched.
You know, this horse comes out of probably maybe the best maiden race in 2022 that was won by Strobe. Elite Power ran third that day. Now Ludwig was in that race. I mean, it was a monster race, and there is the photo.
By that much.
By that much. And like I said, you know, the 4 in here, who's on the way outside, runs 4th, and the 3 who had trouble loses the whole ball of wax by a length. But yeah, that race, it was basically, it was Derby Day. Strobe won the race. Elite Power was 3rd. Cape Trafalgar was way back. Cape Trafalgar was Ludwig was 5-1 in that race against Strobe and Elite Power first time.
Was that
out.
the last race?
Yeah,
Derby Day?
was the last race of Derby Day.
Yeah. Elite Power, he's turned out to be pretty good, I would say.
Junior he just lost the first time since that race, I think.
Yeah, right.
8
Maybe,
race
yeah.
winning streak. Junior Alvarado, meantime, in the ceremony taking place, and how special this is, Gary Stevens, the Mike Venezia Memorial. Junior Alvarado, having won it this year, what does that mean for a rider? Why so special?
Well, listen, the family, there's a selection committee. Richie Migliore is part of that as well, but the family also, they're speaking to him right now. Anyway, it's not only for your achievements on the racetrack, but how you handle yourself off the racetrack, on the backstretch, and your contributions to the sport. And Richie's going to be on later. He'll delve into it a lot more, but it is a true honor to win the award.
Akin to the George Wolf out west. What do you remember most about your experience and when you were honored with the George Wolf?
The George Wolf award it's almost identical. It's you know, it used to be just for Santa Anita jockeys. Now it's open to jockeys all over the United States, competitive jockeys. But your peers vote for you, and it's probably, I mean, to me, with my George Wolf bronze and my Mike Venezia bronze sit side by each. My Eclipse Award sits behind them, if that tells you anything. So it's very, very important, and this is equally as important as a rider.
That respect, and it's such an honor from his peers. Junior Alvarado, he wins the race. He winds up in the winner's circle, now presented with the Mike Venezia Memorial Award. And tomorrow, he's, Monday I should say, riding a pretty good 2-year-old in the hopeful, most celebrated race for 2-year-olds at Saratoga. Andy, what do we know about Nutella Fella in his last race at Delaware Park?
He better run a lot better in the hopeful than he ran in here. I mean, the hopeful is a war of wars. So I know it'll be a price. Other than that,
hope
I
he
don't
runs
know.
straighter.
Well, he was green. He was green this day. I think he can improve, obviously. And you know, you don't know what's behind him, but you can't say this. Those top 2 horses were about 10 lengths clear. But yeah, this is a loaded race, and it's going to be very interesting who's going to move forward out of their first race. Nutella Fella, 30-1 on the line.
The Sanford Yo-Yo Candy Gold Sweep. What happened at the start of this one?
Stumbled badly in there, and you'll see him drop back uncharacteristically in the back. Now, did it cost him the race? Of course it did. The question is, what would he have done if it hadn't happened? There's no way of knowing. It's hard. You don't know how a horse can react to it. Some overcome it a little bit.
He was an overwhelming favorite.
So, yeah, and he ran a 90 Beyer in a tremendous performance in his prior race. I don't know what he would have done. I know he's going to have to run every bit of that 90 Beyer if he's going to win this hopeful, because Baffert's got a couple of horses. One's very, very good Muth, and there he is towards the outside now. And you've got a horse, Timberlake, for Brad Cox, that's working like a demon, that looks like a killer. This is the toughest hopeful I can remember.
Deep talent. The 2-year-olds, Gary, that was that was a legit stumble, and love that he stuck to his task and still focused, ran well, ran second after that terrible beginning.
Yeah, the Beyer figure doesn't include that stumble. So that the Beyer figure without the stumble, I would have to think would have been much higher than what we saw there. I can't believe that he got up to run second after doing that. He's an athlete. He got some schooling out of it. He handled it well, so he's obviously got a great mind to him. And I'm looking forward to seeing him come back and performing. Hopefully he gets away clean. But no, like Andy said, this is a war that we've got coming tomorrow.
Maybe we shouldn't sleep on Yo-Yo Candy as we did in the Sanford, Paulie. And how about Timberlake and this runaway performance at Ellis Park for Brad Cox?
Well, he definitely brought sexy back with this this performance. And listen, a lot of people will say, okay, well, Ellis Park was aided. This is not aided. This is called destroying a field. I don't care if the track was playing towards speed, closers, or whatever. This is winning by a pole. And he seems like a pretty big colt. And like Andy said, whenever Brad comes in here, he means business.
Take a look at that day at Ellis Park. It was not a speed track that day. Horses were coming from way back all day long. Yeah. This horse was not a bias-aided win. He had a killer work, 2 back, 58 and change. I'm not saying he's going to win, because Muth looks pretty good coming in for Bob Baffert. He's getting away from the other horse. Bob Baffert's Prince of Monaco ran a 103 Beyer in the best pal, and he'll be the favorite of Delmar Futurity. This race is an absolute war. Now, maybe Affirmed and Alidar were better, but as far as overall competition and depth of field, I cannot remember a hopeful like this, maybe since JP's brother upset the field.
Can't wait. Closing day. Well, I guess I can wait, because there are a lot of good racing between now and then, and tomorrow the spin away as well. Ways and means, and that filly, she is fast in dazzling blue. Juddmonte filly, also for trainer Brad Cox, had rattled off 3 straight. What will she do in the Prioress? Entering the paddock, post time, 14 minutes.
Breeders' Cup Juvenile. And Trice wins Toyota Bluegrass. It's going to be a front-running score for No Parole in the Grade 1 Woody Stevens. It's in 1 minute, 21 and 2/5 seconds.
Extra Heat on the outside, Above Perfection at the rail. They drilled a half together in 44 3/5 seconds. Stormy Pick, Harmony Lodge, Ostrop P just in behind the lead. Shooting Party far outside 6th. 1 furlong to go. Extra Heat, heavy drive, short lead. Above Perfection is battling on, but she grudgingly gives way to Extra Heat coming down to the line at the wire. Extra Heat, a hard-fought head.
Aptly named as she could bring it. Andy, Extra Heat in the 01 Prioress.
She started her career out, I think, a 25 or 35 claimer. And let me tell you something. She was everything but a claimer. She was unbelievable. Second in the Breeders' Cup Sprint against the boys. And she was just a machine.
From the one hole, by the way.
One of the best races, Paulie, she ever ran was the Test, where she lost. She lost the victory ride, but it was a 7 furlong race. She was really more of a 6 furlong race. They went 43 and a piece to the half. She was something, man.
She ran literally second in the Breeders' Cup Sprint from the one hole, and then she was blazing. I want to say she had won so many races, and Andy's right. I mean, I want to say she debuted for 25 or 30.
Yeah, down in Maryland.
She was a win machine.
Ran a zillion races and just unbelievable.
Took a little too long a time to get her in the Hall of Fame, but she got in.
Extra Heat in that 01 Prioress. That's one aspect of the Breeders' Cup I do miss, seeing the girls take on the boys. Did you write Mia Farah?
I did.
The second time, and the Cardmania and Eddie D got you on the outside.
Out of the one hole, set blazing fractions, and Cardmania nailed me right on the line. And one of the toughest beats that I've ever had.
You got Eddie D. You got Eddie D.
I got Eddie D.
And Honest Lady almost got Kona Gold, too.
Let's be honest. Farah safely kept.
And very subtle, trounced Groovy out at Hollywood Park in '87. She was a tremendous horse, won the Test as well, I believe. And, I mean, so many good horses in that race. Capote Bell ran it. I think she may have been the favorite up in Woodbine, I want to say, though she didn't get it done. Maybe it was a little earlier than that.
Yeah, the fillies taking on the boys in Extra Heat, as good as she was in this race 22 years ago. As for today's edition, the Prioress compact field of 5 and an odds-on favorite there in Dazzling Blue, 3-5. 2 starts back. Gary, it's an allowance race at Churchill Downs. She was an odds-on favorite, and Dazzling Blue performs accordingly. Watch her turn it on.
Yeah, she goes on and wins by 8.5 lengths in here, 8 and change, and time was 110 flat that day under Ricardo Santana. Joel Rosario taking over for the traveling Flavien Prat today.
Lots of speed, lots of talent.
Yeah, she does. I mean, you know, when you look at this race, she gets the outside draw, so she gets the perfect draw in here in a small field. The one Jersey Pearl in here has shown speed. She comes out of the test where she didn't disgrace herself at all.
Isn't Alva Star going?
Alva Star is going to be the one going, so you think the 5 maybe stalks off the 4?
I think she's stalking 3rd or 4th in this race. And listen, she ran terrific last night, finished ahead of Alva, who came back and won the Charlestown Oaks, which is the reason this is a small field, because it was $750,000 down in West Virginia last week.
Favorite right behind you, Maggie. What do you see in Dazzling Blue?
She's a big, good-looking filly, Lafitte, and if anything, I think she looks better than what she did going back to that Jersey girl. She just looks a bit stronger, especially behind the saddle, which was kind of my main complaint about her last time out. And watching her works up here at Saratoga on the training track, they've been very good. They've been machine-like. She's going to be very tough in this spot, I think, and she draws favorably to the outside. And the pace, honestly, I can't quite determine who's fastest. I do think it is the 4, though, as we'll turn our attention to Alva Star coming in and making her first appearance at NYRA. She's been a little bit of a firecracker here in the paddock. She seems quite nervous, to be honest. I obviously do not know her and not familiar with her. They tried to put the tack on. She kind of went up and just reacted badly to it. So they're going to try to put the tack on her outside. She's small, kind of typical of your very quick sprinter like horse, but I guess she can be dangerous in here, but I was hoping for maybe just a little bit better of an impression. Lafitte?
Alva Star, 9-2. There, should she really acting up here? And Andy, on look, these in this Prioress, there's I know it doesn't always unfold this way, but at first glance, yeah, a lot of heat, a lot of speed in this race.
Gary, if there isn't speed in this one, I absolutely give up because I mean there's a lot of speed. At some point, even I'm going to admit there's got to be a pace in here. I mean, they got to be moving in this race because they're not just speeds; they're good speeds. And the thing about good sprinters, and you're talking about Mia Farah, talking about extra heat. The thing that made those horses great sprinters was they go fast early and they go fast late.
Agreed.
Jersey Pearl, there she is. 3 starts back. Late May Churchill facing Alva Star here, Paulie, and Jersey Pearl. It runs down Alva Star, trying to give her the slip at the top of the stretch.
Yeah, the difference is going to be the complete draw, right? Alva Star had a push from the front, from the end, from the 2-hole. And Jersey Pearl was able to sit out in the 7-hole and was able to gauge, and Luis Saez was able just to grind her down here at the end of the race. Now, different post positions, I think, could be a different result.
No question. That's a great point. The 4 getting outside of them. Listen, this is a better field. Even like a horse like Unsung Melody, who I didn't pick her. She's 10-1. But she couldn't get a mile last time, and she was chasing randomized. I think she won a big race here in her next start.
that her form looks a little better now.
Yeah, this is a field Tom Moore's horse won it off the turf race. She'd have to improve, but she's no slouch either. We lost some horses that were pretty good that could have been in here, and this was a race, the Prioress, that was the lone Grade 1 for 3-year-old fillies at 6 furlongs for years. Still a Grade 2 in an important race.
Jockeys arriving. Very well dressed there. Unified allowance. Javier Castellano to ride at 9-1. The price here on, but this dazzling blue. Were you assuming she'd be around this odds on the even money somewhere in there?
You know, I picked her. I think she's 6-5 in the morning line, so I think the odds maker expect her to be short.
Yeah.
It's funny. I don't think she should be, because the reality of her is, Paulie, she's one of those horses that right now is a 1-number horse. Now that 1 number's her last race, and it was against some very good horses. It's not like a big figure against bad horses. She got loose in the lead. But before that, she wasn't running races that were fast enough to beat most of these horses, Paulie.
No, it's true.
And I picked her, and maybe I'm a sucker.
And you wonder with Jersey Pearl, is the Lasix helped her because her races off Lasix haven't been great.
She had to chase a pace
but
last
that last
time. She didn't
race,
have a great trip.
And she didn't have a great trip. You're right. She clipped the heels, and she got steadied. Actually, if you go back and look at that race, she kind of almost re-rallied a little bit. I thought it was actually a better effort than looked.
No, she's not impossible in here at all. This is a fascinating race. I mean, I know it's a small field, but these are good horses here, and I think we're going to see a very strong running of this race.
If you're riding, Gary, one of these faster fillies, again, lot of speed, lots of heat on paper. When you're going into the gate, have you already decided what you're going to do, or is there any, I'm going to look around and see what the other guys are going to do? Because you asked Joel Rosario, he has his game plan is I'll make that call when the gates open.
Right now, what would be my worry with all of the speed, every one of these horses having speed. She's not. I don't think Dazzling Blue is going to make the lead, but I worry about, am I going to get stuck 5 wide around the turn? If I'm 5 wide against these horses, I'm probably going to get beat.
Is worry ever in Joel Rosario's vocabulary? No. That guy, I mean, nothing phases him.
Let's check in with Maggie.
Yeah, we've had like I said, Alva Star has been a handful to get the tack on. They kind of had to do a whole lap of the Saratoga paddock to finally get it on her. And then Jose Lascano came out in Saratoga sub-silks. There's a little dispute about that. So finally, we're going on the walking ring here. So it looks as though we're proceeding as the tack is on her and she's ready to go. It'll just have to be in Saratoga silks. Defeat.
Jose Lascano, House Silks there, and Alva Star keeping a close eye on her and her behavior. She has been difficult here in the paddock.
Listen, I've sometimes forgotten my cleats. Sometimes you perform better. How have you done in House Silks before, Garrett?
Just fine.
Right? Sometimes it's
especially here. I had a lot of luck with those House Silks right here. Fly under the radar. They said they can't afford silks. Didn't make the trip. Billy's on her toes.
About to get a leg up. This Grade 2 Prioress with a $250,000 purse, 3-year-old fillies. 3/4 mile dash. We saw 2 of the best in the business last week. Goodnight Olive, Echo Zulu going head to head. About these 3-year-old fillies, their opportunity now, 1-2. Joelle Rosario, there she is in the Juddmonte colors, Dazzling Blue. Right back to Maggie.
Here with Darren Miller. We need hair and makeup over here for both of us, right, Darren?
Not you, me, not you.
As Jersey Pearl, she'll be making her second start of this meeting, Darren, and turning back a bit to the 6 furlongs from the 7. Does that help her?
I think so. I mean, I think so. I think you look at her last race, she's right there. She makes a move at the top of the stretch. She flattens on us late, so I think so.
She's not your quintessential physical prototype for a sprinter. She's quite big.
Yes, very big filly. Yeah, she's probably close to 17 and every bit of 1,300 pounds or so. She's a very big filly.
And 2, shipping back down from Saratoga back down to Kentucky. How does she handle that?
Probably the only reason that was an easy decision to come back up here. She shipped so well last time coming home. She did really well, and she shipped great coming up. So.
Well, wishing you the best of luck. Thank you so much for your time, and let's see what Jersey Pearl gives us here in New York.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, Darren Miller with Jersey Pearl. Second start of the meet here in this Prioress. Livy?
With Irad Ortiz on the fence, currently 3-1. You wouldn't think it makes that much of a difference. 6 furlongs, 7 furlongs. Look, for Gunite, beating the champ Elite Power, Juddmonte colors, Steve Asmussen and Tyler Gaffley, and they said that the biggest difference was just that, the difference 7/8 versus facing him at 6 furlongs.
Yeah, I mean, 6 furlongs is strictly for a sprinter. 7/8 of a mile, and if you've got the speed, you can control things going to 7 furlongs.
See if the slight cutback works for her. There she is, Jersey Pearl. 3-1 with Irad Ortiz. Just heard from Darren Miller, Unified Alliance off the Turf Coronation Cup winner.
Yeah, gate to wire winner that day. And Castellano sticks here for Tommy Morley, a filly by Unified. She's only missed the board one time.
Unsung Melody had the pleasure of chasing, randomizing that Wilton Stakes.
Yeah, I mean, it shows how tough this field is that she's 13-1.
Alva Star, she's fast, blowout winner at Delaware.
Yeah, and she's on her toes. She's going to be the one to catch it here.
And finally, the odds-on favorite, Dazzling Blue.
Yeah, she should get the right trip on the outside stalking, but I got to tell you, 3-5 is awfully short. She's a 1-number horse, and that 1-number race was terrific, but she's not running against a weak field here. This is a strong field, small but strong.
The Prioress in just a couple of moments here. Odds-on favorite, Dazzling Blue, and we have, we're winding things down at Saratoga, but still the invite stands. Join us at Naira Bets. When you do so, punch in that promo code SPA200, earn up to a $200 deposit match after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at NairaBets.com to earn your $200 deposit match. Dazzling Blue. 2 completely different types of races. Earlier, the Flower Bowl, Field of 4. Here, a dirt sprint, the Prioress, and still, we're talking about race shape and how fascinating it is because of it's just the compact field and how much more strategy going in seems to play a role in the outcome, as we saw in the Flower Bowl.
Yeah, and this is a race, unlike that race, unlike a lot of races, where it's going to be very hard for this pace to be moderate. It'll be surprising if the pace is more than 22.1, maybe even faster than that, in all likelihood faster than that. And we'll see how it plays out, because I do think there are horses in here that can go fast early and still be finishing at the end.
And Gary, you're going with Alva Star, 4-1.
I noticed something on our form here. Her first out of her life was a big win. That was last year, no Lasix. And then she had Lasix. Her first 2 races as a 3-year-old filly. She was second in both of those. She ran back in the stake race at Delaware, no Lasix there. It was the biggest figure that she's ran in her life. I think she's getting better.
Alva Star, Jose Lascano. Circling back to Jersey Pearl. And Irad Ortiz aboard here. If you're Irad, what are you doing from the inside here, Gary?
Well, don't need to take back. I don't think she'll be in front. But you've got to hustle away from there. You can't come away from there dormant. Irad's on there. He's not known for sending one hard away from there. Doesn't need to be on the lead, but then he's going to have to deal with finding the spot to go. And I don't like the one draw here at all.
Yeah, that's the biggest difference, and that's probably, you almost feel like if the 5 drew the 1 drew the 5. I'm not saying they'd be the same price, but they wouldn't be 5-2 and 3-5.
But she does have some versatility. She has one.
She does, but it's hard because from the rail, you got to be at least a little aggressive. Or we kind of saw yesterday, and we've seen a lot. What can happen if you're not aggressive and you become a victim down on the inside?
And Maggie, the longest shot on the board, Unsung Melody. What can you tell us?
Yeah, she's turning back to a distance where she has been successful at it in the past. And I know she kind of just has 2 races that make her a player here. But I really feel she was completely taken out of her game last time, in which we thought, although Connections did say with randomized that they were going to go with her, but it felt as though Unsung Melody was naturally a bit quicker going into the race. But she was taken back. She was really taken in hand. And I think just completely taken out of her game, to say the least. So she does wear that titanium hood, cotton in her ears. It doesn't cover her ears, that hood. It's just a thing to make them relax a bit more. But she is sharper turning back today than what she was for that mile try in that Wilton Stakes. So it'll be interesting to see really how this pace scenario plays out early on here. Certainly lends its hand well to the outside drawn favorite in Dazzling Blue. Lafitte?
It'll be exciting right from the start. These fast 3-year-old fillies. Final check of the tote board reading 3-5 Dazzling Blue. Frank Mirmati with the call. Post time grade 2 Prioress.
One more. Dazzling Blue going in. They're in the gate. And they're off. A very even start. Alva Star on the outside and Jersey Pearl going at it from the beginning. And Unified Alliance is prominent in between them. Unsung Melody is fourth, just a length and a half off that trio. And the favorite, Dazzling Blue, is at the back of the field. They're heading toward the half-mile pole, and it's still 3 abreast. Alva Star on the outside. Jersey Pearl is at the rail. Now Unified Alliance backs off as Dazzling Blue surges, and surges quickly. The opening quarter went in 21 3/5 seconds. Alva Star and Dazzling Blue are coming together at the quarter pole, with Jersey Pearl now 2 lengths behind in third. Alva Star hanging tough, turns for home in front. Dazzling Blue a length and a half behind and asks for much more than she's giving now. Alva Star pours it on, coming to the furlong pole as Jersey Pearl moves into second and Dazzling Blue is third. It's all Alva Star. Alva Star in a sparkling performance streaks home by 8 widening lengths to take the Prioress. Jersey Pearl second best, Dazzling Blue was third.
Never gave him a chance. She blitzes this field. Alva Star blazingly fast, wire to wire in the Prioress, 7-2. Well done, Gary Stevens.
Respect right there. I mean, she is fast and can carry that speed. True sprinter. I didn't expect her to be hooked early on like she was, but when she hit the turn, when she swapped into her left lead, that's the thing about these top sprinters. They can run the turn. They're good turn running horses. She obviously, you know, that's where she won the race. And on the outside, Dazzling Blue, she was used hard to try and just keep up, stay in the hunt. She got within 3/4 of a length of her, but she was empty when they turned into the lane. I mean, this really puts daylight in between this good field.
You could see it. 21.73 the first quarter. They're moving here, and she got away from him at that point. And, you know, Joelle cruised up on the number 5, the favorite, Dazzling Blue, like he was going to capture her, and she got right there. But then you could see around the 5/16, Paulie, this filly was gone.
This was impressive.
This was
really impressive.
Really
now
impressive.
this horse is, you're right, Gary, without Lasix, 3 for 3.
Very impressive.
Just hammers them. Alva Star, sensational in the Prioress. Brett Brinkman winning trainer. Knows house silks with Jose Lizcano. Alva Star by many. 4-1, 5-3 in the Prioress. Take a deep breath. Welcome in a new audience as our coverage continues from Saratoga. This is Saratoga Live. Welcoming in our new viewers on Valley SoCal San Diego, and a crowd still buzzing over a performance that just took place. By the way, he's Andy Serling, Paula Duca, Gary Stevens. I'm Lafitte Pinkai Jr. Joining the show, Gary Alpha Star, and the speed that she just displayed in front of this crowd on this final Saturday at Saratoga in the Prioris. Wow.
This wasn't expected from the crowd or anybody else. Your 3-5 favorite on the out loomed up. That was Dazzling Blue. This filly goes off at 7-2. She just put on a show here at Saratoga.
Didn't matter what silks, Andy.
Told you they're lucky.
Silks don't matter. Congrats to the trainer, by the way. I mean, Brett Brinkman, not exactly a household name, and he comes to Saratoga with a filly like this and win a big race. I mean, that's what makes racing great, right? You know, you see Chad Brown, Todd Pletcher, Christophe Clement, these known trainers, the best top trainers in the game. They win a lot of big races. Brett Brinkman hasn't been, I'm guessing, in the winner's circle for a stake race in Saratoga. He's probably never been in the winner's circle here, period. So this is really, really great to see him have
this filly.
This is awesome. I mean good for him.
He's been a great horse. He's been a great horseman in Louisiana for a long time, Brett Brinkman.
Tremendous.
It's time to get ambitious with this filly.
Oh, yeah.
That was sensational. Lightning fast and hard to catch. Alva Star rolls in the Prioris. Reaction results when we come back. Stay tuned. You're watching Saratoga Live.
Two-year-old champion Forte, and they're off in the Jim Dandy. Forte flashing some good early interest. Second, a thriller in the Jim Dandy. It's Saudi crowd digging down deep. The champ Forte's trying to get him on the money. An Angel of Empire. Saudi crowd. Forte. Here's the line. Photo finish. Signs a very, very close photo.
Standing at Hill and Dale at Alapa.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Introducing Venezuelan Hug, the tenacious, towering son of Constitution, now standing in New York. After breaking his maiden at Gulf Street, he dispatched City Man and Allowance Company at Saratoga, going on to 6 wins in 10 starts, finishing with 3 straight stakes victories, including the Grade 3 Canadian Turf. Now a versatile sire, complementing any mare with size, looks, and athleticism that's been called the best-kept secret in New York. Venezuelan Hug, standing at Mill Creek Farm. Visit millcreeksaratoga.com to book your mare today.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York breds start with an advantage. Our New York breds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
You're watching Saratoga Live, as always, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm, 100 years doing the usual, unusually well. We have a wardrobe change.
No, different jockey. That's a different jockey.
He didn't wear those in the race.
No.
Where'd the silks come
from? He had
from?
the Saratoga silks, house silks on, and somehow miraculously they found the silks he was supposed to be wearing. We might have started something here. If I was that trainer, if I was Brinkman.
So what's your plan here, Gary? You just won on this horse who just absolutely blitzed a pretty good field. Are you riding with those house silks again? Even if they're not at Saratoga, maybe if they run at a different racetrack, do you even bring those silks with you?
I would steal those silks.
You know what I'm saying?
And do the quick change from here on in all the way to the Breeders' Cup.
I don't know what the rules are. I'm superstitious, though. If I rode on Neptune, I'd be wearing the Saratoga. I'm wearing the Saratoga silks. I don't care.
That was a quick change too by Lescano. He did his best Clark Kent I've seen in a while.
That was good. Let's check in with Maggie in the winner's circle.
Here with winning trainer Brett Brinkman. And Brett, I got to know, did you run back to the jocks room to get the silks?
I did, but they had already left the paddock. Yeah, I think we'll get it by the owner this trip.
At least you got the win picture in them. And Brett, you actually co-bred this horse as well. Talk a little bit about, just watching her develop from the get-go.
It's, I mean, it's just so satisfying. But, watching her develop and come forward has been a great, great accomplishment for Dale and I. But I want to give a shout out to Ryan Mahan and his crew at Orchard Park, where they board this mare and keep her and do an excellent job. So,
the performance today, I mean, she ran well at Delaware last time, but this, it's Saratoga, and to win by open lengths like this, it was very impressive.
Yeah, I can't say we wasn't expecting a good effort from her. She's still got a little ways to come, though. She's not quite the, with some particular stuff, but, on the racetrack, she's a professional.
Does that come with age, just it being a 3-year-old filly still lightly raced?
Yeah, she's come forward. She's come forward quite a ways, but, we got to keep working, and we still have a task at hand. But, you can't teach fast, and she's fast.
You've done an excellent job harnessing it and putting it on the racetrack. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
All right, Brett Brickman, I guess he's going to have to go get the silks back now from Jose Lascano, but a dazzling performance from Alva Star, guys.
We've heard it from Dwayne Lucas so many times. You can't coach speed, can't teach speed. This filly has it, Alva Star, and Paul, for homebred, newer fans of the sport, if you're a fan of a franchise team, it's a little bit like rooting for a team that has the homegrown product versus a team that just has a bunch of high-priced free agents.
Yeah, when you're an owner and the breeder of a horse like this, it's extra special. It's almost like one of your children that you're raising. And Brett Brinkman, like I said, he's been an amazing trainer in Louisiana and in that area for a long, long time. And now he's got a filly. And for him to say, listen, we haven't even gotten to the bottom of her is kind of dangerous. And you could tell a little bit she was a handful in the paddock. And I think that's what he's trying to harness a little bit with her. If she can maybe act a little bit more professional in the paddock, my goodness, what she just did on the racetrack is going to be even more extra special.
Maybe she runs well because she acts like that.
Yeah, true.
I wouldn't want to change too much with her.
Too much. No.
She's good.
No.
That was great. That was really fun. To see low-profile connections like that, win a race like that, that was great.
You sense the emotion, and I'm just spitballing. I don't know. TCA? Keeneland?
They don't want to be where Echo Zulu is. I don't think they're that crazy. She's a 3-year-old. I don't know what you do. There aren't a lot of 3-year-old sprints that I can think of off the top of my head. At some point, you're going to try the big girls, but maybe they'll be a little conservative for now, at least, looking for spots. But she's very good.
Maybe she is one of the big girls.
She's one of the big girls that Echo Zulu goes on vacation.
Gotcha. I gotcha.
She's the biggest girl, that's for sure. She might be the biggest horse, period. Girls, boys, whatever.
Great story. What a performance. Hey, look, we have the right silks. Right there, Dale Ladner. How cool was that? Alva Star. Remember her name moving forward. Brilliant in the Prioress. 2 stakes races down. We still have the Harvey Pack. We still have the Jockey Club Gold Cup. And Andy's going to tell you who's going to graduate in this maiden race 2-year-olds on the grass.
I'm going to Wally World. I feel like I'm there already, so why shouldn't I bet on them?
Big Pen, Parliament.
They have a Tom Collins, actually.
A Gate Road at 9 to 5. When we come back, this is going to be fun. Trevor McCarthy, Katie Davis, they're married, both jockeys. They try to beat each other out on the racetrack. Very competitive. No, it doesn't sound complicated whatsoever. That's next.
Drain the Clock will win and win by as much as he wants. He'll win by 6 in the end.
It is Drain the Clock who will bound home the winner in the Bayshore. Drain the Clock, Jackie's Warrior, a terrific finish in the Woody Stevens that goes to Drain the Clock by a head.
Monday, September 18th is the biggest day of the year at Presque Isle Downs with a $150,000 Presque Isle Mile plus a $300,000 Grade 2 Presque Isle Masters. The Masters is a key prep for the Breeders' Cup. Just last year, PA-bred superstar Caravel became the 8th horse to run in the Masters before achieving Breeders' Cup glory. It's the Presque Isle Mile and the Presque Isle Masters, Monday, September 18th at Presque Isle Downs, Erie, Pennsylvania. For more information, visit presqueisledowns.com/racing.
Me and my husband, we race against each other.
We met at a really young age. Both our fathers rode together down at Gulfstream Park in the late 90s. And as little kids, we knew each other on the racetrack. We really got to know each other well when she came to Delaware and started riding. You know, we were friends for a really long time, and it worked out nice, you know, and now, you know, we're married and we have a beautiful family together.
We got a busy day today. That'll be fun. Hopefully I get to beat him. You know, going into this meet, I was talking to my agent, Joe, which is Trevor's agent as well, so it's one big family.
I was a little skeptic at the time, and I was kind of like, you know, maybe you should just get your own agent. You know, you do your own thing, and we'll do our own thing, you know. And Joey always hinted to me that he wanted to take her, and I'm like, you know, it's probably not a great idea to mix it. But look, it's worked out really great. You know, we kind of both lean on each other and, you know, help each other out when we're in spots of working horses in the morning. I've worked plenty for her, and she's worked plenty for me, so it worked out nice. We just have such a great relationship with Joey, and he's done a really good job for us.
Yeah, I said on the video, I said I'm going to beat Trevor, and he beat me. That was awesome. Happy birthday. Gal Dad said congratulations. That's good. That's good. It's fun. It's enjoyable. We used to butt heads. You know, there are times where he'd come home, he wouldn't speak to me, but I had to make dinner. And there's times where I was like, see you later, I'm going to get dinner. Either you're coming with me or you're not, but you have to talk to me at dinner.
But it's like any other family, you know, you're going to have your battles, you're going to have your disagreements, you're going to have your own opinions.
We grew to understand, you know, our happy medium balance to help each other, and we're very supportive. So we love the game, and we're very competitive as well, and there's nothing better than dueling with your husband down the lane.
They're in the final furlong, left them behind. Now coming right to Mudville 9. And it's left them behind for the home team from Saratoga Stable.
It's nerve-wracking to watch your wife go out there and, you know, the person you truly love the most. You never want to see anything bad happen to them. So she makes me a little nervous, but inside me, I'm her biggest fan.
It's been so much fun to follow. The Davis siblings, Trevor McCarthy and Katie. It was funny in an interview yesterday. Trevor won a race yesterday, and he's like, I had to beat Katie out there. She's been kicking my butt this meet.
Yeah, they've been going at it in in just like a week's time. She beat her husband. She beat her brother. She beat her sister.
What's she gonna do in the holidays?
And her dad.
She's gonna be alone in the holidays.
And the crazy part is Jackie won like 3 or 4 races. She's getting close to 1,000 wins career too as well. So that whole family, wow.
What a summer for Katie Davis here at Saratoga, and to put up the numbers, the wins, and how much that will mean for her just moving forward. And just from a confidence perspective, to compete on this caliber and to have the number of wins she's had this summer.
Well, I mean, any wins in Saratoga for anybody is exciting, and I'm sure it is going to help her confidence, but there's no reason she shouldn't have any. The truth about Katie was she's a very good rider when she rode in Maryland. We didn't see it much because we weren't watching in Maryland that much, but she was good. And when she was at Aqueduct last winter, I mean, we talked about her on Aqueduct all winter long. She gave one good ride after another. Anybody that doesn't think Katie Davis knows how to ride is just not paying attention. She has a very good feel for horses. She's not Julie Crone. I would never put her in that category. Julie Crone was an all-time great rider. But very similarly, horses responded to Julie and they respond to Katie. She's a terrific rider, and it's great to see her doing well.
Leon Seidler's, is it Giant?
His birthday today, by the way.
Happy birthday, Lee. Yeah. Is it High Oak? Is that his name?
Yes.
Yeah.
Perfect example.
So he'd been struggling. He comes back and finally runs a really good race with Katie Davis. He ran second. They're going to run him in the forego, and he says, I want Katie back on. She woke him up.
Well, because he never psychologically was able to get over the incident in the Fountain of Youth last year, and it happens with horses. You've all seen it happen with horses. And Katie rode her first time, and he ran second, and he got back to his better form. And I do think that he just responded to her. Whatever her feel is for horses, he got comfortable with her, something he couldn't do with a number of other very good riders.
I think we have the stats right now, so we'll show you that tail of the tape. The numbers accurate there. Katie Davis with 6 wins this summer at Saratoga. Trevor McCarthy got his 4th yesterday. And, yeah, Gary, just what that does for confidence. Her first ever ride in a Grade 1 race. She hit the board with High Oak to finish 3rd in the forego.
Yeah, and, you know, doing that sometimes feels like a win.
Absolutely.
Another milestone.
Nothing wrong with chasing Gunite and Elite Power. Excuse me. Katie Davis, Katie and Trevor, thanks so much for the access. Great stuff. Katie riding Vini Santo, pictured. First-time starter by Breeders' Cup Classic winner Vino Rosso at 25-1. Trevor McCarthy riding in this one as well. Get ready to rock. Currently 18-1. They'll go head-to-head, husband and wife squaring off in the 6th at the Spa.
Consistently versatile with 25 Grade 1 winners on every surface from 6 furlongs to 1 1/4 miles all over the world.
Switzerland in the Dubai Golden Shaheen. Switzerland wins.
Churl Spite running on. Mason in front. Churl Spite on the outside. At the wire. Photo for the win.
Prince of Monaco's too good. An impressive winner of the best pal.
All purpose, all places, all power. Spitestown.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence. Whether you use handicapping insights, like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. Start earning your $200 sign-up bonus when you sign up with offer code GET200.
Liam's Map, a 2-time Grade 1 winner with 6 consecutive triple-digit buyers, including a 114 to win the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. He's already taking the lead as a sire, with Grade 1 winners Basin, Wicked Whisper, Colonel Liam, and Juju's Map, plus multiple 6-figure yearling sales and 2-year-old sales up to $1.2 million. Proven on the track, proven in the sales ring. Liam's Map, only at Lane's End.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Two-year-olds next at Saratoga. Welcome back. As always, our coverage brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. NairaBets.com. And the favorite, Agate Road, currently 8-5. We check it with, what's that?
Crazy Price.
Who's a crazy price?
8-5 in the 10 is insane.
Is that a crazy price, Maggie, based on what
She'll
you're seeing
agree.
in the paddock?
I just want to talk about some other horses, really. It's before they leave the paddock. Thank you, Lafitte, as we'll take a look at number 1 in here, Wally World, who is finally making his debut after being rained off several times. And talking to Bob Edwards of E5 Racing, he was really excited because his son cleverly named this son of More Than Ready out of Force Family Fun. I mean, it's just perfect. As there's not much immediate pedigree in here. The dam was half 2 Cat Burglar, which is ironic because there's a horse in the next race that's a half 2 Cat Burglar in the first generation. Anyway, I digress. It's a little bit more of a dirt family, but looking at this guy, watching him, he moves like he's a lovely mover, and usually that equates to wanting the turf. And watching his dirt breezes, he's on the bridle the entire time. So either maybe he's more of a dirt horse, but I do trust Chad's judgment in here. It also could mean that he's just a very good turf horse and that he's able to handle the dirt quite easily. Very professional, very fit, liking everything I'm seeing from Wally World today. Zivarev for Cherie DeVoe. This one has a nice pedigree as well. Obviously a son of Oscar Performance. The dam was a multiple graded stakes winner on the dirt, stakes winner on the turf too, and 2 winners from 5 foals with only 1 on the turf, and then you go back and the dam is half 2 Zenyatta. This one's big, good looking, very impressive looking, but what I've learned from Cherie with her first time starters is that it just really feels like they need starts, experience, and primarily from a fitness standpoint. She's not one that's bringing them over here ready to fire because she wants to develop them. She wants a product to carry on with, and I like this horse. I'll be intrigued to see what he shows us here. He was working 3 back with Taking Candy, an older nice horse that we saw participate in the Saranac, finishing 2nd, and he held his own right there with him. He has a big bouncing stride, very much of a turf movement. So we'll see what he brings to the table here at First Asking. Is number 9 is Stolen Magic for Linda Rice. This one, as of late, has been working quite well. The dam was a 2-time turf winner, and both siblings have won on it for a son of Good Magic. Looks like a turf horse, very athletic here. And kind of very focused too. A lot of times Linda's horses mentally look as though they need a start, but this guy is acting like he's been here, done that. It's just the physical problem with him. Is he fit enough? He's about 90% there. Sometimes you don't have to be 100% fit, though, to win on the turf. As we'll check in with one that has experience, number 3, Tom Collins. Now, it's interesting. Frosted doesn't put up many, significant numbers with his turf progeny, but you go back a generation, the dam was actually more of a turf horse, fast cookie. But Party Now, there's plenty of turf here, and looking at Tom Collins, he's a turf horse, and it's interesting setting the pace first time out. He was really rambunctious in the preliminaries. He's a touch more settled today. They still had a little bit of trouble getting the tack on him, but he's so much more fit, just benefiting from that start under his belt. I think Tom Collins will run much better today, Lafitte.
Give him a Tom Collins. He'll settle right down. 9-2 here on the gray by Frosted, but the favorite, Agate Road. Mother, a Frisette winner, Yellow Agate. Let's revisit her debut, Andy. What did you see in a solid effort? She didn't get out of the blocks all that clean. It just misses by a nose.
Yeah, but it was an extremely fast pace for 2-year-olds going a mile, and this race completely incinerated. Train and Balance, I want to say, was a first-time star for Klarovich, an MTO. So, listen, he ran fine. I'm not knocking him. Yellow Agate won the Frisette and set a very fast figure first time out on the dirt. She's produced a turf winner, but Gasoline, her best foal, was a dirt horse. I don't see it as a giant turf family.
Sold for the $450,000, working 9-4. Awesome extension to his stride, and he certainly did not look like he was going that fast. And he's done everything right. I really like him, but I chose a horse that has experience in number 3, Tom Collins. But Buffoon's interesting, as Paulie was saying. Lope de Vega, he's just really good with his baby. 6 for 19 here in the States. The dam's half to Ektot, who was a graded stakes winner, grade 1 winner here in the States for Todd Pletcher. He's typical Mike Maker. Looks like he needs to start wearing blinkers first time out. It doesn't usually equal success, but one I wanted to highlight just given the pedigree and the fact that he does look like a nice horse that just needs to race into fitness, Lafitte.
Anybody other than Agate Road you're getting you're getting a number.
I got a feeling Agarode is not this big short a price in the exactas. Maybe I'm wrong. The double $6 for $1 with the 9 in the next race, so maybe he is.
All right, Ortiz looking for a third on the afternoon. 2-year-olds continue to file into the gate for the 6th race here. Final Saturday of the meet from Saratoga. Frank Mirmati standing by.
The outside. Going in. They're in the gate. And they're off. And Tom Collins is out very quickly, assumes command at once. Ocala Rocket has sharp early speed and is right up alongside now. Stolen Magic is 3 deep. Get Ready to Rock settles just behind them in 4th. Then it's Wally World, 5th along the inside and 4 lengths off the pace. Buffoon is next, followed by Vinsanto. And now going very wide, Agate Road, extremely wide into the first turn. Zverev is inside of him, and then it's another 2 to Zverev, who's now the trailer. Just in front of them is Dangerous Driver. Ocala Rocket is the speediest. 24 2/5 seconds is the opening quarter. Stolen Magic a length back second. Tom Collins under a hold third. Then Get Ready to Rock in 4th. Wally World 5th as they run toward the half-mile pole. It's another 2 back to Vinsanto outside Buffoon. The half in 51 seconds flat. Agate Road with the orange sleeves has 10 lengths to make up. A length back to Dangerous Driver and Zverev at the back. Less than a half-mile to travel. Junior Alvarado and Ocala Rocket leading the way with Stolen Magic pressing. Tom Collins is the gray right next to Get Ready to Rock. Wally World 5th by himself, 4 lengths off the lead, 2 clear of Vinsanto outside Buffoon. Agate Road, plenty of work to do. Still 8 off the pace at the top of the stretch. Where Ocala Rocket, Tom Collins coming through on the inside, Stolen Magic in the black colors, but it's still Ocala Rocket digging in. Ocala Rocket and Stolen Magic are 1-2 coming to the 16th pole. Stolen Magic now gradually getting to him, and suddenly Agate Road coming out of nowhere. Agate Road mowed them all down. What a stretch kick from Agate Road to get the money.
From out of the clouds, doing his best war chant impersonation.
That's right.
Agate Road, Arad Ortiz, ambushing Stolen Magic in the shadow of the wire.
There was some bobbing and weaving in the stretch here, Gary. The 1 was bobbing and weaving, the 3. Watch the 1 here. I don't know what happens with the 1. And then the 8 with the blue cap and the 1, they run into each other. And,
1 was green, man.
Oh, wow. And then the 10 just outran them all.
Watching the pre-race warm-ups.
I haven't seen the 8s coming down.
I've not seen as many green horses in one race at the same time as there was.
The 1 came out on the 8, and then the 8 came in on a ton of horses here.
And the 10 didn't get out of the gate, didn't know what he was doing, was toiling in the back of the pack, and he ran by a look at him. He took a right, his horse took a right turn out of the gate. He broke slow like he did first time, and I guess that's why it was even money. This was some performance by him to get up. I know there was a lot of staggering in the stretch, but it's an incredible win by this horse.
Is an inquiry.
Photo.
Shocker.
It involves the 10, though. He seemed to be clear everybody.
The oil lights are on.
Yeah, what ended up happening is Wally World sideswiped the 8 in here, Vino Santo. And then the horse with the, watch the horse get sideswiped, the horse with the blue cap with Katie Davis. Then Katie Davis on the 8. See the horse with the blue cap? Watch this horse get sideswiped. We're going to see, oh, this is out of the gate now. Nothing out of the
10
gate
takes
here.
a right turn.
10 takes a right turn. We can get to the stretch.
Slow to begin with.
We need the stretch.
We need the stretch. Okay, so now here's what happens. Now Katie Davis comes in majorly after she got hit. Now watch the horse in the blue cap. Now watch this horse come out, hit the horse in the blue cap, the one's at fault, right? Now watch the horse with the blue cap, the 8, now start to drift in and cause a ton of crowding.
Oh my God.
And the 10 was clear of it all.
All that bumping and jostling. Like, what did you see, Gary?
I saw chaos out there. Take your pick. There was a lot of things going on, and in the meantime, the winner was out all by his lonesome, winding up.
Nothing that happened involved the first 4 finishers, and they'll probably figure that out. Now, maybe they'll do something, or maybe there'll be some, I don't know, probably just a lot of green horses, to be fair. But this doesn't involve the first 4.
Take us through this, though, Gary.
Well, it doesn't involve the first 4. 8 actually got bounced out into the eventual winner, which moved him out in no man's land. And then Katie Source made a right-hand turn when she reached with the crop and hit him. And we're lucky that I think it was I don't even know what number that was back there with the polka dot and blue sleeves. I hope it wasn't Katie's husband on there.
Just fortunate we didn't have an incident.
Yes,
Excuse
we
me.
are.
All
Yeah.
2-year-olds are fine. All jockeys in their saddles.
Yeah,
and this colt is wow.
Yeah, and I don't, like you guys said, I don't think there's going to be. There's no change.
It has nothing to do with the first 4 horses.
Nothing to do with the first 4. I think they're looking, and
they should look.
They're looking for the
Tell the
5th
public
and 6th.
they're looking, but they're not.
They're looking
They're not.
for 5th and 5th. So if you have 10-9 here, you're solid.
You have the super, you're solid.
Yeah.
Is this colt, Andy? I know that Agate Road, Prisoner of the Moment, it just happened. Is that Pilgrim good? Is that
I'm sure he's
step?
looking for races to try to get the Breeders' Cup. I was wrong about him. I thought it was a terrible bet at even money. He got the money, but
looked like a terrible bet until about the 16th
slow
hole.
race. But he obviously is a work in progress.
Wow. Twice today, Andy.
I'm right sometimes. I'm wrong a lot more.
We're stepping aside. Final thought: Jockey Club Gold Cup. Andy, who wins it?
I'm going to take a shot with Tyson at a price. The favorites are nice horses. They're okay, but I want to try Tyson. The horses run well in synthetics.
Oh,
Duke of Love. Last name's
Josie.
Proxy.
Proxy, the multi-millionaire Grade 1 winner for Godolphin. That's the Jockey Club Gold Cup later on this evening. Race number 11. We're stepping aside. Greg Wolf and the crew standing by. Stellar performance you just saw. Mike Rapoli here. And Agate Road on the far outside, closing like a whirling dervish with Arad Ortiz. 10-9-3-7. Saratoga Live continues.
Eclipse Champion Blade, a proven sire with over 15% lifetime stakes horses. And in the sales ring, Blaine continues to prove his value.
Now 50, 550, 550,000.
I'm at a period 85, 85 to the back, 485,000. Thank you.
310,000 upstairs. His stakes producing daughters include the dam of Eclipse Champion Forte.
Forte to win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Blade, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Just 1 year after expanding their global footprint to Kentucky in 2013, Liliana Solari and Carlos Heller's Don Alberto purchased the dam of leading Eclipse candidate Arcangelo, who captured the Belmont and Travers Stakes against the best of his generation. This September at Keeneland, we are proud to offer 50 outstanding yearlings by the world's leading stallions, hailing from some of the best pedigrees in the stud book today. Don Alberto at Keeneland.
welcome back. You're watching Saratoga Live here as we just saw the favorite get the job done in the shadow of the wire. Agate Road, guided masterfully by Rod Ortiz Jr. for Todd Pletcher and Mike Rapoli, who's standing with me now. And Mike, I know I was making you a little anxious.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't say masterful when he goes 10 wide, but I
was setting you up.
Yeah, no, that was masterful. He's had better rides, but you know what? He broke a little slow. He was wide. It's hard to win from that 10 post. I mean, we had him on the turf the first time. He ran a good second. He had 2 great works. We expected him to run good, but he must have came home under 12. I mean, he was flying at the end.
Yeah, he was. He was so far back, and it felt like a race that was dominated more forwardly.
Yeah, no, it definitely. But this is a nice quality road, and we really do like him. And you know, Todd's having a great meet. We're having a good meet. My team out there is doing a great job. A lot of these 2-year-olds were the ones that we bought last year at the sale, and you know, we won the first one with Audible, a 2-year-old, and we won this one. And you know, we have Miss Says in the spin away, and then BU in the hopeful. So 2-year-olds are running really well.
And fierceness, I mean, that one's pretty nice too. Champagne for him.
Yeah, she's gonna go Champagne most likely, and but we're excited. Life Talk ran a great race the other day, so we're really loading up for this year and next year.
And Mike, I was just gonna say, are you going to the sale again, Keeneland? Are you loading up again?
I'm loading up again. Yeah, I'm gonna get there on Sunday night, and I'm gonna spend 4 days out there, and you know, I had a lot of fun, and I really enjoy the game. You know that, and you know, there's some things that we want to change, but still love the game, and we'll get to the right place. This hasn't been the best year of racing, but you know, we'll work hard towards the future to making it even better.
I hear you on that, but talking about the future, bright future in the Jockey Club Gold Cup, do we like him today?
You know, he had that race in the Brooklyn that Todd and I couldn't explain what he did. 49 Buyer was last by about 42 lengths. And then he came back and ran the way we thought he was going to run the Brooklyn. So he's training great. He looks great. He's a curling. They get better at 4 than they do at 3. And I think he's going to run a big race. Is he good enough to win? I'm not sure, but he's going to run really well.
Well, Mike, congratulations here. Agate Road, impressive. Best of luck coming up. Got several runners on the rest of the card.
Thank you, Maggie.
All right, Mike Rapoli getting another winner here at the Spa as we saw Agate Road return 410 for the win, getting the win over Stolen Magic and Tom Collins for that trifecta. As we will take a quick break here on Saratoga Live, but coming up next, it's a start of the Pick 6, also that Grade 1 Jockey Club Gold Cup coming up next, and a new crew joining the show.
They say breed the best of the best and hope for the best.
Macoma broke well on the outside. And
but you don't expect to get speed like this.
Is Macoma the one to catch? Macoma has a 5-length lead in this Grade 1 corner. Macoma continues to battle on down at the rail. It is Macoma who's going to win the Met Mile.
Respect the law. He's earned it. A Grade 1 winning juvenile.
Tis the law, pops the cork in the champagne.
A classic winning 3-year-old.
Tis the law is going to win the first leg of the Triple Crown.
5 triple-digit buyers.
Respect the law. Tis the law.
The best son of Red Hot Sire Constitution.
He's left the others behind. He's going to win the Run Happy Travers.
Tis the law.
Reach for the unreachable. Race to new horizons. The artisan's quest for beauty burns in the heart of Japan, forging strength like no other, with love and honed to perfection. Noble, authentic, and only here. The legacy of strength.
If you're looking for winners, a program is an essential tool, but it can only tell you so much. When you're at the track, take full advantage of the paddock to try to find a horse who's ready to win. Here are 4 things to look for in the paddock. Number 1, watch the horse as it walks in. Observe how they carry themselves, looking for fluid, smooth movements, a walk that's almost cat-like. Number 2, look for a well-muscled and fit appearance with a shiny coat, bright eyes, and ears that are perked up that are saying, I'm paying attention. Number 3, notice how the horse interacts with its handler. A horse that's responsive, obedient, attentive to their groom, that's a good indication of good training and discipline. Number 4, take note of any excessive sweating or lather on the horse's coat. While some sweating is normal due to excitement or heat, sweating in excess could be a sign they're expending too much energy before they really need it in a race. Getting eyes on a horse provides valuable visual clues that can help inform betting decisions, so incorporate it with your handicapping. For more race day insights, go to americasbestracing.net.
Welcome to continuing live coverage of the premier meet in the country. Saturday here in Saratoga, final weekend of action. From here upstate coming up, it's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Hello, everybody. I'm Greg Wolf, and good to have you with us. Older horses taking center stage today in the Grade 1 Jockey Club Gold Cup. Unlike last year, where we had a true standout in Flightline in this division, this year's older horse category is completely wide open. We'll find out from this group later today who is ready to head into the fall and stamp themselves as a major contender for this year's Breeders' Cup Classic. This is the field that will line up, going 1.25 miles for $1 million. Proxy for Mike Stidham. We'll have Joel Rosario from the rail, and Rattle and Roll. He had won 3 graded stakes in a row until a very narrow defeat in the Grade 1 Stephen Foster last time out. For trainer Kenny McPeak, with me, champion jockey Richard Migliori, one of the top trainers in the country, and Tom Amos, champion handicapper Jonathan Kinchin. Mig, we're going to go through this entire group here in a moment. We'll see. It looks like a wide open race.
Looks like a wide open race, but it also looks like one of those 2-year-old races we may be talking about in the future. One of those loaded 2-year-old races.
Jockey Club Gold Cup.
I'm sorry. I'm jumping in right into this race. Excuse me. Jockey Club Gold Cup, vaunted history, incredible group. And I think some horses here that have an opportunity maybe to take a step forward and throw their hat in the ring in an older horse division that's really crying out for someone to gain control of it.
1.25 miles still a big question for everybody in here?
I think it is. I think it plays to some of these horses that want to come from off the pace. I guess our favorite is going to be Rattle and Roll for Kenny McPeak, and he's a horse that comes from off the pace, wants a setup, wants horse to use energy in front of him, but he's got a great finish. This extra 1/8 of a mile, because he's been running 1 1/8 miles. This extra 1/8 of a mile, 2 football fields or thereabouts, should play right into his hands.
Yeah, look, I mean, when you have a horse like Arcangelo, who's a 3-year-old leading to be the leader for the champion, he's kind of the favorite for the Derby. I mean, excuse me, for the Breeders' Cup Classic right now. So you do want to see if there's an older horse that can kind of throw their hat in the ring outside of White Abarrio, who won the Whitney here, and I think today we'll find out.
We're going to have card talk later. I don't want to give too much away, but you weren't just sucking up to Jen Antonucci. You believe Arcangelo is going to be the favorite in the Classic?
Oh, no. He is the favorite right now.
Okay.
If you look at, some offshore markets where you can wager on that, he is the favorite to win the Classic today.
Interesting. Interesting. By the way, don't forget, this is for a spot in the Breeders' Cup starting gate. Win and you're in the Jockey Club later today. So there's a lot at stake, not just the money, which is pretty tasty, $1 million.
Let's meet the field that's going to line up in our ABR Race of the Week. Again, $1 million purse. And we'll start with Proxy, Joel Rosario, Mike Stidham, and a horse who just missed the last time he went 1.25 miles out on the West Coast.
So for Proxy, I mean, this is a horse that, hey, look at his last race at Monmouth Park. I get the idea that race wasn't all that good. He didn't break all that sharp. He was a big, heavy favorite. Wasn't much of a field. He drew off at the end. He has to do better than that last race, Jonathan.
Unbridled Bomber, distant third in the Suburban.
Yeah, let me tell you about Unbridled Bomber. So here's a horse that has run the last 6 races, 3 times on Lasix, 3 times not on Lasix. And you know what? Every time he's run on Lasix, he's won. Every time he hadn't won.
Warrior Johnny, this horse was here last summer, and he looked like he was going to be a star in this division.
Yeah, I mean, look, he's a little bit light on speed figures, but Phil Bauer has had an unbelievable couple of years here at Saratoga. I wouldn't be shocked if this horse jumped up and ran better than you see on paper, but he is in deeper waters.
Rattle and Roll. He'd won 3 in a row, all graded stakes, and then that narrow defeat in the Grade 1, trying to get his first Grade 1 today.
So I really think this race plays into his hands. A mile and a quarter, a horse that comes from off the pace. To me, a horse that really is going to relish this extra distance.
Omaha. We got audibles going all over the place on the desk right now. Clapton, by the way, moving to the Chad Summers barn. Arad Ortiz Jr. will ride.
Yeah, Chad hasn't had a great meet. This horse doesn't look terrible on paper, and you got Irad, the meet's leading rider, shows up here. That's got to count for something.
Tyson is going to get on dirt for the first time, and the second female family, same family as Arcangelo.
Yeah, okay, I'll give you that. But on the other hand, you know, when you look at Tyson, there's a horse that makes an easy lead in his last race, doesn't get off his left lead down the lane. He looks like a notch below to me.
One of 2 in here for Josie Carroll, who also will send out Duke of Love, who's only had 2 starts on dirt. They've both been tracks with some moisture in it, but they've both been wins.
This horse ran extremely well in the West Virginia Derby. And if you look undefeated when running on the dirt, I just don't trust this horse. But, you know, look at a nice price, 15-1. You don't have to trust him that much.
And Todd Pletcher already off to a pretty hot start this afternoon with 2 victories. Bright future. Is this an up-and-coming 4-year-old? He had a big figure at Saratoga at 1 1/8 miles.
He did. He was dominant that day. And, you know, the question is, wouldn't any of these other horses in that same race have done what he did? He is stepping up in class today.
That's your field. Grade 1 Jockey Club Gold Cup. And it, you know, we talked about it a little bit, especially after the Travers. Feels like a year that's prime for a 3-year-old, maybe like Arcangelo, to win that big race. But we'll see if some older horses here can separate themselves a little bit, or get into the picture at least.
No, but look, we're halfway. You know, got a couple more months left, right? Like, yes, as of right now, it feels right for the taking. But if one of these horses jumps up and runs a big number, suddenly it's now back into the older horse's side of the court.
The one difference I think this year, though, is I think the top echelon of 3-year-olds like Arcangelo have shown that they appreciate the distance. The 1 1/4 miles is perfect in their wheelhouse, where we've had very talented 3-year-olds in the past taking on good older horses that maybe weren't as comfortable stretching out to that 1 1/4 miles, the more classic type distances. I don't think that's the case this year. In an older horse division that's a little bit suspect, still crying out for that leader of the division, with good 3-year-olds that are continually improving, that actually want to go long.
And this is the time of year, Jonathan, where the 3-year-olds can be very competitive against the older horses. You know, they're mature, they're getting to that full maturity. By the time November comes around, it's not unusual for a 3-year-old to beat an older horse, particularly in the big races.
Talk much more about it coming up. It's our ABR Race of the Week, Grade 1 Jockey Club Gold Cup. Pause for a slight moment here as we have FS2 coming back. Welcome to those rejoining us on Saratoga Live on our FS2 coverage. Good to have you with us on a beautiful Saturday afternoon, our final Saturday of the meet. Greg Wolf, champion jockey Richard Migliori, Tom Amos, he trains horses, and Jonathan Kitchen, champion handicapper as well. Good to be with this crew. And we just talked about and set up for our other audiences our ABR Race of the Week, Grade 1 Jockey Club Gold Cup. We're looking forward to it, and we'll see if some of these older horses can head into the fall as contenders for the Breeders' Cup Classic.
Jockey Club Gold Cup is an unofficial classic. It's a race that I grew up watching and going such a long way into, you know, crowning the horse of the year, the Jockey Club. Before the Breeders' Cup, this was the Breeders' Cup Classic, the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
And Tom, if you're playing the consistency game, does that make Rattle and Roll the horse to beat?
I think so. And I think his style of running, where he likes to pick up the pieces at the end, likes to run this extra distance, I think it plays right into his hands.
X-Factor horse in the race, is there one?
Yeah, I mean, I think Tyson's interesting, trying the dirt, been running on synthetic.
All right, let's get into a 2-year-old race and see some potential future starters. Our Spencer Farm 2-year-old race of the day. They're all trying to get their first win here in this maiden special weight. 7/8 of a mile to begin this pick 6 on our Saturday card. There's a few that have been working big in here, including Enlighten for Todd Pletcher, who's trying to get his 3rd winner on today's card. Let's welcome in Maggie Wolfadale for more.
And Greg, we'll take a look at some experienced 2-year-olds in the paddock, which I think says a lot when trying the 7 for a long distance, though, as you mentioned, looks as though there are some talented debuters here. But beginning with number 3, General Partner, he comes out of a race in which Valentine Candy just popped out of the gate like a literal rocket ship and led them gate to wire. And General Partner actually broke very well that day, and he chased well significantly in hand. So he says to me that 7 furlongs, we're going to see him forward in here. And as time has progressed here in the paddock, he's gotten sharper, keener. They warmed him up aggressively last time, expecting the same here again. But the overall is that this is a really good-looking horse and very physically mature, incredibly well-balanced and athletic. I'm going to give him another shot here going the 7/8 as we'll move on to number 9, Dive Bomber. He comes out of that same race as well. He, too, broke well, but he had a little bit more trouble. He had to be checked back going into the turn. He was part of like 3 or 4 horses across the track there, and then he kind of moved outside into the stretch and made kind of a second run. So it's not easy to do that, especially in your debut. They'll put the blinkers on to obviously provide a little bit more consistency in this horse's run, not allowing him to get so easily intimidated. Just a very short cup blinker for this Brad Cox trainee, who is big, burly. The thing is I thought he looked 90% fit first time out. There's a little bit of aggression, not much, but again, a horse that's really well muscled heading in here. As we'll move on to some firsters at number 7, Enlighten. Yes, working very nicely. Son of City of Light. The dam was on race. There isn't much pedigree, though. The dam have to No More Ridge Blondes, who won the UAE Oaks, if that's any relevance here. But good-looking sort. He looks very much like his sire, of that Quality Road line that you see, kind of that rich dark bay color, not much white to them, incredibly well-balanced and put together, and a bit of a bigger type. So the 7 furlongs makes perfect sense to me, and he is classy acting as they come here for this debut. As we'll also take a look at number 10, that's Jefferson Street, Son of Street Sense, another one, looks just like his sire. The dam was 0 for 3. 2 siblings have run, have not won. The dam, though, she is half defrosted. And looking at this guy, 7 furlongs looks ideal. It just feels as though there might be some development needed just to kind of bring everything together, to strengthen up across that top line. But otherwise, I think there's actually some talent in here. This horse could be okay. I would just probably take the wait and see approach, though. Greg?
Maggie, thanks. Well, this one for Bill Mott and Godolphin was actually holding a lead over talented filly Sugar High for Bill Mott, who we're going to see in the spin-away on Sunday.
I saw that in the workout report. I was like, that's a wow.
9-2 right now. Junior Alvarado will ride, recently named as the Mike Venezia Award winner. I know, Mig, that means so much to you and that you're so heavily involved with.
Well, not only was Mike Venezia a very dear friend of mine, he was a person that you aspire to be like, somebody that is very selfless, always trying to do what's right for other people, and a tremendous mentor in the jockey's room, somebody that meant a great deal to not just me, but a lot of young riders.
Now, 2-1 favoritism on Dive Bomber in here, 7/8 of a mile race. And Tom, especially at 7/8 of a mile, how much does experience, which Dive Bomber has, he has a race under his belt already, how much does that mean?
I think it means a lot. You've got a top trainer in Brad Cox, a horse that has a race experience. Brad has obviously evaluated that race, worked on the things he needs to. He's going blinkers on today. Brad must feel that that's the way to go with Dive Bomber. And a horse that I think is going to have speed in this spot from the 9 hole.
Here's Ask Isaac as we kick off our post-parade for the race that starts the pick 6.
Yeah, started on the turf, broke slow, and was kind of uncontrollable early in that race.
Shamrock Shake, Dylan Davis, the blinkers go on.
Blinkers go on for a horse that must improve off that one start on the turf he's had.
General Partner, Chad Brown, Klarovich, and Manny Franco.
Yeah, this is my pick here. I thought this horse ran extremely well last time, considering the circumstances. Look for this horse to take another step forward.
18-1, it's the first-time starter for Kenny McPeak.
Yeah, here's a horse that, you know, when you're looking at workouts, you always try to look at those gate works to see what a horse is or isn't. His are very fast.
Nick Zito sending out a first-timer by Justify, the Triple Crown winner.
Yeah, we know that Nick's had a great career, but even throughout that great career, only 6% with first-time starters.
Just Be Happy, Kendrick Carmouche for McPeak.
Yeah, this is Kenny's other horse in the race. He's got the 4 as well. A horse whose works look pretty average here.
Enlightened was keeping company with Fierceness, who's headed...
You stole my thunder.
Sorry. Go ahead.
No, thunder stolen.
Now I feel bad. We'll get back to that horse in a minute. Jonathan, I'm sure, has more to add. Typhoon Fury George Weaver.
George Weaver having an excellent meet with his young horses. Don't overlook this horse.
Here's Dive Bomber, Brad Cox.
Yeah, adding blinkers in here. Ran well last time. I'm surprised this horse is as short of a price as he is.
And Jefferson Street for Bill Mott, outside 9-2.
Preparing very well for this debut, but gets stuck in that outside post position that they so often tend to break away from the field without that experience of never running.
All right, so Jonathan, you mentioned the Chad Brown runner in here who also has a race under his belt. That was here at Saratoga July 22nd. What'd you like about him?
I just think it goes a long way just having some experience. I thought General Partner ran well. Let's not forget, Valentine's Candy was like 5 lengths in front in the first 2 seconds of this race. And everyone else was just kind of put into chase mode. And I thought the General Partner was one of those horses that was in chase mode, and I thought ran extremely well. And we talk about sometimes, Tom, we talked about it on the show yesterday, that this racetrack can sometimes fool you in the mornings because it's a little bit tighter. In the afternoon, it's a little bit more demanding. I think this horse will take another step forward.
Yeah, we like to say in our barn, when a horse does all the dirty work, you know, you said chase mode, dirty work, same thing. You got a lone leader, Richie. You've got to put your horse in position to win. This horse didn't break all that sharp that day, had to get into position, then chased or did the hard lifting to get to the leader. It tends to take a toll on your horse.
It starts as you're chasing them. And that's why when we talk about speed horses, I question when riders slow speed horses down too much. Now, they're not going to get that in a 6-furlong maiden race or a 5.5-furlong maiden race. But in general, when you've got a horse with natural speed, let them use their speed. For the horses that are chasing you have to work to keep up. And I think that's exactly what you're talking about, Tom. He was put in that position where he was always off the bridle chasing.
So 4-1 on the second-time starter for the meet's leading trainer. As we take a look at the 9 here for trainer Brad Cox, another one with a start here at the meet. It was July 22nd and has been training very strong since.
Yeah, very aggressive work tab. You know, comes back. We had a 59, a best of the morning of 29 that did it. Come back with 1 minute and 2/5 on the training track. It seems like that proverbial light bulb maybe went on after that one start.
Well, you look at Brad's statistics with second-time starters, equipment changes, blinkers on, things like that. He literally probably is in the top 1% of all trainers in the United States with a big sample to choose from of his horses in making those moves and having success. I think that's why Dive Bomber is getting the action he's getting at a little bit less than 2-1.
Meanwhile, Typhoon Fury, this one for George Weaver. First time out by the champion sprinter Matoli. And George Weaver has done some big things, especially with his young horses here at this meet. Weaver's first out winners this meet. Solo Shot, Good Lord Lori, Brock Nardini. Not to mention what he did before we even got to Saratoga.
Yeah, and you know, it's not surprising. George is based, his main part of his stable is based here in Saratoga. So they get up here in May once they're open for training. They get to train here. They're comfortable here. It's a home court advantage, if you will. And he's very adept at getting young horses prepared for their first start. Now, this horse is not taking any money at 26-1, but I got to tell you, he made a really nice impression in the warm-up.
Had I guess it was 3 works back. Sneaky, big drill in the morning, too.
Yeah, the one from the gate.
Yeah,
and
August 11th move.
Yeah, and those gate workouts, I mean, look, when I'm, as a trainer, when I'm getting a horse ready, you know, I have workouts that I use to build stamina and to get him fit for that distance. And then I have workouts that I want to know what I got. And those workouts from the gate are the ones that I use as a trainer to say, hey, what kind of horse do I have in my barn?
Let's get back to Maggie.
And let's check in with a horse that's changing surfaces for his second start, and that's Ask Isaac. I picked Ask Isaac last time out, and, well, things didn't go very well for him and Junior Alvarado as Jose Lascano climbs aboard him today. He's a lot more sharp than what he was first time out, but he was also a handful in the race that day. He got so rank after braking sharply. Now he's gotten very hot out in the racetrack. I didn't love to see that. He wasn't necessarily doing that back in the paddock, but he's incredibly fit here. But going back to that start, look, he's wearing a Houghton bit today. He did not corner well. In fact, Junior Alvarado was bouncing off his back. He lost his stirrup briefly, too. So the race was lost into that first turn. the Dam, she's a multiple stakes winning dirt sprinter, and he's by Uncle Mo, who tends to get any kind of runner. Now, again, like I said, I don't like this behavior as we're approaching post time here, especially for a second-time starter. It's not the greatest sign, but I just thought it was interesting moving him, shortening him up to a condition that he's bred for. Number 7 in Lighten warmed up beautifully. He looks fantastic. For me, it was between the 3 and the 7, and that's the way we've all gone, Greg.
Well, let's get back to Enlighten. There he is on our screen. Pletcher, Around Ortiz Jr., Centennial Farms. Jake, I'll go back to you on this horse. And for those who don't know, who's been keeping company with in the morning?
Yeah, look, when you work with a horse like Fierceness and what we saw Fierceness do, that's basically all I really need to see, and worked well with that horse, you know. Tom, you know, Todd and Chad and Brad, they have so many good 2-year-olds. They have the luxury of working the good ones together to really know what they have. And to me, that means that this horse can likely run.
Oh, yeah. I mean, there's no doubt that those guys match up their partners in the morning and decide by who's best, who's going to be entered the following week or 2 weeks down the line. So, you know, Enlighten gets the graduation to go in the entry box. And you look at Enlighten, very expensive yearling, almost $500,000, Richie. And by a sire that produced really good-looking yearlings, he's fallen off a little bit, City of Light. You know, he's not exactly the sire that was the sire when this horse was bought. And that's based on the performance of his horses to this point. So he's going to have to overcome that maybe a little bit.
And maybe that's the reason, but I'll go back to you, JK. From this barn, with a horse that's working this good, with a horse that's expected to be maybe one of the top 2-year-olds in the country, why is he 4-1?
Yeah, I mean, I would definitely consider that a bit of a negative. But I think the hard part for me is I don't understand why Dive Bomber's being bet so heavily. That's the kind of the tricky part for me. You know, looking at the Will Pays, which I obviously closed that window. No, I didn't. Here it is. Looking at the Will Pays, I mean, the 9 is a significant favorite over the 3 and the 7. I don't know. It's a little shocking to me.
And Mig, real quick, I know we got Sunday, we got Monday. We still have a lot of races to go here today. It is not out of the realm of possibility. Arad Ortiz Jr. gets to 68 wins, which is the all-time record here. He's at 58. He's got 3 today. The all-time record, 68, Ramon Dominguez.
Yeah, and listen, he's riding tremendously, and he wins races in bunches. His confidence level's through the roof. And one thing about Irad, he does not take any races off. He rides every race like it's the most important race in the world, and to somebody, it is.
Take a fairly Herculean effort over the last couple of days, and half of this card still remaining, but if anyone could do it, he can. 3 wins and counting on this Saturday afternoon. He'll be on Enlighten here for Tad Pletcher at 4-1. There's your 8-5 favorite, Dive Bomber. Second time out for Brad Cox, the 9 with Joel Rosario. Let's go to Frank Miramonte for the start of the pick 6 on our Saturday card.
Thank you, Greg. As you can see, Rivetage just backed away, getting a little bit of a nudge from Brian Hernandez Jr. Dive Bomber was slightly hesitant as well, but he walked straight in. Trying with Rivetage, one of the first-time starters. Here's Justifiably So. Hall of Famer Nick Zito sends out this Son of Justify. And Jefferson Street in the Godolphin blue completes the lineup. They're in the gate. And they're off. And a very even start. Dive Bomber with those blinkers showing speed. So is Enlighten, vying for command, and down at the rail, General Partner is in the mix too. So it's General Partner just in front. Typhoon Fury now moves up to be third, just behind Dive Bomber, who's tugging from second. Then Jefferson Street and Enlighten right together. It's a gap of 5 to the next flight. Shamrock Shake, Justifiably So is next. The opening quarter went in 22 3/5 seconds. Ask Isaac advances past that pair. The 2 trailers, Just Be Happy and Rivetage around the far turn, and General Partner trying to shake loose, has it by 2.5 lengths. Dive Bomber in second. Jefferson Street clearly into third, moving up on the inside. Typhoon Fury is fourth. Then it's Enlighten, inching up on the outside, takes the 4th spot, 3.5 off the pace, and in the thick of it, 3 back to Ask Isaac, 45 and 4 for the half. And here's Jefferson Street coming after General Partner, but General Partner has something to say, and he speeds clear once again. Jefferson Street took a shot at him, but is no match at the 8th pole. And General Partner in complete command, making short work of the competition. General Partner and Manny Franco striding out to win by 4 easy lengths. Dive Bomber was second best. Then it was Jefferson Street third, and Lighton was 4th.
General Partner, a few jumps out of the gate, and this horse looked like your winner.
Yeah, you know, he didn't break all that sharp, but he was able to maintain that inside position and get to the lead early. And, you know, experience pays in these maiden races often, Richie. As General Partner, the horse that had 1 race experience, and Dive Bomber, the horse that had 1 race experience, they were going to run 1-2. And I think a talented horse from the outside post making a debut, Jefferson Street, was 3rd. But this was a very spread-out finish, a sign that this was a very good horse that just won here.
Yeah, legitimate time, 2.78s for 2-year-olds and 22 and change. And you know, tough distance anyway. 7 furlongs, having a start under your belt certainly paid dividends here, and everybody not named Migliori picked the 3.
And look, you know, Tom touched on it, and we both kind of did in different ways. When horses do the dirty work, when they have to kind of chase another horse, it takes a lot out of them, and it really is the worst position you could be in outside of just getting stopped.
Especially a beginner.
Right.
You know, this horse was making his first start and had to do that. Sometimes experienced older horses can handle that, but for a beginner, it's going to take a toll in their finish, but it should move them forward. It certainly moved General Partner forward in his second start today.
And not related to this, but just important to keep in mind, I want to remind everyone, Chad Brown trained another horse that did all the dirty work recently, and that was Goodnight Olive against Echo Zulu. I know Echo Zulu is the leader in the clubhouse, and she deserves to be, but when horses have to do the dirty work, they run better next time.
3-9, 10-7. General Partner 7-2 to start this pick 6. And a horse with experience making his second start. Don't give up on some of these underneath that we're debuting in here. There may be some real talent behind this horse, but this one graduates today and gives Chad Brown his 34th winner of the meet. 4 up now on Linda Rice, his closest pursuer.
Make it a very tough task, even tougher. And just every race that ticks by, it's just that much more difficult to gain ground, particularly when you're tallying more wins. General Partner was very good in his second start, and I think this is one of those 2-year-old races we're going to look back on and go, wow, this was a really good group.
Could be. 3-9, 10-7. Prices when we return. And JK, he charged the cart, ready to roll around the backstretch with history-making Jenna Antonucci and her Belmont Travers winner, Arcangelo. We'll be back.
They're in the gate for the Shuby. And they're off. Start for Nest. Right to the lead. Nest in full flight. Clairiere still with 2.5 to make up. $5 million in earnings between these 2 daughters of Curlin. But it belongs to Nest, who comes back in style and finishes full of run to score in the Shuby by 2.5 lengths. Clairiere second.
Curlin, the classic sire.
In Italian to win it. And here is Domestic Spending. And Pearl with plenty left in the tank.
Program Trading. Ocean Road.
It will be McCulloch. Victoria Road down to the line. Will be State of Rest.
Welcome back. You're watching Saratoga Live here on Fox Sports 2 as we are proudly brought to you by Hillendale at Alapa, as we just saw an impressive second-time starter graduate here at the spa, going the 7 furlongs. General partner, son of Spicetown for Chad Brown, Manny Franco, and Clarvich Stables. As I'm joined by Seth Klarman now. And Seth, we were just talking about Spicetown. What a prolific sire he has been throughout his career.
He gets great horses, dirt, turf, middle distance, but they can go a little further than that. And mutters, so versatile.
Really, you can put him on any surface, it feels like. But General Partner, certainly good here on the dirt. A horse that showed so much promise in the debut. He's a beautiful physical. Talk a little bit about what you saw from his performance today.
Well, they loved him at the barn. Lost his first race, but he ran well. Chad said he's training great, so we thought there was a chance he'd be able to do what he did. But when you have a 2-year-old run 122-1 at Saratoga, it's fantastic, super exciting.
Exactly, it's the stuff that gets you excited. But I think the most exciting proposition that you have in your stable at the moment is Ways and Means, at least for the future. She's going to take on a Grade 1 field in the Spinaway this Sunday. Seth, talk a little bit about her and kind of what she means to you, because she's a homebred.
It's incredible to have a homebred of that caliber. Obviously, we'll see what she can do tomorrow. But it was a great debut. It was exhilarating, really. She just left you breathless, left everybody breathless. So we're hoping she can do it again.
Wishing you the best of luck. She's so exciting, so amazing. And congratulations here, another nice 2-year-old on the books.
Great to see you. Thank you, Meg.
Seth Klarman with General Partner. Certainly an impressive 2-year-old horse with this 7 furlong score, Greg.
Maggie, thank you. Yeah, the Oracle of Boston with potentially a superstar filly we're going to see tomorrow on the Spinaway. Ways and Means.
So excited to see Ways and Means take on Tougher. She was so impressive on debut and did it so easily and so professionally, Tom.
Yeah, me not so much. I'm in the race against her.
Alice Beach for Tom.
Sorry.
Wrong person to go to. Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day you just saw. We have a lot more coming up, and we'll get into the 8th. That's the Harvey Pack, named for one of New York's racing's best-known personalities for over 30 years. He was the host of the country's first nightly racing replay show as well. This one, 5.5 furlongs on the turf in Big Invasion. Coming back for the first start since heading over to Royal Ascot. Extremely talented. We'll talk more about his chances coming up in just a moment. Oh, it's been one of the great stories in all of sports all year long. Jenna Antonucci breaking down barriers with that victory with Arcangelo in the Belmont Stakes in the Triple Crown, and backing that up again with a victory in the Travers. She joins JK for this week's edition of Kart Talk.
Paddock schooling. What's your thoughts on paddock schooling? A lip cord. Mott. Always been good with a lip cord. Smart.
3, 2, 1.
It's my thing.
You know what?
It's my thing.
I saw that, but I thought you used your leg too.
I did. You got to get the whole thing into it. I don't know where it came from. It just happened.
So are you enjoying these interviews?
I'll let you know when we're done.
Well, not this one. I'm talking about all of them.
Oh, some of them have been wonderful. Some of them have been a little painful. To be able to tell our story and the story of what we do in horse racing, I'm honored to do it and happy to do it.
Back in June, obviously, it was a life-changing day for you in the Belmont Stakes when Arcangelo won, but you kind of followed that up not too long after with what happened recently in the Travers. Is there any differences for you between those two experiences, or were they both kind of pinch-yourself moments?
Very different. The Belmont Stakes was more of a, it's off your shoulders. Then you go to the Travers, and it was more of a validating race for the horse, which obviously then validates the team and what we've done to get him to that point.
You know, leading up to the Travers, a lot of the conversation was the time in between starts. We won't call it a layoff. The time in between starts.
Yeah.
Did you feel a lot of pressure, or are you excited for the opportunity to prove that the decision that you made to give him that time was the right decision?
Neither. I honestly don't read a ton of the other stuff because it's not going to modify or shift how we train and what we do, and you can't train by other people's point of view. They're not in the barn every day, so it was just staying focused.
How much do you feel like he did change between when he crossed the wire in the Belmont and he got in the gate in the Travers?
A ton. He's like a bad mullet, you know, party in the front business. Oh, no, it's the other way around. Anyways, he's evolved so much in that regard.
He's a
monster right there.
He said you're a monster.
Yeah.
I think he was saying that in a good way.
We'll go with it.
You know, as a horse player, I felt like he worked out a really good trip in the Belmont. And part of the reason that I was still questioning how good he was based off of that. However, I am eating an entire humble pie that he's
Others
really...
would call it a poo sandwich.
A poo sandwich. I'll take that.
Okay.
He's one of those horses that he gets good trips because he's that good.
My job is to make sure the rider has the horse that they need underneath them. I know we're going to give Javier what he needs, and then I need him to just go out there and make the best decisions possible in the moment that he can.
When he broke his maiden, did you even have a glimpse of the fact that you would have the Breeders' Cup Classic favorite at this point? Because that's exactly what he is. He is the favorite moving forward for the Breeders' Cup Classic.
I think, obviously, you know, we haven't been shy about it. That race is our main focus, and we will start getting the calendar out and penciling in potential, you know, travel stuff and breeze plans and, you know, those kinds of things, and it'll make guys like you happier, right?
I didn't have a problem with the break.
Okay.
I didn't have a problem with the break.
Everyone else had a about the break, whatever.
I didn't want a commitment. I'm not one of those, like, I'm not a journalist where I need a commitment. I was just wondering when...
I'm not a journalist.
I was just wondering. Okay. I was just wondering when Arcangelo is going to run again. That's all.
We're aiming. That is. I have given you the answer, sir.
You know, Arcangelo came back well, and that's great news. I'm a little bit worried about your hand. You were.
Okay. I'm okay. Yeah, that's lovely, isn't it? I'm gonna work on this. I'm gonna be like everybody else and just be like, run.
No, I love it. This is, you know, sometimes I wish some of my like big moments in racing were captured this way, so that I can always look back at it, because it's an easy way to try to
cashing a ticket.
Cashing a ticket. Yeah, but you know,
and that's when you're hurting your hand.
Yes.
Oh,
those times.
Yeah.
Arcangelo, he's provided you with two really big moments, right? The Travers, the Belmont. But outside of those accomplishments, what do you feel like he's provided for you?
He's probably provided for other people more for me. How meaningful it has been for women to watch our journey, and secondly, like for the little girls or the young kids that are watching the journey. I think those are probably the biggest, you know, intangibles that he's laid out there, and that's pretty amazing and special. You got some flack about me being the first girl to do this, huh? Glad we got you off the duck on it.
Yes, no, I appreciate that.
Card Talk brought to you by Gainesway Farm. JK, again, another terrific season of Card Talk. Great choice in guests. And obviously, I mean, this is a story that, you know, outside of horse racing, everyone in sports is talking about what she accomplished with that victory in the Triple Crown.
Yeah, there's a lot of barriers in sports. Some of them intentional, some of them not. And when anything gets broke down, it's always kind of cool. You're moving in the right direction of progress. And Arcangelo has been a huge part of helping Jenna help break down that barrier. And it's been fun to watch. And we'll see what happens these next 10 weeks. Daddy did it, right, with Arrogate.
Oh, yeah.
Went 10 weeks and won the Breeders' Cup Classic. We'll see if Son can do it as well.
It's a fantastic story, and you'd have to go back to 1938 when Mary Hirsch trained the first woman to train a Travers winner in Thanksgiving, giving a 22-year-old Eddie Arcaro the leg up. But when she did Cart Talk, it was with a horse and buggy.
We're going to take a timeout. By the way, you brought the croissants for all the French riders. What'd you bring for Jenna?
I've only brought snacks one time. So maybe next year we'll have to get a snack sponsor. We'll have to bring a bunch of snacks.
Ooh, that's a good idea. 5.5 furlongs on the turf. Coming up in the Harvey Pack and Big Invasion. Returning to Saratoga, where he has never lost.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as War Smoke delivers at Finger Lakes.
War Smoke in front, another one for Andre Worry.
Barrage runs down the field at Saratoga.
Here's Barrage with a final surge. Barrage got him.
And Born Dancer goes wire to wire, outlasting all comers.
It's going to get close. Be of Courage coming inside Born Dancer. Photo finish.
Shouldn't you have a War Dancer? War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We're back on Saratoga Live on our FS2 coverage. Good to have you with us for the final Saturday of the meet. The sun's shining here in upstate New York. And up next, start of the late pick 5, and begins with the Harvey Pack, named after this man here, who was the host of, as I mentioned earlier, the country's first nightly racing replay show. He was celebrated as the voice of the common fan. Spent 25 years at the New York Racing Association, becoming an ambassador of the sport. His Naira business card, it read, Doctor of Equine Prophecy. Had a lot of intriguing guests over the years. And now we're going to sprint 5.5 on the lawn, coming up in a race named in his honor, which has a horse who has not lost in 2 tries here at Saratoga. That is Big Invasion. Tom, is that a big ask to go all the way over to Royal Ascot, come back, and run down? That was June 24th.
Yeah, to me, there used to be kind of an unstated rule that when you go overseas, Richie, and run, you need to give the horse about 4 months before you bring him back. But that rule has been broken so many times now and been broken successfully that you just don't look at it that way anymore.
And so here's, you can answer this better than I can. What's the difference between flying from New York to London versus flying from New York to California?
Wow.
I mean, isn't it? I mean, are we not talking about the same thing?
It seems like it, doesn't it? You know, I mean, the intangibles, different water, different environment. I don't know.
Well, yeah, honestly, that's the question I have. Does it have something to do with that horses just getting maybe dehydrated traveling, and trainers have gotten better at being able to keep their horses hydrated and not having to take as much time to get them back to where they need to be?
I don't know the answer to that. I just know that we're seeing trainers come back quicker with these horses, and these horses are returning to form.
I will say this: Elite Power and Gunite, they went to the Middle East.
They didn't miss a beat.
And they came back, and they've been just fine.
Yeah.
Harvey Pack coming up. Let's welcome in Acacia Clement for more on this race. Coming up to kick off this late pick 5.
Hey, Greg, and we'll pick up where Tom and Jonathan left off with that conversation. As far as Big Invasion coming back, having traveled with him over to that Royal Ascot try, it was a very hot weekend, and the English don't really believe in air conditioning in a lot of places. So in the U.S., typically when it's really, really hot and humid like it was that weekend, there'll be box fans in the stall. There'll, be a lot more steps taken to keep horses and humans cooler. And I think Big Invasion really did not react well to that, on top of the fact that it was a 2-week turnaround and an overseas ship. He also lost a shoe in the running of that race, and jockey Jim Crowley came in back and just said he just didn't fire with the big kick that he usually has, and he just protected him in that really, really big field of 16 horses that he was going up against. And the overseas shippers in that race didn't really fare well either. So a combination of factors that might just have been up against Big Invasion. Now, he does come back here off of just 2 works. I have seen him look a little bit more tucked up, a little bit fitter in the past, but he's also run well fresh in the past when maybe he hasn't been 100% fit. But when he wasn't potentially completely cranked up in that Silks run, he's facing tougher horses today than what he found that afternoon. He often can overcome it, and he can overcome a lot of things, and he's an incredibly athletic horse, and it's great to see him back on the track. Let's see if he's ready for his first start back stateside. The number 5, Our Shot, does have the recency edge and a big win last time out at Saratoga for John Terranova. And speaking to him after that race, he was really excited about the performance and thinking going right back into stakes competition. And he has early speed. He is quick too. He was asked out of the gate last time out, and it was a driving finish, but he was going best and got the bob in that effort to win coming in here. He's incredibly powerful yet again, as the progeny of Cantharos typically are. Big, solid turf sprinter type of build, and he looks even more a little bit defined off of that effort, and he's sharp coming back to try and get his first stakes victory. The 2, Dancing Buck, is a horse that lost by a nose in the Lucky Coin last year. Now the Harvey Pack behind Thin White Duke, and he's a horse that dominated in that Belmont Turf Sprint. Now, we haven't seen him since November, and he typically is a horse that needs a race or 2 to kind of get going. He's gotten himself very hot here in the paddock, which just oftentimes with a horse off the bench can mean that they probably just need that start. Maybe they're not 100% ready to go. He does look well muscled. He looks pretty defined. He's just really on his toes and getting himself a bit revved up. So hopefully he can keep himself a bit more settled, as he should be on the muscle and on the engine early on, Greg.
All right, thank you, Acacia. Dancing Buck, he likes to be forward, but Mig, is that a problem for him? Because it looks like there's potentially some other quicker speed in here.
The only other horse I think that can outrun him is Our Shot. Our Shot seems to me to be the most consistently fast horse in this race, where Dancing Buck makes the lead when things are a little bit more sedate, if you will, but maybe being fresh off the layoff, first time as a 5-year-old, maybe he'll show even more speed.
Yeah, he shows speed this day. We're going back, I believe, 2 starts just to November, where he kind of gets...
October 1st, yeah.
This is the October 1st race. Well, I mean, he's going to draw off here, but you will watch in one of his later races that he makes the lead and can't even finish up on the end. You know, to me, Dancing Buck is a bit of a, for lack of a better word, an enigma in the sense that, you know, when he has it his way, it's one thing. And maybe this is that kind of feel. Greg, you mentioned about pace. I kind of looked at this race. I didn't see a lot of pace in here.
And also, like, that was his best performance, and it came over a yielding ground. So maybe he likes a little cut in the ground as well. I'm sure it's a little soft out there, you know, considering the rain we've had all meet, but it's listed as firm.
That's a good point. I mean, that was by far the best figure he's ever run.
Oh, yeah.
And it was yielding that day. There he is, Manny Franco, and we'll see if he can get going here off the bench, too, trying to overcome that. He has not raced now 5 years old since late November. In a spot that there's some tough customers in here, including Big Invasion, who was 2 for 2 at Saratoga. And anytime you're going to take a horse to Royal Ascot, you think pretty highly of him, don't you, Mig?
Oh, absolutely. Listen, he was 12-1 over there in a Grade 1 in a big field. 16 horses, you know, he belonged. He had a legitimate chance. Things didn't go well for him. We heard Acacia talk about some of the excuses.
Here comes our post parade. We're going to begin with Mr. For Jason Barkley. 8-1 right now with Irad Ortiz Jr.
Yeah, I think he's 8-1 because of Irad. And he's got a couple of back races, but this just feels like a much tougher spot.
Dancing Buck, 5-year-old we were just talking about, returning for his first start of the year.
Yeah, one of 2 New York breds in this race. Dancing Buck has made a very good living. Can he get loose on the lead?
Another veteran here, Thin White Duke for David Donk.
Yeah, ever since Thin White Duke ran well against Golden Pal, he's just always taken a lot of money, but he's just not quite as fast as these.
Here's the favorite, 3-2, Big Invasion.
Yeah, no one will be finishing faster than the 4 Big Invasion. The question is, will there be enough speed set up front between the 2 Dancing Buck and Our Shot the 5 to make it work?
He's the Grade 1 runner-up to Caravel back at Belmont. Our Shot, John Terranova.
Our Shot better open up. If he invites Big Invasion into the race, Big Invasion will out-finish him. he better take advantage of his pace advantage.
Isaac Castillo getting some opportunities today. Jorge Abreu first off the claim here.
First off the claim, one winner of his last 2, but this is a big jump in class.
That's your field. Late pick 5 starts here. It is a Saturday, so that means if you're the only winning ticket in this pick 5, you play it through Naira Bets. A $1 million bonus coming your way as well. So good luck to everybody playing. Again, you have to play that through Naira Bets. 2 minutes to post to our late pick 5 sequence. Let's go back to Acacia.
And I'm happy to be joined by John Terranova, who does send out our shot. John, you were just watching Javier take him away from the pony and give him a good warm-up. What are you seeing?
No, he looks great. He's been training well all year and coming into this one really well.
He has a lot of natural early speed. Dancing Buck, of course, is in here. Are you going to be aggressive with him?
You know, it's up to Javier. This is a class horse. He can do whatever we need to do, whatever the race suits. So, you know, I expect him probably to jump well. He's been pretty sharp in the mornings, but you know, hard to say. I mean, we got a great post for this race, so let's hope it all goes well.
He's obviously versatile, but it seems he's really found his home as a turf sprinter.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. No, that's his game, and you know, he's starting to excel at it, and I think the best is yet to come.
Best of luck.
Thanks.
Greg?
All right, Acacia, thank you. Terranova with our shot. There he is. Will this be the one leading the way? Tom, how are you going to play this pick 5?
So just based on what I think is set up in the race, I think Big Invasion may be at a slight disadvantage at a low price here, and maybe it leans a little bit more to our shot. I don't know if we're going to watch the backtrack on him, but that was a huge last race for our shot. He braked, it was on the rail, had to end up taking back and then overcome that to win. So I'm going to single him. And I'm going to single again in the 10th race with a horse I think is very hard to ride. I'm very busy. Little rider change there. I'm very busy. He's got big talent, and I think it shows through today, and I'm spread out everywhere else.
Tough turf race to single. Let's take a look at our shot. We are going to see him in action. Luis Saez was aboard this win at the meet back on July 26th when he was forward, not on the lead, just off the lead as the favorite.
Yeah, which is nice when you have that versatility, right? You have natural speed in a race that doesn't appear to be a tremendous amount of speed signed on. So if nobody goes, you control. If somebody is on a mission, Tom, he goes crazy. It gives the rider, in this case, Javier Castellano, who's been making all the right moves all year, options.
Yeah, I mean, this horse, he was down the inside of the 2-hole that day. He broke fine, but he didn't want to be there, and they ended up trying to get him out from off the inside. You lose ground when you do that. Still came with a good finish and a win.
My biggest thing, Wolfie, with that performance is, look, I think our shot's really nice. Good horse. But the horses that were surrounding him there, where he was, you know, he had to work to win, none of them can warm Big Invasion up. Like, Big Invasion, in my opinion, is in the arena of Caravel, in the arena of Roses for Deborah. Like, he's got a chance to be a legitimate, you know, horse in the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint.
He outfinished Casa Creed as well in that narrow defeat to Caravel back at Belmont in the Grade 1 Jaipur. Of course, Caravel, your reigning Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint winner. I mean, this is serious company, and he is right there.
Yeah, and you saw he had to negotiate his way through traffic. There were a lot of horses in front of him. This is a smaller field. It makes things easier on him from a traffic standpoint, but maybe he doesn't get the pace that would help set up a run like that.
Well, that's the yin and the yang, right?
Right.
It's a smaller field, so he's going to get a great trip, probably come around. But, you know, is he going to get the pace to set up that late kick?
Post time coming up for the Harvey Pack to kick off this late pick 5. Let's go back to Acacia.
I wanted to touch on Thin White Duke, as this is a horse that won the Lucky Coin this event last year, and we'll see if he can get a repeat this year. The thing about him, though, is that he faced our shot in that impressive win we've been talking about, and he's raced twice since then, including in a soft turf in the Troy, which I don't think he necessarily loved, and then last time out, which was won by Arzak in big prices in the top few finishers. And he's starting to look a little bit drawn up. It's now his 4th start of the meet. He's run frequently, he's run well. I just wonder if he's potentially coming in as strong as he was at the beginning of this meet, Greg.
Acacia, thank you. Thin White Duke, 9-1 here on the 5-year-old for David Donk with Jose Lescano in the irons. But 6-5 on Big Invasion. He might just be so good it doesn't matter if he gets a pace set up, Nick.
I'm definitely leaning towards that opinion, but he's 6-5, so I'm going in a different direction. I went with Thin White Duke, and Casey just said a little drawn up. Well, he's Thin White Duke. He's supposed to be drawn up.
Loading up. Late pick 5. Play through an hour bet. You're the only winning late pick 5 ticket. $1 million bonus coming your way. Harvey Pack will kick off this late pick 5. Named after one of New York's best-known personalities in the sport for many, many years. And certainly a horse with designs on this year's Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint. Big Invasion will be the favorite for Christophe Clement with Joel Rosario. There he is. Let's send it upstairs to Frank Miramati for the call.
Thank you, Greg. There is the stretch running Big Invasion taking up his spot. Our Shot coming off that game victory. And Chessmaster completes the line for the Harvey Pack. They're in the gate. Backing out there is Thin White Duke. Goes right back in. And they're off in the Harvey Pack, and Dancing Buck fires right out of there to take command at once. On the outside, Our Shot moves right into second, and Chessmaster is in third. Big Invasion much closer than usual today. He's fourth and just 2 lengths off the lead. Then Thin White Duke and Mr. Throwing his head around and is being pulled right out of the race. Around the far turn, it's Dancing Buck blazing the way. Opening quarter in 22 and 2/5 seconds, pursued by Our Shot in second. And then comes Big Invasion racing on the inside of Chessmaster. It's another 2 back to Thin White Duke. They have a 1/4 mile to go. Dancing Buck on the inside. Our Shot, and there's room in between for Big Invasion. Big Invasion coming right through with a nice strong kick with a furlong left to go. And from the back of the field, Thin White Duke is coming alive. And here's Thin White Duke after Big Invasion. Big Invasion gets the jump. Thin White Duke is flying on the outside. And Thin White Duke and Jose Lezcano to win the Harvey Pack over Big Invasion. And third went to Our Shot. How great for Steve Chris to win a race named for Harvey Pack.
Thin White Duke, David Donk, Jose Lezcano, 6th win of this 5-year-old's career. We've seen him on our programs on this circuit for many years. He continues to produce.
Well, one thing you come to expect from Thin White Duke is that he's going to finish. Now, the fact that he was able to run down Big Invasion, who did lay a little closer to somewhat of a moderate pace for a turf sprint, but maybe that ship and coming back in the first start off the bench just made him ripe for an upset. And here came Thin White Duke to just run down Big Invasion, who worked out a good trip squeezing between horses at the 8th pole.
Yeah, you know what? I was on the turf with a runner earlier today, and my rider came back and said, you know what, the rail is soft. You'd rather be outside. And if you look at the way Our Shot by Javier Castellano was ridden, he's off the rail for just about the whole race. He invites Big Invasion, who's been on the rail, to go in between, but still down on the rail. And who gets the best trip? If indeed the outside is better, it's Thin White Duke who comes around.
Jose Lezcano continuing to ride lights out. For a guy who doesn't get some of the marquee mounts or rides first call for any of the big name trainers, all he does is pick up horses and deliver one good ride after the other. I mean, he's really put together quietly an outstanding meeting.
How about Thin White Duke? 4th race by my calculations in 38 days. That's a lot of racing for a horse, and maybe his best race today.
It's really cool, too. You know, you get Dave Donk, who was assistant to, actually a foreman for Woody Stevens through that skein of 5 Belmonts. And Phil Gleaves, co-owner with Steve Chris to this horse, was the main assistant trainer. So they worked together. And now Thin White Duke, who was at one time trained by Phil Gleaves, turned over to Dave Donk with an old school thing, making his 4th start of the meet. That's how they used to run horses, Tom.
Yeah,
Dave Donk's only got 2 wins this meet, but he can train.
Oh, God, yes.
He can absolutely train. His stats are a little misleading.
There he is. Everyone's happy when Dave Donk wins. He's such a nice man. D-O-N-K, Donk, Donk, Donk. He's always got that Jets hat on. 9-1, Thin White Duke. with, again, the 6th win of his career, and yeah, beating the likes of a Big Invasion. It's the best win of his career.
Oh, absolutely the best win of his career. But you always have to respect horses that are going in the right direction at the finish. If things set up well, got out in the clear and kicked hard and ran down a very game Big Invasion.
And as you heard from the call from Frank Miramati, this one owned in part by Steve Christ, who knew Harvey Pack very well, wrote a very touching article when he had passed. And it all comes first circle appropriate here that he's in the winner's circle with this one with Thin White Duke. We're going to take a timeout with the prices from this when we return. We'll get into the late pick four, and we'll have the story of a barn that always seems to shine when we come to upstate New York. 007 and James Bond, true family affair for that operation. We'll be back.
Warfront. This son of Danzig ranks among the world's elite sires. Ranked #1 by percentage of stakes winners, graded stakes winners, and Grade 1 winners. No stallion has a better strike rate. Warfront is the sire of over 100 lifetime stakes winners, including some of the sport's most talented runners both at home and abroad.
Down to the wire, Verstappen.
War Bomber in front, War Bomber. War Bomber's won the King Edward.
Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Volatile in front as they pass the 16th hole. Volatile victorious in the Vanderbilt.
Back with you on Saratoga Live on the final weekend of the premier meet in the country. It's brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Upset in the Harvey Pack. Thin White Duke. David Donk trains, Jose Lascano aboard. And owned by Phil Gleaves and Steve Christ. Let's go to Acacia for more.
And with Steve here as a Thin White Duke goes back-to-back in this event, but this year named for Harvey Pack. Steve, how special is that victory, given that it's named for somebody that's been so influential?
It's tremendous. You couldn't make it up. And Harvey was, not just a great guy, as everyone knows, but he was so kind and helpful to me early in my career that when I heard this was the name the race they were naming in his honor, and we'd won it last year. This has been our target all year. We didn't get the pace we hoped for and everything else. We had a new rider on him in Jose, and everything somehow magically worked out.
I think Harvey was looking down on this race today, but talk about Thin White Duke. He's a really cool horse, and this was his 4th race this season at the meet.
Yeah, we're not afraid to run him back on short rest. You could argue the best races of his life. including the Troy last year. And even when he was a 2-year-old, when he won the funny side as a maiden, we're on 7 days rest. So I think everyone in racing gets a little too concerned about, oh, he's coming back too quick, especially a turf sprinter who's really running, the last eighth of a mile.
And he had some softer turf courses that he ran over this meet, too. It seemed like he got the right kind of trip that he needed today.
Yes, finally it stopped raining, and we're happy for that.
The sun was shining, and here in the winner's circle, a special victory. Congratulations to the whole team.
Thank you very much.
Greg?
Keisha, thank you. Steve Chris, longtime executive and journalist for the Daily Racing Forum, who was good friends with Harvey Pack. Special win here with Thin White Duke, $20.40 to start off the late pick 5. And if you want to be the only winning ticket, it's a good way to start it with a long way still to go. We're going to be on the main track coming up next. 6 furlongs, New York bred entry-level allowance. And a 3-year-old filly, word was kind of out. She was working extremely sharp for the debut, and she ran very big in that debut, Richie's Princess. But now, much tougher proposition for trainer Larry Ravelli with the 10.
Well, facing winners now, she was very impressive on debut and didn't really break that sharp, but within 4 or 5 strides, she was on her way.
On her way, and if you watch the end of that race with Richie's Princess, it starts to drift off the rail. That horse has had enough. So I get the idea that horse is one-dimensional, and there's a lot of speed in this race.
Sure is.
We're also going to see a barn in here that we're going to introduce you to right now for Bond Racing. It is truly a family operation. Based right here in Saratoga, their horses always seem to shine during this time of the year. From Travers winner Will's Way to Whitney winner Tisway, Barons, Buddha, and many others. James and his wife Tina, it is truly a family operation.
As a little boy, this was a dream. We've got a farm that most people would die for. It's gorgeous. We're so proud of it. I think it was predestined for us to have New York breds. I was lucky enough to have a horse called Le Carriere. Le Carriere was second to Cigar in the Breeders' Cup in '95. He was a New York bred. New York's really getting it right. I mean, you look at Tiz the Law, Funny Side, so many great horses, 4-Star Dave. So you're seeing them every day at Saratoga, Belmont, Aqueduct, throughout the country. They're winning races. It's the greatest program, in my opinion. And, we're lucky we're breeders too, so we get a few more awards.
We breed a lot of our own horses, but we have bought some of them as well and put into the partnership. We maintain the majority of each horse, and we sell 5–10% shares. We're heavily invested in each horse as well. It helps us with the risk, but it also gives them a lot of comfort in that we're taking the majority of the risk. These horses are professional athletes, and they're your sports team when they're going in the gate. And for us to share this with so many people across the country that have joined our partnership, and that's really rewarding.
We found this place and we redid it. We've had it for 23 years. It's 44 Gridley Street. We're a quarter of a mile basically down from the 7 furlong pole on the main track. And it's a little piece of heaven. The walk is the greatest thing for me personally because I get to follow my horses, watch them come back, I can make sure that they're okay all the time. It's actually an education process because the horses actually get to be around vehicles, cars, but the horses get used to it. We use clear cord a little bit to do some figure eights inside, just to kind of give horses back that farm life that they started with. I think it's great. The horses are out of the stall for about an hour, which is really nice for the horses. We've been fortunate enough to have some really nice horses, and some of them were a little slow early in their life, mentally, physically, and they became good horses.
They're giving their all, striding with every stride. Will's Way has won it.
Will's Way was a horse that threw his heart out and he chased it. He was amazing. One of my greatest horses, if not the greatest.
My heart always went to Barons. He ran 6 grade ones, I think, in a row, and he went to Dubai twice. He was just an iron horse.
Tisway takes the Met Mile with style.
Tisway won the Met Mile, and of course the Whitney, and then was syndicated to Spendthrift. And he was a good horse. Buddha was an exceptional horse. He was a star. He beat Medel d'Oro in the Wood Memorial. They just wanted more. That's all you can say, and that You know, we're just lucky to be around them.
We bring different things to the table. I come from a corporate background, and he's the horse person, so I think I see things from different ways.
Well, I was her dream job, okay? We got to straighten it out right now, okay? It's fantastic. We are best friends. We've been best friends for 40-some-odd years. When you work with your best friend, great things happen, and I'm the luckiest guy in the world.
Just a class operation, 5-time New York Trainer of the Year. Took out his trainer's license when he was just 16 years old. And now it truly is a family operation. His wife, Tina, sons, Kevin and Ryan, all part of the operation.
Incredible. 16 years old, take out your trainer's license, and then just continue to hone your craft. And Jimmy Bond is one of those mainstay horsemen in New York. Just does a tremendous job. And as his stable has grown, it's kind of been the same trajectory, Tom, as the New York breeding program. They both kind of blossomed together.
He talked about learning his horses and being around him so much. You can't beat this guy to work. I mean, I get to the grandstand early to watch my first head. He's already there, you know. So, you know, I think being in the barn, being around your horse, he mentioned being on his golf cart and going back and forth with his horses, I think that's so important in determining what kind of horse you have and where to place them.
Some big, big wins in his career and able to share them with all of his family. Pretty special. We're going to get the 9th going a little deeper. When we come back, they'll send out Fancy Feline, the Bond Barn, currently 5-1 on the board. When we come back, stick with us. More Saratoga Live on the way after a break.
And Echo Zulu puts her away. Echo Zulu, most impressive in the ballerina. And Gunite is maintaining the lead, and he will defeat Elite Power in the forego.
Gunrunner. Breed true.
The best bet for your dollar is Massachusetts Thoroughbred Breeding Program.
I honestly believe it's the best program in the country, and it's probably the best kept secret.
The incentives in this program are awarded to any mass bred running anywhere in the country. Bonuses for owners, breeders, developers, stallion owners. You get those percentages no matter where that horse is running.
This is a great program. Everything about it.
Just minutes from downtown Saratoga Springs, you'll find GMP Farm, a utopia of healing for equines and humans, offering revolutionary, customized equine care using state-of-the-art imaging and therapeutic technologies for horses of all disciplines. Immerse yourself in tranquility in our sacred spa, offering specialized spa treatments and holistic therapies to refresh and rejuvenate among tranquil mountain views. Start your journey to wellness. Visit gmpfarm.net and sacredspaandwellness.com to schedule a treatment today.
Just 1 year after expanding their global footprint to Kentucky in 2013, Liliana Soleri and Carlos Heller's Don Alberto purchased the dam of leading Eclipse candidate Arcangelo, who captured the Belmont and Travers Stakes against the best of his generation. This September at Keeneland, we are proud to offer 50 outstanding yearlings by the world's leading stallions, hailing from some of the best pedigrees in the stud book today. Don Alberto at Keeneland.
Funny side under a drive, but he's now back third toward the inside, and the Cliff's Edge is now fourth. And farther back, Evening Attire, he's still 6 lengths behind. Newfoundland comes off the turn with the lead. Newfoundland in front. But here comes the momentum of the Cliff's Edge on the outside. And Funny Side, who dropped back to third on the far turn, is coming again down to the final 16th. Newfoundland, Funny Side fights his way to the lead. The gutsy gelding, indeed. Funny Side has won.
Continuing to produce as an older horse, the great New York bred Funny Side. This was the second biggest figure he ever ran in his career. The Preakness was actually the fastest.
He loved to fight. It's almost like being in between horses and bolded him. If you were in a barroom brawl, you'd want to be in there with Funny Side. He did not shy away from a battle.
I'll pass on that fight, thanks.
Hey, I'm
Seems
just
dangerous.
saying, if you were, I'm just saying.
Fighting in there with a horse.
He was an incredible, such a fun story, and he had such a following. And for that group, Saratoga Stable, to get that horse, I mean, they're not big players. And then to get another horse like that again with Tis the Law.
Tis the Law.
It's just incredible.
It speaks volumes about the team behind them, too, though. You know, Barkley Tagg and Robin Smullins out working the sales, helping pick horses and develop them. Just a great team effort.
Well, there's Richie's Princess, 7-5 favorite. Word was out off the debut, which she won here at the meet. Now, can she do it again and remain perfect? Let's go back to Acacia.
And Richie's Princess has a lot of speed, Greg, but she was still very green in that debut. It took her a long time to get into the gate. She was the last one to load, and luckily she just overcame that when she didn't break necessarily the quickest, but then hustled out to the front and then was a little bit green in the stretch as well, switching leads and kind of drifting out, though she was still able to hold clear. She's on her toes once again, and she has a huge pedigree that Lara Ravelli is quite familiar with, too, as she's after multiple stakes winner Jean Elizabeth, as well as multiple stakes winner Dugout. And she looks like Jean Elizabeth. I remember covering her races because she was such a big filly as well, but was incredibly light on her feet and quick. And it seems like Richie's Princess has that as well. I'll be watching her in the warm-up because, like I said, she's sharp again. Hopefully she's going to be more professional in the loading process and throughout the running of the race, but she is very dangerous off of that win. The 6 Athena Beach came into that last race in her first against New York breds undefeated, and I just really did not like the 9 furlongs for her. She's smaller, she's a little bit more unassuming. She is not a horse that wants to go that far. It has proved to be a lively race though too, where she was able to hold on for third and show a lot of tenacity going a distance I don't think she really prefers, whereas Ichiban came back to win the Fleet Indian and April Antics came back to win her next start as well. So I think Athena Beach on the cutback is very intriguing. She is a lightly framed type of filly. She does not carry a lot of meat on the bones, which I do wish she just had a bit more strength to her. I just think that's how she is. She's very relaxed here in the paddock, and like I said, I just think the cutback really will suit her. The number 5, Sandy's Garden, came in and ran in an off-the-turf race last time out, and Jackie Davis, who was aboard that day, made a gutsy move coming up the rail. And she was digging in, though Queen's Dancer was able to slightly get the best of her on the outside. It was a very wet, rainy day that day, and I actually was not in the paddock that afternoon. I haven't seen her since 2021, but seeing how she's filled into herself, she is really, really sharp in here and on her toes, getting a little bit warm, but I do think that she has the ability to build off of that last race, and while she ran well in a wet track, I think she'll really appreciate getting onto a fast track today, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. 8 minutes away from this 9th coming up. We'll get to our post parade here in a moment. Here's one of the many contenders. There's Sandy's Garden, Jose Lizcano. We're going to go back to back after that upset win on Thin White Duke. Let's take a look at Sandy's Garden. Been very good at Finger Lakes and then just missed on a sloppy sealed track race that came off the turf here July 29th.
Had an altered course down the lane too. That's Sandy's Garden to the rail, turning for home. Gets out finished a little bit on the end, but a good race nonetheless.
Sandy's Garden ran extremely fast in that race 2 back at Finger Lakes. And if you were wondering if it was, you know, a bad figure, 4 horses came back and won after that. 2 horses came back and ran second after that, and another 2 came back and ran third. It was a very productive race. I think the racetrack maybe caught up to Sandy's Garden. Very interesting in here today.
She's 5-1 right now as we move to the 10. 7-5 favorite. So here's Richie's Princess. Leg up to Arad Ortiz Jr. He was on board for the debut and from a far outside post. Sometimes people say Arad Ortiz Jr. is not aggressive. He was aggressive here.
He was. Made the lead easily here, Richie. What concerns me is the finish. You're going to watch Richie's Princess start to drift off the rail. That swishing of the tail you're seeing every time she gets hit with the crop and drifts off the rail. Is that immaturity, or is it a horse that's done so much she's getting a little tired?
She's fast, very fast, Richie, but she's going to have to deal with a handful of other speed horses.
Yeah, it doesn't appear like she's going to get any free rides. She's going to have to work because there's an abundance of speed in here. And it almost looked like she resented the crop. And some horses don't run away from the crop. They'll run into it. They get mad. And then, like, she flagged her tail and started drifting towards where the pressure was coming from the crop. So, yes.
Well, Rad's back on board today, too. Do you realize that as a rider and learn from that next time out?
You should. I mean, I think he felt it because he kind of calmed down with it after she started that heavy drifting.
These guys, the Ortiz brothers, he definitely remembers that ride. He definitely knows how that horse reacted.
Call to post for our 9th coming up and the start of the late pick 4 on our Saturday card. We'll begin with the entry in here that's at 18-1. Robin and Eli, post 3.
This looks like a turf horse. Chad had this horse on the turf, and then Abreu got the horse and kept running on the turf. Now shows up on the dirt.
Other half of the entry. Mira Veloso, Fernando Abreu off the claim.
This horse likes dirt, but this horse is slow.
Jamie Torres will ride the rail to the 2. Forces Sweetheart.
Forces Sweetheart, one of many horses in here that wants to make her living by getting to the front early.
Missing Fortune. Kibar Koa rides.
This horse could be interesting if there wasn't so much pace in here. I thought this horse ran sneaky good last time.
Most of the work at Finger Lakes, but first or second, 8 of 11 starts. Here is Easy Play at 30-1.
I know we talked about speed in this race, and we're going to talk about it some more. Easy Play, the 4-horse, another that wants to show the way early.
Here's Sandy's Garden, 9-2, Jose Lezcano.
I thought ran well last time. Probably didn't love the racetrack. The race 2 back was a real speed figure. I think this horse is going to run well. Just worry about the pace.
More pace, but will that mile and an eighth race last start dull that speed for the 6?
Maybe so. You know, we're going from a mile and an eighth down to a sprint-style distance here.
Here's Fancy Feline, the James Bond runner.
Fancy Feline is the one horse in here that would love for a fast pace up front. She's going to get it today.
Can it be that easy? Toscanova Beauty, more pace.
More speed. I just don't think that this horse can find a way in this race with these other speed horses to pull it off.
7-5 favorite. She's the most lightly raced in the group. She won her debut.
Yeah, and I guess they're thinking, you know, sometimes speed of the speed gets you home. And I think Richie's Princess is probably the fastest of the fast, but boy, I think she's also going to get pressed early.
Blinkers on, another one with pace, and has Kinder Carmouche, the 11, Majestic Return.
I think this is the biggest enemy to the favorite because she's drawn outside of the favorite, adding blinkers, has speed, and has a rider in Kendrick Carmouche who is not allergic to going to the front end.
And maybe the other one who could benefit from a hot pace up front, here's Big Bean Christine.
I'm with you on that. That's our 12-horse Big Bean Christine, a horse that likes to sit off the pace and make a big finish on the end. She'll get her chance to do that today.
So 3 minutes to post coming up in our late pick 4 Fancy Feline. Let's go back to the Jimmy Bond runner. 5-year-old mare Joelle Rosario will ride, and there she is, just 2 for 18 in her career. She actually earned one of the bigger figures of her career, though, last time out, Meg, on July 9th.
Yeah, but I think she's the truest closer in a race filled with speed. I just think it's an interesting play here. Fancy Feline should be going in the right direction when a lot of other horses could be struggling with that last 220 yards.
You look at her early pace of the races she's been in, which you're allowed to do that with the racing form. They break it down by quarters of a mile. And you see that her last start, Fancy Feline, she got a pretty rapid pace up front. It was one of her best races. Today's pace is going to be quicker than that. So for Fancy Feline, a real opportunity here, in my opinion.
I picked this horse, but there's a caveat here. She sometimes breaks slow, not slow, but like misses the break and comes running late. I don't think she'll catch some of these good speed horses if she misses the break. She needs to pop away from there and then run her race from off the pace, but she can't give away any free steps.
Look at this crowd on hand. I had a very tough time navigating getting from the office just to get to the set today. That's how crowded it was.
Fans stopping you, or what was
I wasn't even recognized. People just say, who is this guy? Get him out of my way. They want to go make their bets. That happens to Mig, not me.
I see.
I wind up losing Mig on the way here because he's so popular.
We did get separated halfway here, didn't we? But
that's just because Mig probably goes through the traffic like it's a turf race. He probably sees holes.
He does.
Goes left-handed to get through them.
I find live cover. I find a big guy that's walking with purpose, like to the window, and I get in behind. I follow his way. That's my fullback, okay? I'm the halfback.
And when there's an opening, he'll shoot that gap.
Yes. As soon as I can outrun my fullback, then I cut the corner.
I got stopped about 3 or 4 times in traffic.
I was always told that it's dangerous to ride in a car with Angel Cordero because he drives like he rides.
Oh, my goodness.
And he's switching lanes. He's getting in behind. He's firing through holes. Sometimes I heard it gets a little dangerous.
Laying somebody in the trap right behind him, holding them there. I've ridden with Angel.
6-5 favorite continues to be this impressive filly for Larry Ravelli. Most lightly raced in the group. This will be start number 2 coming up. Let's go back to Acacia.
You guys should run back and forth from the paddock to winner's circle with me. I've got long legs and I take no prisoners. There are poor PAs that have to chase me down, and I think Maggie is just as bad, if not worse, running out front side. But great to see so many fans enjoying the races in an absolutely glorious day today. But as you guys were mentioning, there is a fast pace potentially in this race. There were some big warm-ups and there are some really sharp horses. The number 8 Fancy Feline is always a horse that I like aesthetically. She's just beautifully put together. Her coat always looks great. She carries her condition from race to race. Sometimes she's a little bit tricky to get the tack on, and you can see she's a bit sharp out there right now, kind of bobbing her head, but she's just really doing well. I will say she was kind of making an extended move in that last race at Belmont, and I'm having a moment. The winner of that race came back to win again with an 82 Beyer speed figure. So I think that she actually ran well. As JK touched on, sometimes she does kind of miss the break a bit, and I think it's a focus thing. So hopefully she's able to kind of get settled, stay focused, but I worry about the number 10 Richie's Princess potentially not being the speed of the speed because, like I said last time, she did not break that quickly and she was hustled up early. There's a difference when you have some other really quick horses with that fast gate speed in here as well, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. Getting set for this 9th coming up. That is a short price on a filly with just 1 start under her belt. You're tackling multiple winners in this race. But I guess a testament to how talented she looked first time out.
Big field filled with horses that have won races as well, not facing maidens like last time, horses that hadn't found the winner's circle. And a lot of horses with a very similar style. And although she's very, very talented, which she showed on debut, she's going to face, I believe, a different kind of scenario today.
Yeah, I mean, look, I don't make this an X necessarily by the horse, but when you look at Richie's Princess at even money, every other horse in this race has already done what she did in her last race, which was break their maiden. Now, if Richie's Princess is good enough, so be it. And I think she is super duper fast. But she's going to get a lot of horses chasing her early.
I mean, she needs to clear. I don't see a world in which she looks a couple of other horses in the eye and has pressure all the way around there because of the way she reacted late last time. She looked a little drunk late last, you know. She was kind of all over the place, tired, and I just feel like she's going to get more pressure here than she did that day. She was able to relax on the front end because she had no one looking her in the eye. Look, it can happen here again today, but it feels like she's going to get some pressure.
All Ortiz Jr., how aggressive is he going to be in a race filled with pace? Is he the speed of the speed, or is he going to have company up front? We're about to find out. Let's go upstairs. Frank Miramati with the call.
Thank you very much, Greg. Here is Easy Play coming up. Richie's Princess, the favorite. Goes straight in. Still a couple behind the gate. Sandy's Garden. And Big Bean Christine. Walks up. They're in the gate. And they're off. A very even start, but Richie's Princess is still the quickest and takes the lead. Sandy's Garden has some good early foot, as does Easy Play coming through along the inside third. Majestic Return is 4th in the early going. They're followed by Athena Beach racing in between horses. The gray is Missing Fortune at the rail. Then Toscanova Beauty, followed by Big Bean Christine, Robin and Eli. Mary Villoso is next. It's a gap of 4 to a wide Fancy Feline and Forces Sweetheart at the back. 21-4 for the opening quarter mile. And Richie's Princess is the leader, having to work to maintain a neck advantage on Sandy's Garden. Now it's a half. Just in behind them comes Majestic Return in third. It's 4 lengths back to Easy Play in fourth, and they are strung out well behind this group. They're at the top of the stretch, 44-3 for the half. And Richie's Princess gets a test from Sandy's Garden. They're head-to-head in the center of the racetrack. Easy Play, Missing Fortune, both picking up pieces, as is Majestic Return. A wild finish. Missing Fortune, Easy Play. Missing Fortune storms to the front, and it will be Missing Fortune. Congratulations, Kyber Koa, with that Saratoga victory. 3-way photo between Majestic Return. Athena Beach was on the inside in that photo too, and on the outside of them was Easy Play.
Missing Fortune, she'd had all her success at Finger Lakes. Now wins here on the big stage at Saratoga. K-Barcoa for Dana Saul.
Well, guys, we talked about it. Just it looked like, you know, it was going to be a wicked pace, and it was for this level of horse. And here comes Missing Fortune, who has had success going further and has shown the ability to start. Came from further back today, but that was a big effort from her and a nice ride by Kyber Koa, his dad Abar, a top rider around here before he was injured. And he's been doing well at Finger Lakes, but nice to see him come in here and get his second win of the meet.
How about a half-mile time in 44 3/5 of a second, which is really, really quick. You know, that's like stakes quality quick if they, from the standpoint of that. And the race did indeed back up.
They were rolling. Just a race watching tip that I'd like to give is that the 11 Majestic Return at 31-1. If you're 31-1 and you look a 6-5 speed horse in the eye all the way around there and you hold on for second, you ran huge. This horse ran very, very well.
That one for Michelle Giangiulio with Kendra Carmouche, but your winner, connections most people who are here today, who watch this show, have never heard of probably. Good for them.
Yeah, good for them. Listen, they took a shot last time, came down, ran second to Timely Conquest. Nice filly from Mark Hennigsbarn, who tried to stretch out in the stake. She showed she doesn't want to go that far. This filly backed it up. She's been a gem of consistency now. From 12 starts now, 4 wins, 5 seconds, 2/3. And I don't care whether it's at Finger Lakes, Penn National, or Saratoga. When you show up every time, got to be respected.
Yeah, look at her coming back. She's proud of herself. Looks good. Hey, get out of my way. I'm the winner. I get to look at the rail and take a bow and then go to the winner's circle, as she should. Missing Fortune.
Missing Fortune 16-1. 3-11-4-6 finish. Prices for you when we come back. We're going to take a timeout. When we return, we'll preview the big one on the Sunday card. Grade 1 spin away for 2-year-old fillies and Ways and Means. So much talk about that brilliant debut for this Chad Brown filly. We'll be back.
Introducing a stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus buyer speed figures, a 3-time Grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
Monday, September 18th is the biggest day of the year at Presque Isle Downs with a $150,000 Presque Isle Mile plus a $300,000 Grade 2 Presque Isle Masters. The Masters is a key prep for the Breeders' Cup. Just last year, PA-bred superstar Caravel became the 8th horse to run in the Masters before achieving Breeders' Cup glory. It's the Presque Isle Mile and the Presque Isle Masters, Monday, September 18th at Presque Isle Downs, Erie, Pennsylvania. For more information, visit presqueisledowns.com/racing.
Back on Saratoga Live on our FS2 coverage. Brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net. Today it's Missing Fortune. Huge upset here in the 9th with Kaber Koa, whose dad went over 4,000 races during his riding career and riding titles from New York to Florida. Good for this young man. Let's go to Acacia for more.
And happy to be joined by Kaber in the winner's circle as Missing Fortune gets the victory. And you were just telling me that your filly usually shows speed, doesn't normally come from off of it like she did today, but there's plenty underneath of you.
Oh yeah, for sure. Like I said, it's set up nice. You know, I knew there was a lot of speed in the race, and I just wanted to play from the break, you know, see how everything played out. I had a chance to kind of keep her in the clear, even though I had four or five horses in front of me. I was still I was able to keep her in the clear because I don't know if she likes dirt in her face, because she's not used to being that little far, like, touch off the pace like that. But it set up perfect. I mean, they all went to the front, fought out, and then I had, by the quarter pole, I mean, when I asked her, I had plenty of horse, yeah.
And you rode her in the last 4 races, too. You've gotten to know her well. Does that give you more confidence when you're trying something a little bit different as far as their running style?
For sure. I mean, like you said, it's my 4th time riding her. I'm getting to know her more and more. She actually, last year, she was running all routes. So this time, I mean, she's been showing pretty good speed and going short, and she's been running good for short. So I don't know, maybe next time, because there's stakes over there in Finger Lakes that go route. But she's been running both. She could run both, either short or long. The last race is 7 furlongs. That's probably her perfect distance. But yeah, I mean, everything worked out today, so I'm happy, yeah.
And Kaber, just a limited number of starters here at Saratoga, but 2 wins and some nice in-the-money finishes as well. What does that mean to you? We know you're doing well at Finger Lakes, but winning at the Spa, of course, is special.
Oh, yeah, it's extremely special. I mean, this is the place to be, best racing in the country. And, yeah, I just appreciate all the Finger Lakes people, you know, that we come over here, take a chance, you know. You can never underestimate us, you know. There's a lot of good, I mean, there's decent horses over there that can win here, and as we've shown, and I'm happy for them, happy for the connections, and I'm happy they gave me the opportunity to ride them here.
Well ridden, and congratulations on another victory.
Thank you, Keisha. Thank you.
Greg?
Thank you, Keisha. Dad Abar Koa, again, over 4,000 wins in his career. And yeah, just a few opportunities, really, at this meet, Mig, and a couple of wins for him. Well done.
Yeah, it's nice to see riders that get an opportunity to come in here and play on the major stage and have this kind of success. And I've been watching him. I pay attention to what's going on at Finger Lakes. I have a lot of friends that race there. And he's been doing really, really well. And he rides a very smart race. And that was evidenced right here.
If there ever was going to be a single ticket late pick 5, that's the kind of start you would want. Thin White Duke, Missing Fortune, $20 winner, $35 winner, and still a long way to go.
Oh yeah, it's definitely trending that direction, and it's also, this is the making of a pick 6 carryover as well. This is how they start. You know, we'll see what happens the rest of the way, but with the way the Jockey Club Gold Cup is so wide open, if you know any horse outside of Proxy or Rattle and Roll wins, I think we are looking at a carryover.
We'll get to that. We got a wide open 10th coming up as well. Mile on the inner turf in a first allowance condition race. We'll get to that in a moment. Let's look to Sunday. And a spin away for 2-year-old fillies at 7/8 of a mile. Some big names in here. Obviously, Ways and Means, Bright Work, and a horse by the name of Atlas Beach we'll get to. Ways and Means, so impressive in this debut for Chad Brown. And Clarivate Stables, a 90 Beyer speed figure in the win, dominated the competition win by more than 12 lengths. What did this remind you of, JK, when you saw this performance?
Well, you know, look, when you see a horse run off the screen here, my stomach always says Uncle Mo, just because that was this unbelievable performance. But the one thing that was unique about the way she did it is that she took back, she was professional, she got some dirt, and then she took command without really being asked and then ran away from horses without any encouragement. That's kind of the difference for me.
And look how still Flavian Pratt is on Ways and Means. She just keeps extending, Richie. He's never asked her for anything, which he would do through his hands and urge her through the bridle, but there's none of that there when you look there. He's just letting her do it on her own. There's more in the tank.
He moved his inside hand about an inch just to help her change leads, give her that cue, and that was it. Now he's just like basically galloping her through the last eighth of a mile, and she was as impressive a 2-year-old maiden victor as you're going to ever see. And the professionalism is also what makes her stand out. How about the mechanics of her stride?
Yeah, yeah, pretty strong. And not only that, I mean, I know as a rider you probably sense this stuff, but as a trainer, when I'm watching one of my horses run and they clear, and I don't have one like that, trust me, but you know, when the ears are waiting for a command and moving back and forth on a horse, you know that horse isn't all out yet. He's waiting, she is waiting for another command.
Well, pretty good one that she's going to line up against, who we've already seen come up with a huge performance at this meet as well. And she comes in 3 for 3 with a graded stakes win in the Adirondack. That's bright work for trainer John Ortiz.
Well, what Ways and Means gives away in experience, this filly brings to the table. And she's already seasoned. This is her 4th start. She's already been in a battle. Go back to the debutante at Ellis, she was in a battle. And she can sit just off it too. So, you know, Ways and Means is taking on a tough filly that's already proven she can fight.
Bright Work undefeated in 3 starts. This was by far her best race, and she did something different than she did in her first 2 starts. She rated off the pace. She sat back and made a finish, and she's a better horse when she does that. She's got a great post 9 of 10. That's going to work well for Bright Work.
It's arguable that those 2 performances, Bright Work and Ways and Means, that Bright Work actually might have run faster in terms of speed figures and whatnot. But I think that the difference is that we know that there's likely a step to be taken forward from Ways and Means. We kind of know who Bright Work is at this moment. She's already run 3 times.
You don't get the impression Bright Work could have ran any faster last race. Even though she won by 5 lengths, she was ridden hard to the wire, where Ways and Means was winning with something left.
Couldn't have more contradictory rides. Yeah, down as quiet as Flavian Pratt was, and how hard Arad Ortiz Jr. was working on Bright Work. There's another filly in here who ran very good first time out, and you told me off air, look, you got to be very encouraged with who you beat and what they came back and did.
Yeah, we're talking about Alice Beach. The pronunciation of her name is for a beach down in the panhandle of Florida, Alice Beach, but you spell it A-L-Y-S, and she ran great her first start. She laid back off the pace. She came through along the rail, did some things that first-time starters don't do. Just barely got up, but did indeed win. And then the horse that she beat right on the wire came back and won by about 6 or 7 this week. So that's encouraging. But to say I'm not scared, I can't say that. I am scared.
Are you going to sleep tonight?
Probably not so good. I usually don't in these cases.
We'll see. Look, start to start, it's just one start for Ways and Means, one start for your filly. Things could change a lot in that second start, can't they?
I hope you're right, and they can.
Meanwhile, the boys, they get their chance on closing day, on Labor Day, in the hopeful at 7/8 of a mile. 11 will line up in this race. And let's take a look at Bob Baffert's runners coming in off a runner-up finish in the best pal on the West Coast.
Yeah, this horse was outstanding. And the silks of Arabian Night and Arabian Lion. This horse is outstanding, right? And I think he's got a couple of good ones, so probably wanted to keep them separated. They'll have a great one at Del Mar next week for the 2-year-olds, and so put this one on the airplane. Look, this hopeful, I said it today to someone, looks like an absolute war between a bunch of really good horses.
It's a horse who sold for $2 million at the OBS sale, and all kinds of intrigue in this one. It gets coming up on our Labor Day finale. Let's go to Acacia for more.
I noticed all of you avoided saying his name, just for me, but I believe it said Muth, who won so impressively first time out and then finished second behind his stablemate Prince of Monaco in that best pal. And if you've been watching our show all throughout this year, remember that I went to all the OBS 2-year-old sales and did kind of a my favorite workout and a horse to watch, and this one was it. He worked 9 and 3 at that OBS March sale and was garnering a lot of attention, particularly being kind of a son of good magic. And this was when Mage was running well in South Florida, but had not yet won the Derby as of yet. And selling for $2 million, he is the co-highest 2-year-old at an OBS sale to sell, tying Chestertown, a New York bred that we are well familiar with on this circuit too. But this horse just absolutely stamped himself in that 2-year-old breeze. Going 9 and 3 is blazing fast. fast for an early 2-year-old, and he carried that over to his races. So I'm really excited to see him now that he's had 2 starts under his belt and coming here to New York and compare how he was at the 2-year-old sale to now. And he is just another interesting layer of a fascinating race. Bob Baffert sending 2 over to run in this year's hopeful, and potentially some big future stars in that group, Greg.
We can't wait. Spin away for Phillies on Sunday, and the hopeful for the boys on closing day on Labor Day. Take a look at our 2-year-old dirt stakes winners at this meet. Becky's Joker, the big surprise we're going to see in that spin away for Gary Contessa, which she was 21-1 to win in her debut. Did not come back and run nearly as good next time out. We'll see if she can rebound. Yo-Yo Candy got that win over Gold Sweep with that stumbling start. We'll see if we can get a lot better from Gold Sweep in the hopeful. We're going to take a timeout. When we return, Junior Alvarado honored as this year's Mike Venezia Award winner. We'll talk about what that honor means and the year Junior has had when we come back.
Life is good. Really, really, really good.
Life is good. Opens up here.
He's a rocket ship.
Life is good. Clears the field. Still in command.
Galloping without any urgency.
Back in the winner's circle.
No challenge from anyone.
He ran them off their feet. Life is good is looking good. And this colt is incredible.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence. Whether you use handicapping insights, like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. Start earning your $200 sign-up bonus when you sign up with offer code GET200.
Adelphi Racing Club offers the unparalleled excitement of owning thoroughbred racehorses at a fraction of the cost. We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors. We are partners. Our New York-based high-performing equine athletes, trainers, and jockeys compete and win at the highest level circuits. Contact us online to get a taste of the Adelphi difference and come hang with us this Saratoga meet.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on Saratoga Live on our FS2 coverage, brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. We talked about going to break. Junior Alvarado winning an award that the guy next to me knows more than anyone how much it means to these guys. The Mike Venezia Award. Man who won over 2,300 races in his career of over 25 years. Presented annually to a jockey who displays extraordinary sportsmanship and citizenship, and that personified Venezia. Mig, you won this award before. You knew Mike Venezia so well. What does it mean?
Yeah, it means everything. I mean, Mike was such a respected individual in the jockey's room, not just for his immense ability for riding, but also the way he conducted himself as a human being, and the way he mentored young riders, myself especially. And to give you an idea, I was in the hospital over 6 weeks after one of my injuries. Mike Venezia came every single day to the hospital, whether he could spend 5 minutes or an hour, just to make sure that I knew people cared and that people were around. And I can't tell you how much that meant, the impression it made on me. But he led by example, and he was just genuinely one of the best people I've ever known.
Winners of this award, they're seen as ambassadors of this sport. Alvarado having such a great year, particularly this year, over 2,000 wins in his career, closing in on $130 million in career earnings. Regular rider of Cody's Wish, who last year brought him his first ever Breeders' Cup victory in that Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. He was a rider on the late Art Collector as well, and he's first call for Bill Mott.
Yeah, that's a nice spot to be in, being first call for Bill Mott. And, you know, being kind of in that team atmosphere, when you're riding so much for one guy and you are part of the team getting the horses ready and you're part of the conversation on how to make the horses better, I think that's a jockey's dream position to be in, where they have a say, right? They're a part of that production, if you will.
And we're going to see him in this race coming up on a horse who has the rail, the 2 Fredo. Heads up ride from him on this 2 last time out, going gate to wire. Can he do that again today at a big price? He may have some company up front. Let's go to Acacia for more.
But right now, Chad Brown Runner is the favorite, and we'll start there, taking a look at the 6. I'm Very Busy, and my notes last time said that he just wasn't 100% fit off of the layoff, and does add blinkers today. A cheater cup, so a very short cup to limit the peripheral vision and add a little bit more focus to him. While he is a horse that carries his condition, he does look a little bit more defined today. He's very laid back here in the paddock, and I think with those blinkers on, it's to potentially perk him up a little bit as well. He broke in and hit the gate, ran on up the rail, and actually was finishing late in that effort, given that he was a horse that obviously was thought highly of as a 2-year-old running in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf. I think that this is the day where we'll potentially see him take a step forward in the second start of his 3-year-old season. Chad Brown also sends out the 8 Internal Capital, another one second off the layoff. He ran at Monmouth last time out, and it was a bit of an eventful trip for him. He kind of threw his head up at the break, and then he got pretty headstrong and keen. He was rank, having to steady back, and then he had to check again when another horse was taken out of the race, and it was a blanket finish for 3rd. Javier Castellano rides him back, and I always like when Javier rides a horse the second time, especially one that's a bit quirky. Now, this guy is so laid back here in the paddock. It's hard to imagine that he was so headstrong and tough to handle in that race, but I think now that we see a jockey that's familiar with him, he could potentially get a smoother trip and be able to settle a little bit more. And I'll watch him with interest in the warm-up. The 7 Royal Spirit, if you heard any horses being vocal or chatty in the paddock, it was him. Even now as a 4-year-old, he always comes in announcing his presence into the paddock, screaming and hollering at the top of his lungs, and he set off a few others in here today. Was part of that 3-horse off the turf race last time out. He gets back to the turf. Now, I think he's a better turf horse. I also think that he's better going a bit longer than this, but he's held his weight extremely well, now making the 3rd start of this season, and now that he's got a rider on his back, he's settled and he knows the drill at this stage. Maybe he wants a bit more distance, but he's a horse that I think, if anything, is getting back onto the right surface today, Greg.
Thank you, Acacia. Going down Champions Way. Our post-parade coming up shortly. Chad Brown meets leading trainer with 2 today already. Sending out the 6, sending out the 8. 6-5 favorite, and a horse who's 7-1. That's a short price on I'm Very Busy, Tom.
I agree. I'm Very Busy was my pick in here, but I did not anticipate 6-5. And this horse is a hard horse to ride. He comes from off the pace. He's just not easy to work with. We have a rider change. Irad Ortiz gets on for the very first time after Flavian Pratt has ridden him the first 4 times, but he's difficult.
There's our post parade. We start with Danzig with the Stars, who breaks toward the outside.
Yeah, I think this is the only horse that can beat one of these 2 Chad runners. I like Dancing with the Stars from this inside. Oh, no, I'm sorry, not from the inside. Drawing from the middle, the 8 post position, but does have some nice races.
Speed with Fredo and Junior Alvarado went by, and here's a 3 Heathguard.
Yeah, I didn't really see this horse. Hasn't run since March.
The other primary speed to the 2 Fredo, Ruse.
And I think he's faster. I think Ruse is going to try to make this race by going to the front early on his own.
Joel Rosario on Bad to the Bones.
Yeah, I mean, look, Graham Motion had this horse on the turf, but also run this horse on the dirt quite a bit. Then Bill Mott kept running the horse on the dirt. I think maybe turf, they're just guessing.
So the favorite 3-year-old tackling older company here for Chad Brown. I'm Very Busy.
Yeah, blinkers on, Lasix for the first time. You can see he's had some difficulty leaving the gate at times. He's a horse that has to navigate a trip from way back.
But this horse could move forward for Linda Rice, getting back on grass.
I would imagine Linda's watching this one pretty intently. This is a chance for her to try to get back in the game, or she could go down another one to Chad.
4 back of Chad Brown. Linda Rice needs the wins to start coming. Internal Capital for Chad Brown as well.
He had a difficult trip last time, Internal Capital. I mean, his best race puts him right there.
Last race on turf for Tallahatchie Bridge. It was a good figure. It came at Tampa. Now with Saffie Joseph.
It did. Ran okay that day. I still think probably needs to take another step forward to beat the top few.
A 10 rolled right on by, coming out of back-to-back grade 1s.
Speaking of so high, like a lot of people in the courtyard, as I'm smelling lately.
Lamb Biscuit went by, and then here's an also eligible that draws in with Ricardo Santana Jr. Dracone.
Yeah, look, Robertino Diodoro's been pretty cold. I know he's kind of trying to right the ship, but it just hasn't been a typical meet for him.
So that's a pretty big price on that horse, isn't it? No comment. 6-5 favorite. I'm very busy. Here's the other Chad Brown runner, though, and this is Internal Capital. So second back off the bench for both of the runners from this barn. Let's take a look at the return. It was in Monmouth, July 22nd.
Yeah, it had a pretty eventful trip here, but I thought ran well, and ran well off of a break, right? So you'd like to think possibly another step forward off of that run.
Yeah, you're watching the last portion of this race, Jonathan. I know you and I watched the whole race, and so it's a fairly average finish in my mind, but you didn't see what happened at the beginning, and this horse checked pretty good going into the first turn, lost position. Makes it really difficult to overcome.
So this one, wow, 6-1.
Tasty?
This one seems a bit big. I thought this race was incredibly wide open.
Yeah, I agree. I do agree with that.
Often in these situations, and I don't know the science behind it, but when trainers like Chad or Todd or Brad Cox or Bob Baffert or when they have 2 in a race and one of them starts taking a lot of money, it's almost like the other one just kind of gets ignored a little bit. It's like one of those situations where it's like, if everyone likes I'm very busy so much, then it's like people are, why did Chad put this one in here? Blah, 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 that type of situation. I'm guessing. I don't know. It's a psychology thing that I can't figure out.
Well, it does seem like the 6, I'm very busy, is maybe a little too short, and I think the 8, Internal Capital, is definitely too big a price at 6-1.
I'm with you. And there's some other prices on here that are a little enticing too, as big as they're getting.
Even Roos at 12-1 seems like a large price for a horse that I think with Kendrick Carmouche is going to try to control things.
There's
from
no
the start.
question that Kendrick's got it on his mind that he wants to go to the front on the 4-horse.
And meanwhile, Royal Spirit right there for Linda Rice. This horse at 7-1. And the last 2 times on the turf, figures that seem to be right in the mix with the Chad Brown runners. And she really needs to start making up some ground here if she has eyes on this trainer's title.
She does. I think Royal Spirit, just like I'm Very Busy, the 6-horse, is not helped by the fact that they're shortening up in distance to a mile on the turf. I think both those horses are horses that want a little bit of a distance, and that's a big change from a mile to a mile and a 16th in not only the pace scenario in a race, but how well you can close if it's not your distance.
But, we talked about it yesterday, Tom. If you had a horse that you think maybe wants to go 10 furlongs, but you had a chance to win the trainer's title here at Saratoga and there was a mile race, would you pop him in there?
Yeah, hey, put me in. Yeah, no, you're look, and that may be happening a little bit, and that's a good handicapping angle, right? Is this a horse, Ian, that Linda hopes is going to shorten up, but maybe wouldn't be her first choice in the terms of a distance? Good, I think it's observant.
Javier Castellano on the other Chad Brown in those Klarovich stables. Soaks, let's go back to Acacia.
And I'm going to take a shot with the longer-priced Chad in here, hoping that he gets a smoother trip, as Tom mentioned early on in the race when he had that trouble, and the fact that he got so headstrong first off a layoff. Talking about the number 1, Danzig with the Stars, though, this horse, he had a yielding turf course last time out after maybe not the smoothest trip as well, waiting for room, just not being able to get clear. And then when he finally did, I wish that he had a little bit more of a punch, but he was always surrounded by horses in that race. And I'm wondering if maybe that just wasn't necessarily what he does prefer. When he makes his big runs, he kind of does that big sweeping move, and he wasn't able to do that last time out. They've also tried running him longer. I don't think he necessarily wants to do that. He looks great today. And you can see he got a little bit sweaty out there, but I think that was just after a good warm-up. I think it's just him doing well, his natural cooling system going, as Richie likes to say. If he can get a trip, maybe he could turn the tables, and it is all about the trip, but I think he's doing well at the moment, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. Post time coming up here for this 10th. Big prices in the first two legs of our late pick 5. Crowd anxiously awaiting to see how it's going to play out the rest of the day with our Jockey Club Gold Cup still to come, our ABR race of the week in that older horse division.
I think this is a really competitive race, and I'm going with 2 horses that have 2 things in common. Only 2 New York breds in the race, in the 4 Ruse and the 1 Dancing with the Stars, and they're both sons of War Dancer, who stands just about 2 miles from the racetrack here.
And then, the important thing with Ruse too, Tom, is you seem to think Ruse the 4 is the quicker of what really looks like the only 2 speeds. The other, Fredo from the rail.
Yeah, I do. I think, maybe bad to the bones coming off middle distance races and on the dirt, but no, I think Ruse is the speed of the speed. And Jonathan talks about it all the time, intent. I think that's going to be the jockey Kendrick Carmouche's intent on the 4 Ruse.
6-5 favorite, though. For Chad Brown, I'm very busy with Iran Ortiz Jr. looking for his 4th winner on this Saturday card with the 6. Let's go upstairs. Frank Miramati with the call.
Thank you very much, Greg. Here is Tallahatchie Bridge, followed in by Bad to the Bones. So High is next. Last few runners left to load. Royal Spirit takes up his spot. Dracon to the outside. Walking up. They're in the gate. And they're off. Ruse had an awkward step out of the gate, but it did not take away his early speed. In the meantime, Fredo sprints up, as does Dracon. Those 2 are going at a very quick clip in the opening stages. Behind them, So High takes 3rd. Fredo along the inside is the leader as they round the clubhouse turn. And he has it by 2 over Dracon in 2nd. Then it's Ruse in 3rd, So High 4th. The opening quarter clicked off in 24 seconds flat. That group followed by I'm Very Busy. Internal Capital is racing in between horses at this stage and has about 7 lengths to make up as they straighten up for the run down the backstretch. Land Biscuit just went by that pair. It's another 2 lengths to the next flight. Royal Spirit and Danzig with the Stars are right together as they come to the half-mile pole. Bad to the Bones and Tallahatchie Bridge. The half went in 48 2/5 seconds, and it is a distance to Heathguard. They're moving into the far turn, and Fredo has the lead by 1.5 lengths over Dracon in 2nd. It's been a good trip for So High, taking 3rd, racing on the outside of Ruse. That pair is followed by I'm Very Busy, who's 5th, and guided to the outside for the drive. They're at the top of the stretch, and Fredo's still in front 1.5 lengths. Dracon is in 2nd. I'm Very Busy. Dracon coming to Fredo at the 16th pole. Fredo clinging. Dracon on the outside trying to push by. Fredo resilient inside of Dracon. It's Fredo, Dracon, or Fredo. They come to the wire together. Photo finish. Noses are bobbing up and down. Dracon and Fredo, it's a matter of which nose was down on the money. I'm Very Busy was distant, battling it out for 3rd.
Junior Alvarado on Fredo, trying to go gate to wire again as he did earlier in the meet on this horse. Outside, Ricardo Santana Jr. and Dracon. I don't know who got their nose down.
Just got to keep an eye on the bobs of the head, whose nose is down at the right instant. This is a true head bob. As they hit the wire, it sure looks like the outside Dracon got his head down at the right moment.
Well,
That's too bad.
The $1 million bonus is definitely in play. I mean, I would think it's a possibility here. And I would think that the pick 6 is very likely to carry over at this point.
And if Dracon, the 13, is indeed the winner of this race, and I know how tight it is, but this horse was not even in the body of the race, meaning that as of this morning, this horse was hoping for someone to scratch out of the race so that he could draw in. And at 10 o'clock, you find out. So all of a sudden, you get the call, you're in, and Yeah, you're going to be way, way outside. And I'll tell you, for both the 2, Fredo, and the 13, Dracone, a big help was the 4, Ruse, not leaving the gate well, allowing those horses to be the pace setters.
And it is Dracone, the 13, Ricardo Santana Jr. If you put a line through that last race, he did not run great last time out. His prior races, he fit in here. Huge price. 13-6-4. That's been a tough meet for Robertino Diodoro. Gets a much-needed victory here, and good for Ricardo Santana Jr., who's already in double-digit wins at the meet.
And a heads-up ride from him. You know, you get a tough post, go forward, create your own trip. Fredo took the lead from the inside, as Tom talked about. Roos just kind of broke a bit awkward and took away his opportunity maybe to pop this field and go to the lead. He sat a good trip after that. But this was a terrific ride from Ricardo Santana, and then it was just a head bob. Boy, if you had Fredo, what a tough beat, because he fought and wanted to win so badly. This was a race that, honestly, out of those 2 horses, did not deserve a loser.
Yeah, I also think that the last 1/8 of a mile, typically with horses that are in front and setting the pace, usually you see it slow down a little bit the last 1/8. In this case, the 2 front runners kept going. They went under 12 seconds for the last 1/8 of a mile. That's usually how I judge, particularly distance races, of how fast or how slow they're going. 12 is the number. And they went under 12 for that last 1/8 of a mile. So they kept going. And for our favorite, I'm Very Busy, it was, again, Jonathan, in my opinion, a difficult trip. Behind horses, didn't get out early enough, and the mile distance may be just a shade too short for him.
Yeah, saved ground, too. It wasn't a perfect trip, but it was kind of a no excuse, should have run better trip.
Yeah, but how, like Tom's saying, though, they came home in 11 and change. How fast would I'm Very Busy had to come home to make up that ground?
Can't do it. Yeah.
One of the best claiming trainers in the sport, Robertino Diodoro. When we get to Oaklawn, we're in Hot Springs, he is just dominant there, year in, year out. Wind's been a little tough to come by for him here at Saratoga, but he gets his 2nd winner of the meet. Drawing in from the also eligible list with Dracone at a huge price, 21-1 prices when we come back. And there's Rattle and Roll. He'll likely be the favorite in our ABR Race of the Week. Coming up, Grade 1 Jockey Club Gold Cup. Coming up next, we'll be back.
Liam's Map, a 2-time Grade 1 winner with 6 consecutive triple-digit buyers, including a 114 to win the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. He's already taking the lead as a sire, with Grade 1 winners Basin, Wicked Whisper, Colonel Liam, and Juju's Map, plus multiple 6-figure yearling sales and 2-year-old sales up to $1.2 million. Proven on the track, proven in the sales ring. Liam's Map, only at Lane's End.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets. Back with you on Saratoga Live on our FS2 coverage. It's brought to you in part where you can play it all at Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, including the late pick 5 tomorrow. So weekends, we've told you, if you're the only winning ticket, you play through Naira Bets, there's a $1 million bonus online. Well, it's a $3 million bonus if you're the only winning ticket in the late pick 5 tomorrow on Sunday, but you have to play it through Naira Bets. That is going to get people's attention. And we may have that $1 million bonus after this start on the line this afternoon here. 21-1. Dracone, Ricardo Santana Jr., Robertino Diodoro, and Zilla Racing. Let's go to Acacia.
And I'm so happy to be joined by Mike Piazza of Zilla, along with Zayden and Aria, ready for the interview here. But Mike, we were just talking about Dracone. What a fight today to get that bob down to the wire.
Yeah, it was a really tough spot to win from, to way out there. It was kind of like when he drew into the race this morning with the scratch. We're kind of like, okay, of course we want to run in Saratoga, but if he didn't draw in, we're going to go to the allowance race at Monmouth next week, and figured that'd be an easier spot. So yeah, to win here with this horse especially is just a huge win, and just, again, real tough spot to win from.
And Ricardo was aggressive with him early. That seemed to make the difference.
Yeah, it's, again, you have to make a decision. So if you get too forwardly placed, you might use your horse up too much. And if you take back, you're going to have too much to do. Again, it's just so difficult from that post. So when I saw him get forwardly placed but not go to the lead, I was like, okay, maybe, but I was still a little bit worried. I thought if we can get some cover, we might have a better shot to get a better trip. But yeah, it worked out, and he dug in, and it's just so exciting for this horse because he got off, you know, as a 2-year-old, we really loved the horse, and Brad Cox trained him, and, you know, he had him on the dirt, and he just ended up being a turf horse. And once he got on the grass, he's just been consistent and running his best races, getting better and better.
Absolutely has. And a nice win today, celebrating with the family. And she's done. She's like, I'm over this. It's not fun anymore. But congratulations to the whole team.
So much. Appreciate it, and appreciate everything you guys do. Your team, great job, and I love watching it every day I'm home. So.
We so appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, how about that, Greg?
Gotta love that guy.
It's the best compliments we could get on this show. $44 winner, Dracone. That pick 3, $2,771. Mig, this is the game sometimes. That's the margin of victory. Dracone getting the nose down at the right time.
Yeah, and it's all about placement of that nose when it hits the wire, and Dracone got the best of all of that, Bob, and that was really nice compliment from, I think we all appreciate that.
After looking at this, JK, Tom, I can't imagine there's too many tickets still alive with 2 legs remaining.
No, we got a message about how many combos are left. I'm just not 100% sure if it's a pick 5 or the pick 6. I'm thinking it's a pick 5, so we'll wait to say that because I don't want to say the wrong thing. But yeah, I mean, look, there's a $1 million bonus on the line if you're the single ticket played through Naira Bets. And don't forget tomorrow, $3 million bonus on Sunday if you're the single ticket played in the pick 5 through Naira Bets.
Is everyone in those executive offices right now sweating it out?
They want to give it. They're not worried about it.
They do want to give it. Yes, they do.
They want to give it.
Our ABR race of the week. It is next. It's the Grade 1 Jockey Club Gold Cup. $1 million purse. And rattle and roll. We saw walking over as we went to break. 3 consecutive graded stakes wins. Still ran huge in defeat in the Stephen Foster behind Westwell Power. Right now, the 2-1 favorite on the board.
Can you say win and you're in?
Yes, it is. For the Breeders' Cup
we got
Classic.
another one here in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
That's what's on the line in this race. Yeah, win and you're in for the Breeders' Cup Classic. We'll see what happens here. Obviously, Proxy, a very good horse, rattle and roll, but there's some new shooters in here, like a horse who's never been on dirt before, who could potentially step up.
Yeah, I kind of like Tyson a little bit myself. From a pedigree standpoint, you would think the move to dirt's going to help him. The female side of the family is very strong. Obviously, Arcangelo's in there, but go back a little further. Better Than Honor, who was a good race mare herself, she had 2 Belmont Stakes winners in Rags to Riches and horse that Kieran McLaughlin trained, Jazzle. So she had 2 Belmont Stakes winners on dirt. I think there's a lot of dirt. And also, full disclosure, I was by the barn. He's stabled over there by John Kimmel. He's shipped in. And this horse is high as a kite. He was getting up in the air. He was trying to get his leg over the shank from the hot walker. I mean, he is just they can't keep him on the ground. He is a high-energy, powerful individual.
Welcome to Tap It.
Yeah.
They have a little bit of that in them, but, man, they put it together when they're in the gate.
And, Wolfie, we got confirmation. There's 644 combinations left in the pick 5. Only 644 combinations. The fewest going through the 2 and the 5 here.
That blows my mind. I would have. If you'd made a line on that, I'd have been under.
I would have as well. Todd Pletcher already having a big day with a couple of victories. 14-time leading trainer here at Saratoga. Looking at a second Jockey Club Gold Cup with bright future, who's 5-1 right now.
Undefeated Grade 1 winner Mastery was a multiple graded stakes winner at 2, including this victory in the Grade 1 Los Alamitos Cash Call Futurity. Now his progeny are bringing top dollar in the sales ring. His recent top runners include these star performers.
Good Girl, Bad Habits, the Mastery filly. Here surprisingly surging on the outside, surprisingly.
Midnight Memories, much the best in the Zenyatta.
Mastery, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Speightstown. Munning. Echo Town.
It's Echo Town for Joe Talamo, and Echo Town raced away, and Echo Town is drawing away in the stretch. Echo Town wins the Allen Jerkin Stakes.
A sire line so prolific, it repeats itself. Echo Town.
Hip number 1, sale time, folks, we're ready to go.
When there are this many buyers under one roof, anything can happen. Last November, buyers from 29 countries traveled more than 135,000 miles to be right here. Because if the horse capital of the world actually had a capital, this would be it.
It's Olympiad in front. On the outside is American Revolution now coming to him. Olympiad has the lead with 3/16 to the finish. And then American Revolution. Olympiad in front inside the 8th pole. Then American Revolution. Down at the rail is Untreated. They're inside the 16th pole. And Olympiad leads American Revolution. Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
Olympiad with a big moment in the Jockey Club Gold Cup last year for Bill Mott. He was an incredibly good horse. You just look at the 2 defeats. The last, I believe, 8 times he lined up, and it was To Life is Good and Flightline, 2 pretty good ones.
Yeah, and he had just a gem of consistency, and he faced the tough ones. This was a big effort from him. Junior Alvarado, early today, recipient of the Mike Finizzi Award, got it done for his main man, Bill Mott, last year.
Let's take a look at this prestigious race by the numbers. Inaugural running back in 1919, fastest ever run. Skip Away in 1:58.4, going to win the Breeders' Cup Classic that year and be named champion older male. Kelso, 5 of his 39 career lifetime wins coming in this Grade 1. 5 wins from these 2 ownership groups. Glen Riddle Farm, they had Man of War and the Triple Crown champ War Admiral both win this race. Sonny Jim Fitzsimmons, Campaign 2 Triple Crown winners, and Gallant Fox in Omaha, 6 wins in this race. Eddie Arcaro, arguably the fiercest competitor this game has ever seen, nicknamed the Master, that's all you need to know. With so many victories in this race, 3 Breeders' Cup Classic winners have come out of here. 16 champions, including Curlin, back in 2007 and 2008 with wins in this race, and 7 Jockey Club Gold Cup winners went on to win Horse of the Year honors. How about Shuvi, one of 24 Hall of Famers who won this race? She beat the boys when it was run at 2 miles in this race back in 1970 and 1971. Take a look at what the winner of this race will get in addition to that hardware. This beautiful flower blanket created by Susan Garrett.
Everybody wants those flowers after this race, right? You're
seen her incredible creations all meet long. We'll have another one coming up.
They do a great job with it. I love when we do the by the numbers, and then you have Eddie Arcaro won 11 of them. And I had dinner with Eddie Arcaro years ago in Miami, and he talked about how he got the mount on one of those 11 in Sword Dancer. He was at a dinner dance at Belmont Park, and he had a dance with Isabel Dodge Sloan, who owned Brookmead Stable. And by the time the dance was over, he had secured the mount on Sword Dancer. That's working overtime.
Got to work the room. Look at the field that's going to line up here. And Rattle and Roll right now, your favorite. Kenny McPeak, Brian Hernandez Jr., and here's what's on the line in this race here. Automatic entry into the $6 million Longines Breeders' Cup Classic, November 4th. Entry fees paid. Nominator award of $10,000 and travel allowance for horses stabled outside of California. Win and you're in for the main event at the Breeders' Cup. So let's take a look at Rattle and Roll. There he is. Kenny McPeak's go-to rider, Brian Hernandez Jr., and this is when the win streak came to an end in the Stephen Foster.
But a big effort nonetheless. I mean, you know, one thing about it, he has shown up every single time now as a four-year-old, whether he wins or not. He's been throwing down those triple-digit buyer figures. And maybe just the racetrack at Ellis playing favorable to speed and inside played against him, Tom.
And there wasn't a lot of speed that day in the race, and he still put in his good finish there. The extra distance, going from 1 1/8 to 1 1/4, the equivalent of a couple of football fields, that makes a big difference for a horse like Rattle and Roll. I think it plays well into his hands.
5-2 favorite right now. Again, Brian Hernandez Jr. will be back aboard. Let's go to Acacia.
And we'll start with Rattle and Roll, whose last 5 races have been triple-digit buyer speed figures. He's a horse that's very consistent, but he comes with that big late run, and you're not always sure if he's always going to seal the deal. But as Tom was saying, he gets more distance today, which I really think that he should appreciate. Last time, he was closing and just missed, going the mile in an 1/8. And while he's not the biggest horse, he's obviously one that just really starts to lengthen his strides late in the race. He's very relaxed here in the paddock. He's incredibly fit coming in for Kenny McPeak, and he was a horse that towards the beginning of his career just really looked like he was a little bit underdeveloped, maybe just a little bit behind some of the others, and he has really kind of found his home and flourished now with these longer distance races. He does have the class. The big question is, coming off that win in the Grade 1 Stephen Foster, can he get the right kind of trip? And he will come running late because he never shows any early speed. The number 1, Proxy, it's actually his first race on the Naira circuit, so very much a treat to get a chance to see him here, coming off of a win in the Monmouth Cup. Now, from what I could tell looking back through all of his recent races, in April in the Oaklawn Handicap, they added cheek pieces on him, which he's going to wear again today. And you can see from our great equipment video here, and his are black, so they kind of blend in with his face. It's like blinkers in that they limit the peripheral vision, but it's not as closed in as a blinker cup. In particular, it really helps with a horse that maybe is looking behind them, as horses have a much broader range of peripheral vision than we do. And they added those cheek pieces on for the Oaklawn Handicap, where he got the win. He just never really got into the race in the Stephen Foster. And then last time out, he was on the lead in the Monmouth Cup, and Joel Rosario was aggressive with him. He looks phenomenal here. He's dappled from head to toe. He will be stretching out to the 1 1/4, though, where he's 0 for 2 at this distance. But I would expect them to be a little bit aggressive with him once again, because it was such a big change of tactics last time, and it worked. The number 8, Bright Future, for Todd Pletcher, comes off of a big win here in Saratoga after a non-effort where he was actually 2-1 in the Brooklyn. He's not a horse that would immediately strike me looking at him to say he wants to go 1.25 miles. I was, in fact, a little bit dubious about the 1 1/8 with him last time, but he has the pedigree for it, being by Curlin, and sometimes the Curlins aren't the biggest, and that just might be the influence that we're seeing from him. He was dominant last time, pressing the pace setter, taking over, and pulling away. Looks much the same in here today. The waters just get a lot deeper, and I'm still not sold that more ground is really better for him, but he is a horse that obviously has been trending in the right direction, and like I said, has the pedigree potentially to do it.
Took a huge move forward, going 1.125 miles on this racetrack. This horse right here, Bright Future, let's take a look at it. Forwardly placed throughout, Tom, and he pulled away to win by 4 3/4 lengths. Obviously, much tougher field today.
Much tougher field. I would call this win a dominant win by Bright Future. He draws off. Of course, he's being ridden to the wire, Richie, but he just creates more and more separation the further they go. Maybe that's an attractive comment to going even further today, going 1.25 miles.
Well, being by Curlin, that relentless kind of stride that he has, and he kind of projects to get a very similar trip, doesn't he? With that outside post, should be just stalking 1 or 2 from the outside.
Yeah, and look, I think that one thing about the 10,
Future.
excuse me, the 8 Bright Future, is that he ran well last time going 9 furlongs, and the question is he going to appreciate the 10 furlongs? But the fact that Todd tried him in the 12 furlong Brooklyn lets me feel like Todd believes the 1.25 miles shouldn't be an issue for him.
Meanwhile, trainer with 2 horses we don't know a whole lot about. Tyson, the 6, getting on dirt for the first time, and the Duke of Love, a long shot, who was 2 for 2, but on dirt tracks that had moisture in them. That's Josie Carroll. Let's go to Acacia for more.
And so happy to be joined now by Josie. Josie, let's start with Tyson. I saw that you actually trained the second dam, which was kind of fun, but this one has some dirt pedigree. How do you think you'll handle it today?
He does. I mean, it's always an unknown when they've never run on it. I mean, all his races have been on synthetic, and he's brilliant on synthetic. He's trained very well on it. He trained all winter on it and breezed well. Until you get in a race, though, you really don't know.
Richie McLeory was talking about how in the stall he was pretty revved up. He was very professional in the paddock today.
You know, around the barn, he is like hell on wheels. He comes to the races, and his game face goes on always.
You did have your hands full with Duke of Love, though, your other winner, coming in off of a big effort last time. What did you see from him out of that West Virginia race?
He just ran so game there. You know, I know we're stepping up with him and taking a chance, but I think if at any time he deserves it, it's now after that very gutsy effort.
We look forward to seeing both of them. Thanks a lot, Josie.
Thank you.
Greg?
Legendary trainer there in the Canadian Hall of Fame. Josie Carroll became the first female trainer ever to win the Queen's Plate. Added 2 more wins since that time. That win was back in 2006, added 2 more. Perennially leading trainer up at Woodbine, and 2 interesting horses here in this Jockey Club Gold Cup. Here's Proxy for Mike Stidham.
Yeah, look, Proxy is got a lot of back class, but I'm just not impressed with his 2 to 5 performance. His performance at 2 to 5, excuse me, down at Monmouth last time.
Biggest price on the board. This is Unbridled Bomber.
Yeah, a horse that, look, has talent, yes, but seems to be better with the medication Lasix. We're not allowed to use that in stakes races.
Last summer, Saratoga Warrior Johnny put in a performance here that made you think maybe he's a player in the older horse division.
Yeah, but his wins have come in maiden special weight, first level allowance, second level allowance.
Rattle and Roll, now the 8 to 5 favorite for Kenny McPeak.
No doubt. The one to beat in here, the most consistent, has the best resume behind him, and should really like the distance.
Clapton, he was chasing Rattle and Roll in the Pimlico Special, then he was a distant second to charge it in the Suburban.
Yeah, I mean, he's a little bit interesting here. He gets Irad Ortiz. Chad Summers having the best 2023 lower percentage trainer.
Here's one of 2 for Josie Carroll, who Acacia just spoke to, getting on dirt for the first time. Tyson.
Yeah, one last time on the poly, on the dirt the first time today. I wasn't in love with his last race, so not a horse that I'm going to use here.
Only 2 starts on dirt for Duke of Love. They were both wins.
Yeah, I mean, that says a lot. And ran fast last time as well. I think it's very interesting at 18 to 1.
And Todd Pletcher with this horse right here and those Silks of Micropoli, Bright Future. We showed you that victory here earlier at the meet at 1 1/8 miles.
And you're watching Javier Castellano along with that 5-horse Clapton getting away from the pony and warming up strongly. It's usually an indication that the rider has intent leaving the gate, wants to be close.
Here's Proxy, interesting horse who one of the best performances of his career came at 1.25 miles out west in the Big Cap. Last time out, Monmouth Cup, beating a horse who'd been primarily in his career a sprinter, but has sort of been resurrected now as a horse going longer.
Yeah, I mean, all you got to know on the inside in the blue silks, the Godolphin silks, Proxy is 2-5 in here. I mean, he's supposed to win. He's odds on. He does, but man, it felt like he had to work a lot harder than I'd like to see a 2-5 shot work.
And he wasn't that he wasn't that enthusiastic out the gate. You know, he ended up getting to the lead, but it wasn't without breaking very, very average and having to be urged to do that. It was obviously Joel Rosario sensed that the pace wasn't going to be quick and took advantage of it.
So who gets the lead in this race?
I think Warrior Johnny, the 3-horse, has a big chance to be on the lead. And I do think the Pletcher horse, Bright Future, on the outside, the 8-horse, would like to see the lead as well. I think that's where the pace comes from.
I think another interesting one would be, from what Richie said, the 6 Tyson. Right, if he's a high-energy horse and he gets himself kind of worked up, there's a chance he might be kind of high energy early, and maybe Manny Franco will just stay out of his way.
I like this horse going the 1.25 miles too. I think it's going to suit him. His pedigree says it. I mean, it's just such an outstanding pedigree on both sides. I mean, obviously being by Tapit, but the female side is just so much strength throughout on dirt. Now he's lingering on his left lead, but at least he's getting away from horses here. And usually you see a rider kind of shift a horse a bit, make a move to help them get over the right lead. I didn't see that there. Maybe this is just something they know that, hey, whatever lead he's comfortable on, leave him alone.
And that was on the artificial. And it's difficult on the Tapita to judge how well a horse is finishing. You watch it live, you know, or with your eye, and you're like, you know, but Tapita tends to do that to you. You know, you can get fooled.
Wolfie, I think that might just be him. Looking through some of the notes, he's had a wrong lead note on a few of his races.
6-1 on Tyson, 18-1 next door on the other Josie Carroll runner. Let's go back to Acacia.
And talking about Tyson and what you guys were saying about his leads, and I think it's a case where you could see that his rider was asking him to switch in the stretch and then finally just said, okay, I'm not going to bother you. You think about some horses around here and some riders that do that. Luis Saez comes to mind. He's very much a rider that if a horse isn't changing his leads, he'll just leave him if he's traveling. And actually the top 2 finishers of that last race didn't switch their leads. I really liked what I saw from this horse. And as I touched on in that interview with Josie, from what Richie said, I was expecting him to be a handful in the paddock. And while he was looking around a bit, he was very professional. He looks like he wants the distance. He has the pedigree for it. I'm really intrigued by him in this spot, though, of course, it is a test for him today. The 3 Warrior Johnny, this was a horse that ran last time and was really far off of it on a very wet track when the winner Zozos wired the field in a very, very wet day. I don't think he likes a wet track. I think he wants more distance. He was professional in the preliminaries, and he should be more forward. It warmed up well. Looks like he could potentially be primed to fire his best shot. Is that good enough in this spot, though, Greg?
Thank you, Acacia. Got to look at Joel Rosario, who is going to make the first move in this Jockey Club Gold Cup coming up. 3-2 favoritism, now 8-5 on Rattle and Roll, who would love to see a few battling up front to set up his kick from off the pace.
Yeah, he's a horse that does his best running when he has pace to run it and make that run. And you get Brian Hernandez shipping in here. And for people that don't know Brian Hernandez, well, he owns a Breeders' Cup Classic win on Fort Larned. He's closing in on 2,500 career wins. And he's been Ken McPeak's pretty much go-to guy, hasn't he, Tom?
He has. He is Kenny's guy. And my ex-assistant trainer, Frank Bernice, represents him. So good luck to them.
Winning, you're in for the Breeders' Cup Classic. As you look at the favorite, Rattle and Roll, the 4 just stepped in with the rider you were just speaking of for Kenny McPeak. What a year it's been for this horse. Let's go upstairs to Frank Miramati for the call.
They're in the gate. And they're off in the Jockey Club Gold Cup. And Bright Future is out very quickly. Warrior Johnny has speed and takes the lead. And Proxy, once again, much closer than usual along the rail. Tyson had a little bit of a brush out of the gate. Duke of Love is racing on the outside of him. And then it's Rattle and Roll, followed by Clapton. And down at the rail, Unbridled Bomber is at the back of the field. So it will be Warrior Johnny through a very quick opening quarter mile, sprinting away to lead it by about 2.5 lengths. Bright Future is in second. Tyson takes third. And Proxy along the rail right there, matching strides with Tyson. It's another 2.5. Duke of Love is 3 wide, racing on the outside of Rattle and Roll. Unbridled Bomber inside of them, and Clapton at the back of the field. Down the back stretch in the Jockey Club Gold Cup. And it is Warrior Johnny leading by 1.5 lengths. Bright Future tracking him in second. Tyson, Proxy still right together. Rattle and Roll has inched a little bit closer to that pair. Duke of Love is next. The half-wit in 48 4/5 seconds. Unbridled Bomber and Clapton has been at the back the entire way. They're moving past the half-mile pole. Warrior Johnny, Bright Future continue a 1-2 battle. Tyson inching up now, making his move, 3 deep in third. He's only a length off the lead as they move through 3/4 in 1:14 flat. On the extreme outside, Duke of Love. Proxy is just behind horses, needs some racing room. Rattle and Roll needs to do better. In the meantime, Clapton launches a very wide bid as the field turns for home. Bright Future is up to take the lead. Tyson, there's a beautiful spot for Proxy in between if he's good enough. And Bright Future has a 1.5 length lead with a furlong left to go, running strongly. Proxy, center of the track, Clapton and Tyson. Bright Future digging in. Proxy's trying to get him. Bright Future or Proxy. Bright Future, Proxy. Here's the line. Photo finish. Bright Future and Proxy in a Jockey Club Gold Cup thriller.
Bright Future, Javier Castellano, Proxy, Joel Rosario, both there at the wire. Did Bright Future get his nose down?
It's another head-bobbing finish, and it did look like Bright Future had his head in the right position. Came out a little bit abruptly late stretch. It'll be interesting to see a head on there, but Bright Future, nice effort, and got the same trip he got last time in the allowance race he got today. And here came Propsy with a big, furious late rally that fell just short.
Yeah, terrific early positioning by Bright Future. And you can't miss that white blaze, right? There it is right there, about 2 off the rail in terms of the horses coming right at you in the Rapoli Silks. And he's just very, very game to the wire. Proxy ran a much improved race, in my opinion, from the last one. But Bright Future's going to get there in front.
Javier Castellano's going to switch to the left-handed crop right here. Never made any contact in New York. That's all fair. He came out to his horse. Proxy stepped away from him. There shouldn't be, to me, even a look at this. I mean, he just did come out, but he came out to engage the challenge.
It was a race that didn't really back up, Richie. Those times on the board are incorrect. There's no way the opening 1/4 mile went 22 1/5 if they're going to put that up. But they put that up during the race because the half mile went almost 49 seconds, which means they would literally have to go to almost a gallop to be that slow the second 1/4 mile. So, but speed really held in this race.
Mike Rapoli's going to be excited about this one. Let's not forget back in 2019 when the Jockey Club Gold Cup was run at Belmont Park. He won with Vino Rosso but was disqualified where Code of Honor won. So he's finally got his Jockey Club Gold Cup, it seems.
Worked okay for him, though. He'd want to win in the Classic with that horse.
Yeah, and think about this. He's got his spot in the gate this year in the Classic. Win and you're in. $1 million purse, the Jockey Club Gold Cup, Grade 1, and a win and you're in. That's what he's thinking. Get me in that starting gate.
And Javier Castellano continues to strengthen his resume for an Eclipse Award, adding another Grade 1 victory with the Jockey Club Gold. Javier Castellano's reemergence as a world-class rider, which he always was, it's just about having the opportunities to show your abilities, has been amazing to watch this year.
Ended an over streak in the Kentucky Derby, ended an over streak in the Belmont. Wins the Travers for the 7th time in his career, and now the Grade 1 Jockey Club Gold Cup. Absolutely in that conversation for an Eclipse Award. A man who won 4 straight at one point in his career, and now all of a sudden we have a new horse on the scene in this Classic division.
Right, and a horse that earned a spot in the starting gate, as we said. Now, hey, doesn't he ride a 3-year-old that's pretty darn good that's going to be in that same starting gate?
He had the biggest choice to make of any rider we've heard in a long time between Mage and Arcangelo. Now he may have another choice for the Classic. I think I know who he's picking.
Good to have options, though, right? Good to have options, especially when they work out in your favor.
So Bright Future all out to hold off Proxy. And this is a horse, this is first Grade 1. We said Todd Pletcher, he tried him in the Grade 2 Brooklyn. But outside of that, this is the only stakes race he's ever been in, JK.
But, this is kind of what Todd does, though, right? I mean, I don't know if there's too many trainers out there better than Todd going long on the dirt, and allowing these horses to grow up. This horse doesn't look like Vino Rosso in terms of his past performances, but Vino Rosso was a good 3-year-old, but he was a very good 4-year-old, and I think maybe that's what the situation with Bright Future. He was a good 3-year-old, but maybe he's turning into a really good 4-year-old.
Javier's had a lot of opportunities to throw flowers around.
Yeah.
Good thing
he'll be throwing some yellow ones up in the air here, won't he?
Pretty good that he doesn't have like hay fever or some kind of allergy to pollen.
Bright Future, well named, very bright for this 4-year-old who's on the scene now in the Classic division. We'll be back.
To win it. And here is domestic spending.
And Pearl with plenty left in the tank. Program trading. Ocean Road.
It will be McCulloch.
Victoria Road down to the line.
Will be State of Rest.
You're watching Saratoga Live on our FS2 coverage. And the Grade 1 Jockey Club Gold Cup in the books. Winning, you're in for the Breeders' Cup Classic. And it's Bright Future for Todd Pletcher, for Poli Stable, St. Elias Stable, and Javier Castellano, the Flower Blankets. To your winning connections, and a new shooter on the scene in this older horse division. Javier Castellano just continuing to produce in all these big moments in a very tight photo finish.
Days and delivering flawless rides to help get that done. Just really fun to watch Javier ply his trade this year and the full circle he's come back to.
$9.50 for the win. Proxy, Tyson, second and third. And always, when Mike Rapoli's involved, it's a very crowded winner circle.
Sharing the fun, sharing the love. And Vinny Viola, co-owner of Bright Future, his Florida Panthers, went all the way to the Stanley Cup Finals. Didn't win, but gosh, they did everything but win. And Vinny Viola's a Greenpoint, Brooklyn guy. I'm sure he would have liked to have a hold of the Rangers, but he's got the Florida Panthers instead.
What do you guys think of the name Bright Future? Obviously a huge win here. He beat some pretty good horses in this spot. Is this a horse who could be a major factor going forward?
You know, I'm not trying to dodge the question. I have to see a speed figure. If this figure comes back 92 buyer, 95 buyer, then the answer is no. But if it comes back 106, 107, then the answer is yes. It's too hard to tell based off just the raw time.
Let's go to Acacia.
I'm so happy to be joined by Mike Rapoli and Joya Rapoli, along with Vinny Viola and Eloise here as well. Eloise Viola, a really tenacious victory from Bright Future today. Guys, talk about that stretch run. What a fight he put up.
Great ride. Mike? Great ride, but the horse is, Todd's done a great job with the horse. Javier is just lights out. I mean, he's having, honestly, for 45, he's found the fountain of youth. He's having such an incredible year, just winning everything. It's a pleasure that me and Vinny get to ride Javier now, you know.
He gave you a great ride today, indeed. And Vinny, you know, it's kind of a wide open division this year, and this looks like he's a horse that is a new shooter that has definitely put his name in as a big contender.
What does he remind you of, Mike? Vino Rosso, a 4-year-old Curlin that just got good at the end of its four-year-old year, and, you know, he's training really well. And take away that race in the Brooklyn, he's been really, really good the last 3 starts.
He ran that way. He ran like Vino. He wanted that fight down the stretch, and he wanted to win it. So.
On to the Breeders' Cup?
On to the Breeders' Cup. I don't know if we'll have to start in between, but we're on to the Breeders' Cup. Yeah.
Congratulations, guys. Enjoy it.
Thank you. What do you say? What do you say, girls?
Thumbs up for the camera.
Time to celebrate for that crew tonight. You know they will. Bright Future, big win here. And a horse who is, you know, Todd Pletcher's kind of brought along slowly, but a horse on the improve.
And I think that goes to the question you asked, Greg. You know, does a horse like this have a chance? This was his 7th career start. You know, there's a lot of room to move up the ladder with experience. So I would not rule out this horse, Bright Future.
Look at this late pick 5. $20 winner to start it, $35 winner from connections that most people here have never probably even heard of. Probably goes to make that horse play a little bit bigger. Dracone, who was also eligible, $44 from a trainer who had only won at the meet prior. And now Bright Future an upset. We got 1 leg remaining in the late pick 5. $1 million bonus. Saturdays and Sundays tomorrow, just keep in mind, $3 million bonus if you're the only winning late pick 5 ticket if you play through Naira Bets tomorrow.
I'm in. You in?
Of course. Why not?
Yeah, everybody's in.
We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. We'll set up the nightcap. When we return, we'll look back at some earlier action on the card as well in the Flower Bowl. And this was an upset as well. A lot of people thought maybe a foregone conclusion of who would win this race. Not the case. Christophe Clement, Dylan Davis, and West Point Thoroughbreds come up with a grade 2 win. We'll be back.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence. Whether you use handicapping insights, like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. Start earning your $200 sign-up bonus when you sign up with offer code GET200.
Just 1 year after expanding their global footprint to Kentucky in 2013, Liliana Soleri and Carlos Heller's Don Alberto purchased the dam of leading Eclipse candidate Arcangelo, who captured the Belmont and Travers Stakes against the best of his generation. This September at Keeneland, we are proud to offer 50 outstanding yearlings by the world's leading stallions, hailing from some of the best pedigrees in the stud book today. Don Alberto at Keeneland.
Monday, September 18th is the biggest day of the year at Presque Isle Downs with a $150,000 Presque Isle Mile plus a $300,000 Grade 2 Presque Isle Masters. The Masters is a key prep for the Breeders' Cup. Just last year, PA-bred superstar Caravel became the 8th horse to run in the Masters before achieving Breeders' Cup glory. It's the Presque Isle Mile and the Presque Isle Masters, Monday, September 18th at Presque Isle Downs, Erie, Pennsylvania. For more information, visit presqueisledowns.com/racing.
Back on Saratoga Live on our FS2 coverage, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Earlier on in the card, back in race 3, mile 3/8 over the inner turf in the Grade 2 Flower Bowl. Compact field of 4 lined up. Odds-on favorite McCulloch in here for Chad Brown, but it was Parnack, Christophe Clement, West Point Thoroughbreds, and Dylan Davis coming up with the upset win.
Yeah, pace makes the race, and she got to set sedate fractions and kicked on hard for home and just put McCulloch at a disadvantage because there was no pace on to help her late run. I think she kicked hard, McCulloch. She had a fresh challenger in front of her.
You know, it was a funny race, right, Jonathan? I mean, there's 4 horses in the field. You couldn't make a case for who was going to be on the lead. So all the credit in the world goes to Dylan Davis. If I heard correctly, I think, is it his first graded stakes win at Saratoga? Is that possible? He's won so many good races.
I think that's very possible. I don't remember Dylan having any of that kind of graded stakes success.
Regardless of whether it's his first or not, he is an excellent rider, and he rode this horse perfectly.
Yep. I got his first Group 1 win for Clement out of the country. That was, I believe, in the EP Taylor.
Mutamakina on the EP Taylor. He actually rode her in the prep for the EP Taylor, won the prep, but kind of moved early for that long stretch. And I remember Christophe having reservations about putting him back in the Grade 1 EP Taylor because he had moved too soon. And I spoke to him and told him, listen, he made a mistake, but good riders don't make the same mistake twice. Now he has the experience over the course. Why would you take the guy off when he recognizes that he needs to wait longer? And he did it. He executed perfectly in the EP Taylor. So when you have confidence, when people give you confidence and let you ride horses back, even if you don't give them great rides, you're going to give them better rides.
Meanwhile, Prioress, race 5 on the card this afternoon. And an odds-on favorite defeated here as well. Alva Star repeating what her sister did in this race 2 years ago.
Run them off their feet, right? I mean, this was just really an impressive effort from her and flashing such high speed.
I recognize those connections. Those are South Louisiana, South Mississippi connections. Brett Brinkman down in Fairgrounds in the Delta Downs, and for Dale Ladner, the Ladner family, the Ladner crew, that's a South Louisiana. There are a lot of horsemen that come out of the Ladner family. Ladner is such a popular name in Southern Mississippi. It's more popular than Smith or Jones.
Wow.
Trust me on that.
That's funny. Meanwhile, look,
this was dominant.
The dominant performance here. Jose Lascano, another terrific ride and win for him. He's got house silks on here. They switched in the winner's circle and got the owner's silk. So there was some kind of mix-up. So she won with one set of silks on track, and now he's going to jump off, and he's going to go run and change and put the owner's colors on another.
All is forgiven when a horse wins in the wrong silks. Trust me on that. Not so much when they don't.
Now, we did a cut, right? It couldn't have been that quick.
He's like ran in the phone booth. Quick change.
Clark Kent-like. What a performance from that filly. And again, yeah, her half-sister Scylla winning this race 2 years ago here in the very same race. Well done with those connections. We still have the nightcap to come, and we have a little drama in this nightcap. That $1 million bonus in play for this finale, the 10 and 12. If they were to win this race, not only would someone take this entire pool in the late Big Five, they'd get a $1 million bonus coming their way as well.
It's exciting because it's like double exciting, right? You're already alive for a super big score, but then you're also going to get the extra $1 million on top. 10 and the 12. They look like long shots on paper, but look, we've already seen some crazy horses win here today.
Apparently, we did have a double change on the 12. So it'll be Jackie Davis on the 12. Sister Katie Davis on the 10. So the Davis sisters with a chance to provide someone with a life-changing score And Miss Barb, this horse actually debuted on the turf against better company. It was a state-bred maiden special weight. The next 2 starts were dirt.
Yeah, so I obviously the first race wasn't terrible, and now, but she's coming off a bit of a layoff from January and gets back maybe the preferred surface. I think this is another race that we could see some chaos. It just seems to me like it's going to be about trip. I don't, obviously you have a big favorite from Christophe Clement's barn who ran well first time, but I feel like anybody's a cinch in here.
Yeah, if it's not the 4 or the 6, it really could be anyone in this spot, especially because these races, turf racing in particular, it's trip matters. So, if 2 or 3 very likely winners get stopped, next thing you know, something crazy could happen.
Well, this 12 horse, so here's Out of the Cloud. Filly by Cloud Computing, former Preakness winner for Chad Brown, never been on turf. Tried to get on turf last time out, it was washed off. So pedigree-wise,
The mom won on it. The mom won in the grass. Siblings, not so much. 0 for 8 with the sibs, but when the mother tastes the grass, and
it was at Saratoga, she won too.
Yeah, there you go.
Sprinting. Stranger things have happened. With more on the 2 that could provide a $1 million bonus. Same ticket, by the way. These 2 are on. Let's go to Acacia.
And they are big long shots in here, but best of luck to whoever is alive. We'll take a quick look at the 10, Miss Barb, who is very sharp coming back here. She does have more of a turf hoof as well, even though there's not too much turf on the bottom side. She's been very energetic off of the layoff. I do think that she could stand to tuck up a bit, but I like her getting back on the grass, and maybe this will just be the right spot for her. The 12 Out of the Cloud also has a turf hoof, as Tom mentioned. The Dam won on the grass last time out. It was an off the turf race that she was running in, and I just thought that she really could kind of get a little bit more fit and a little bit more relaxed, and that's what I see from her today. So best of luck with these 2 alive in the final leg here. The number 9, J-Lo, though, I wanted to touch on, as this is a horse I was really interested to see come back here. And you have Team Arcangelo teaming up with Jenna Antonucci and Javier Castellano. But last time out, the race was taken off the grass, and I just felt physically she absolutely looked like a type of horse that would prefer getting onto the grass. And Jenna had told me that since she had moved into her care, she'd actually put on weight, and she is a very lightly framed filly. She's strengthened up even since that last effort. She kind of has a more angular type of hind end, indicative of one that prefers the turf. She's by Taurus, and you can see that influence as well. Has a flatter hoof on her and should appreciate getting onto the grass today. Greg?
All right, Acacia, thank you. We're going to get to the post parade when we come back. Finale coming up with a $1 million bonus in the late pick 5. On the line with a 10, Miss Barb, and the 12 Out of the Cloud.
Times have changed, but some things remain timeless. Hard work, perseverance, unwavering dedication. From sun up to sundown, our passion fuels us to drive further and push harder. We do it for the horses, for our families, and for the sport we all love. For well over a century, we've committed to doing the usual, unusually well. Claiborne Farm, the tradition continues.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Back on Saratoga Live on our FS2 coverage. Here comes our post parade for the nightcap. Spurs for the James Bond Barn kicks things off.
Yeah, I thought this horse was a little bit interesting off of that race 2 starts back. Didn't do any running last time off the turf.
Pinstripe Pizzo, in terms of turf racing, dropping down a class.
Dropping down in class and gets off of a dirt race that wasn't very good. That might help.
Dream wrote 12-1 on a filly who just missed at this condition.
Yeah, but she did it in a slow fashion. I wasn't crazy about this one.
Here's the one to beat, and it seems like a lot of upside with his second-time starter.
Does, but, you know, they ran for a claim the first time, a for-sale price. They're doing it again off a good race. What's the motivation?
Orange Freeze did come back and win a stake here at the meet. Janie May went by. Here's the 6, Let Me Drink.
Yeah, that's me. That'd be about half an hour from now. Let me drink a lot.
Tom's last show of the meet, by the way. Dunedin Bay, first-time starter of the 8.
Yeah, Dunedin Bay gets Lasix. There is some turf pedigree there.
Jayla went by, who does drop out of a straight maiden special weight in terms of the last turf race at Fairgrounds, the 10, Miss Barb. And here's Noxicat off the fence.
Yeah, that's a great name. You know, it's had a sibling that's won on the turf, but hasn't done much running on the dirt. Did take money on debut, though.
And here's one of the carryover horses, or sorry, $1 million bonus horses. Out of the cloud, it's Jackie Davis on board, 39-1.
39-1. Hasn't been on the turf yet, but the mother, as you pointed out, Greg, has won on the grass. And wouldn't that be awesome if the 12 came home and somebody took home $1 million? And keep in mind, in these Pick 5 pools, these are individuals betting. This isn't some sort of computer-generated bets that are live here. These are true individuals.
And we're being told it's the same ticket that has both the 10 and the 12 that both would result in this $1 million bonus for this late pick 5. So it was played through Naira bets. There is Mig, Katie Davis. She's on the 10, Miss Barb. Jackie Davis, her sister, on the 12 out of the cloud. We've talked a lot about these two sisters. Obviously, their brother Dylan as well, and this whole family, they can ride a little bit.
Yeah, listen, me and Robbie Davis are friends. We didn't get along that well when we rode together, but we're good friends now. And I tease him all the time. I said, as good as you are on the racetrack, you become a much better sire.
Well, he's got 3, right? Don't forget Dylan. Yeah.
And Eddie Gallop's Cody's Wish, the other son. I mean, it's a pretty talented horse family.
I think somebody fancies the Dillon sisters, the Davis sisters, and in this Pick 5.
Again, don't feel like you missed out if you're not alive for this bonus, because Sunday, tomorrow, play that late Pick 5 through Naira bets, and we're not going to just double it, we're going to triple it. $3 million bonus if you're the only winning late Pick 5 ticket.
That is so generous on your part.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
Look, I mean, this is a reminder that some of these pools, especially these bonus pools, there's an opportunity for a life-changing score, and there's some people out there that are alive for that. You know, there's an individual who's alive for the Pick 5 bonus through Naira bets, but there's also people that are alive for big scores in the Pick 5 and the Pick 6 as well. So if you're alive, the best of luck.
Yeah, again, Pick 6, only the 4 and 6 are alive in the Pick 6. If it's anything outside of those two, we have a carryover going into our Sunday spin-away card in the Pick 6.
Yeah, look, my selection scratched out of this race, the 7 Stone of Destiny. I am rooting hard for either the 10 or the 12.
There's the 12 out of the cloud. Jackie Davis, first time on grass. We mentioned the mom. Won sprinting here at 5.5 furlongs on the turf at Saratoga. Can this daughter of cloud computing win here at 1 16th and deliver a $1 million bonus? Or this one here, Miss Barb, a chance to do the same. $1 million bonus on the line for both the 10 and 12 to just one ticket that is alive with both of those two fillies. Good luck. Here we go. It's the nightcap from Saratoga. Frank Miramati with the call.
Out of the cloud goes in. They're in the gate. And breaking right through the front of the gate there, Let Me Drink, who has run off, but actually immediately apprehended. Fine job there. Don't let the suit fool you. Great job.
Great hands and courage from the starter, Hector Soler, to grab hold of Let Me Drink and not let that one get too far away.
I don't know who has the 6 in the Pick 6. You said that they did. Got to give a little comp to Hector, the starter, for capturing that horse and getting it back.
Someone just came up to our set and said they were alive in the Pick 6, so good luck to them as well. As we get a look at Dylan Davis, who's going to be on Let Me Drink. And this is a horse, filly, Mig, who was in that race with Camp the 4, who's a 6-5 favorite. You can make the argument Let Me Drink may have run the better race that day.
Yeah, I mean, she got caught in that turf trip that I don't like, when horses are persistently 3-4 wide the entire turn. It's just not recipe for success on turf.
And thanks to Hector Soler, this filly is going to stay in the race. She did not get far away, and she'll load right back up, and we're set again. Let's go back upstairs to Frank Miramati.
Take 2. And they're off. Spursel on the inside has plenty of early speed. Jenny May, Kamcha is up close in the early going, and Out of the Cloud is sprinting up in the center of the race course to put pressure on the pacemaker. Just behind them, Jayla is 3 wide into that first turn, and Let Me Drink, after those moments at the gate, having a little bit of a difficulty through the first turn. It's been a rough time for Let Me Drink. In the meantime, Dream Road has come through to be about 6th and 5 lengths off the pace. She is followed by Noxie Cat off the fence. Pinstripe Pizzo is next. It's another 2 back to Deneen Bay. And then at the back of the field is Miss Barr behind Let Me Drink. The opening quarter run off in 24 seconds flat. And it is Jenny May loose on the front end, has it by 3 lengths to Out of the Cloud in second. Then comes Spurs in third, Jayla a joint fourth. Down at the rail, it's Dream Road fifth with the red cap, 4 lengths off the pace. The half went in 48 and 4/5 seconds. Another 2 back to Pinstripe Pizzo, who's down on the inside in the yellow colors, about 7 or 8 lengths off the pace. The favorite Kamcha is just outside of her and now called on, but has plenty of work to do. In fact, Pinstripe Pizzo outrunning Kamcha at this stage. From the back of the field, Miss Barb is trying to launch a bid. They went 3/4 in 1 minute 13 and 4/5 seconds. Jenny May loose on the front end throughout, chased by Out of the Cloud as the field turns for home. Spurs is down on the inside, and Dream Road is getting into the thick of it in a big way. Here's Dream Road cutting into the lead with each and every stride. They're inside the final 1/8 of a mile, and Pinstripe Pizzo is into third. Coming to the 16th, Dream Road, Jenny May head to head. Dream Road just in front. Jenny May on the inside. Dream Road prevails. Jenny May was second. Pinstripe Pizzo third. Deneen Bay finished fourth.
Dream Road, Ruben Silvera, Eddie Persad, blinkers going on. Second time on the turf. It just missed at this level back at Belmont. Wins at double-digit odds here.
You know, Greg, you said it before the race about Dream Road's 1 start on the grass at this level. Only had 3 starts, and the first one was off a bit of a layoff. Ran a great race from off the pace to run down a lone pace setter in Jenny May, the 5-horse.
Departure from her tactics last time she was on the turf, where she was contesting the pace. She was rated and had a much, more patient kind of trip under Ruben Silvera, who is a very strong finisher, somebody who's really emerged in the Mid-Atlantic circuit, particularly at Parks, as a rider to keep an eye on, and limited opportunities up here, but he gets a win late in the meet with a very well-judged ride.
A lot going on tomorrow in the later half of the card, right? You got the $3 million bonus if you play the pick 5 and hit the single ticket on Naira Bets, but you'll also have a pick 6 carryover. So those late two late multi-race bets. A lot of eyes are going to be on those.
And Jackie Davis did her best to give whoever had that $1 million bonus a run for their money, putting Out of the Cloud into the mix early on in this race, sitting second for a lot of this race.
Yeah, it looked like she was making a run, turning for home, too, like she could be right there. So didn't get it done, but certainly created some thrills there.
All right, so again, spin away for 2-year-old fillies on our Sunday card. Play that late pick 5 through Naira Bets, and a $3 million bonus on the line if you're the only winning ticket in that late pick 5. We're saying goodbye to you, Tom Amoss?
Yeah, this is my last show for the year. I do the Saratoga show. I'm going to miss you guys. I'm going to miss the other guys we work with, and I'm going to miss the guys on the other side of the camera. I mean, I really enjoy doing the show. I'll be watching y'all. I sure will, and I really enjoy my time with you guys.
You're not going to miss them as much as you miss us, but honestly, always a great honor to share a set with you and your expertise and talking horses with you.
I do hope LSU loses. Just
come on, man!
No,
you're just bitter because Joe Burrow came to Austin and tore you apart.
We love this man. Sad to see you go. Always great to spend time with you when you're up here. Last show for Tom Amoss. You had a great meet, by the way. Well done. Congratulations on that as well. We're going to see you tomorrow. We are back 12:30 Eastern start time on Spinaway Sunday from the meet. On our FS2 coverage, we will see you then. Until then, how about Parnak? And this graded stakes victory in the Flower Bowl. Dylan Davis, good for him, and an upset win for Christophe Clement West Point Thoroughbreds. Alva Starr repeating what her sister did in the Prioress a couple of years ago. She was outstanding in that Grade 2 win, and bright future throwing his name into the hat in the Classic Division with a win, and you're in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as War Smoke delivers at Finger Lakes.
War Smoke in front, another one for Andre Worry.
Barrage runs down the field at Saratoga.
Here's Barrage with a